I said, I hope
Guys,
you're.
let me just stop.
You said you hope my beat.
This push-to-drink bottle gives you more energy and better sleep. It also helps you fight disease and aging. Watch this video now before the bottled water companies take it down. A brilliant water scientist from Japan just...
Palestinian, Hamas.
Guys, let me
Palestinian, are you?
I understand.
To every citizen who's sick and tired of the parasitic political class in Washington that sucks our country of its blood and treasure.
Would you have done something differently than President Biden?
There is not a thing that comes to mind.
November 5th will be your Liberation Day. November 5th this year will be the most important day in the history of our country, because we're not going to have a country anymore if we don't win.
Between now and election, it's a sprint. It's a sprint for the spirit of this country and your ability to choose what you watch, who you support, and the mere ability to speak. The left is constantly engaged in foul play, but their first choice would be to not have to cheat, right? To do it with lies by omission, by using media bias, by throttling searches, right? By flat out censoring searches, as we've seen from Google and YouTube, as we've seen with Facebook and Meta in the past. It's lie, 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 cheat.
We all know who Donald Trump is.
He will be a dictator on day one.
Dictatorship. Nazi imagery. Adolf Hitler.
Hitler.
As I was saying,
And that's why we are gearing up for the election live stream of the century. November 5th, we'll have the live electoral integrity map. No one will have the data that we have on that night to call, dispute states, and let you know everything that is going on across this country. If there is any foul play whatsoever, there's no reason to tune in anywhere else that night. The election live stream of the century.
November 5th this year will be the most important day in the history of our country. And we will make America great again.
The election live stream of the century, November 5th, 2024. Be there with us. Fight like hell.
Rise! Rise! You're famous, well-deserved content creator. I don't think there's been a creator to match you. As for this young man, he insists you're Breitbart reborn. Or was it Hercules?
What?
Why doesn't the hero reveal himself? Tell us all your real name. You do have a name.
My name is Host.
How dare you turn your back to me, Big Tacitus? Slade! You will remove your helmet and your headphones and tell me your name.
My name is Crowder. Commander of the Mudclub Army. Loyal servant to the middle class, young professionals with college degrees or some college education. Father to a demonetized channel. The voice of the deplatformed, and I will have my vengeance on this platform or the next.
Moderators! Ah! Are you not entertained? If you are, then join the Legion of Mud Club for 89 denarius annually, or 9 denarius monthly. The latter comes mugless, but both come with honor.
I get this off there. That's gonna bother me the whole time. Someone was working here. You hear of a coaster?
I think it was you.
It's wood. It's soft pine.
Whatever.
It's easy to permeate. All right, look. Hey, really glad to be with you. This is the last live stream before the election live stream of the century. Tuesday, November 5th. We start at 6 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. God's time. It's a huge undertaking. We have something really special for you that night. We'll get into it more a little bit later as we go through the polling and early voting super breakdown on today's show. We have some data analysts here and access to some data that not everyone else does. So we're going to be bringing you some exclusive insights, and you can expect more of that on election night. Want to let you know, I will be on Alex Jones today, Dan Bongino tomorrow, and I believe Piers Morgan. I like Pierce. It's just gonna be awkward because you have to appear on Alex today. Like, you're gonna be on with my friend Pierce. Is he your friend? He's a pussy boy. All right. Red coat, limey. Okay, I get it. And Pierce, fair warning, you're not gonna get me to badmouth my friend, no matter how crazy he may be sometimes. And we do have something special for you tomorrow. I know Thursday. Tomorrow's Wednesday.
Tomorrow is Wednesday.
Tomorrow, Thursday, and Monday. We have a documentary of the making of, behind the scenes.
Yeah.
That we've never really let you in with this. So
because of the liability.
Because so much that we have to do. We have to pressure test everything as far as the election integrity map that you guys will have access to. All the sketches, all of the pre-tapes we have to do, all of the uplinks we have to test with all of the cross streams. So there's a lot that we have to get right so that if we get banned on YouTube, or if it goes down, you know it's not our fault. So we have the polling super breakdown today. Whoopi Goldberg's hilarious meltdown on The View. And then Kamala Harris, Kamala, whatever, was on Club Shay Shay.
Shay Shay.
And what I resent Mr. Shay most for is forcing me to say that phrase out loud as a grown man.
That's true.
A man chose that name?
They call me Mr. Shay Shay.
No one.
Well, his name is Shane and Shay Sharp.
All right, Sidney Chatier.
Nobody ever called him that in real life.
Shasha, still not nearly as gay, but also gay. Options are limited.
Noodles just jumped in there. I don't know. I was in a rhythm.
Sorry.
I'm a kid. You can
so, if at some point, because we are on very thin ice. Remember, we were suspended for the last election. We're in that danger zone right now. We were suspended, 3 days before the midterm election?
Turns out something from 2 years ago just got us suspended from YouTube, so yes. I guess not.
So you can watch it on Rumble, of course. But if today at any point you see this, head on over to Rumble because it's a live show weekdays, 10 a.m. Eastern. Sorry, it took me a while that was a mouthful. I had to get out. Really excited about this and a lot of good news, but get out and vote, get out and do your part.
Yes.
Let me ask you this, though. Question of the day. Are you actually, if you're on the fence, is your primary concern that Donald Trump wants to deport wives of biracial marriages? Because we're actually going to, that's actually an argument that's made by Whoopi Goldberg. Yeah, I know. Spoiler alert. She says that he will deport wives in biracial marriages and assign the white man to a new white chick. Captain Morgan, number 2 CEO, how are you?
I'm fantastic. I didn't realize that was a main concern.
Well, you're not paying attention.
Oh, apparently.
I'm not woke. You're just asleep, child.
Okay. Yeah.
We'll call you Mr. Ambien. Lou Nesta over here.
You done?
My comedy chops are rusty.
No.
Nesta.
And then October 20. Wait, no, it's not October. It's not October 20. It's past October 26th. I have this written down here.
Different.
Anyway, when you hear this, you know him, you love him, and he can put in
Hey, there it is.
the right plug.
Come on.
November 15th to 16th, JP's Comedy Club.
Mr. Firestein, how are you?
I'm good. I'm good.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, it's been a good Tuesday.
Tuesday? Wednesday?
Josh, you sure you're going to be able
Thursday?
to go to that date? Like, this show's probably still going to be going from the election night.
Could be.
Well, it's in Arizona, so I can be an on-the-ground correspondent.
Could.
See what's going on with Maricopa County and
He'll
how
just be there counting
Yeah, that's
the votes.
I'll be there burning ballots.
He loves the country. He loves it. Hey, before we get to that, Mehdi Hassan, guy who allegedly maybe, a terrorist sympathizer. By that, I mean Hamas and Hezbollah. They got into an explosive argument on CNN. And then we'll replay this because there's a moment where Ryan is his name Girdusky?
Yeah, something like that.
There's a moment where he realizes his career may be over. But first, let's just watch the clip. I don't think it's that bad.
I get it. Nobody wants to be called Nazis. It's very inflammatory. But if you don't want to be called Nazis, stop doing.
You're called an anti-Semite more than anyone else at this table.
Yeah.
And people sit there and no, by me, I never called you an anti-Semite. I mean, I'm not sitting here saying
I'm a supporter of the Palestinians. I'm used to it.
Yeah, I hope your beeper doesn't go off. The thing is that
You should not.
No,
Did you just say I should be killed?
No, I did not say that. I said, no, I did not say that.
On live TV.
I said I hope
Guys,
you're.
let me just stop.
You said you hope my beeper
let
doesn't
me
go
go.
off.
Guys,
Palestinian, are you? Am I what? No, of course I'm not.
Ryan, that is completely.
No, I apologize.
Good job, CNN. Let's have first block say the Muslim guy should be blown
I
up
apologize.
on TV.
Oh my gosh! Don't do that!
I know,
Don't do
I know.
that with a Hamas sympathizer in front of you. I'm just he's sitting there. He's like, he goes so quickly from like I said it. Wait, what? No, I didn't say it that way. He's looking
That's not what I meant.
to the ref to step in. So here's the moment, the funniest moment to me. We're gonna go right up to the freeze frame where you see he realizes, oh no. Wait for it.
Anti-Semite more than anyone else at this table.
Yeah.
And people sit there and no, by me, I never called you an anti-Semite. I mean, I'm not sitting here saying
I'm a supporter of the Palestinians. I'm used to it.
Yeah, I hope your beeper doesn't go off. The thing is that
you just say I should die?
You should not.
No,
Did you just say I should be killed?
And here it comes. Here it comes.
Oh, whoops. By the way, perfect. That was the perfect joke.
I
It
make
was
zero
beautiful.
apologies.
Look, it's like, come on. If this guy is a Hamas supporter, he's not just a Palestinian supporter. We'll get into some of that. This guy is that. And like, oh, no, it would only go off if you're a terrorist. Are you a terrorist?
Right.
Then, of course, I don't want it's a joke because you're a terrorist supporter.
You turn to Abby Phillips. You say, look, are you saying he's a terrorist? And she says, no. Then we both agree. He doesn't have a pager.
Moot point.
Yeah, he just admitted to having a pager.
Yes, exactly.
Do you want me to die?
Yeah.
Not unless
Are you
you're
saying
a
I want to die?
terrorist.
Yes, because the most effective way to kill you would be to ensure that your beeper doesn't go off.
Yes.
It's funny. Are you going to say it's ill-advised? Granted. But
maybe.
I wouldn't apologize for it. I was like, yeah, I said what I said, right? This guy, he supports a genocidal regime.
Those guys are just looking for a reason to be offended. I don't even know if I'd go so far as saying it was ill-advised. It's hilarious. It is pointed. It absolutely makes the point. And the rest of that table, they're offended by anybody who doesn't toe the line.
Oh my God. Everyone's offended by everything right now. For crying out loud, the fact that Tony Hinchcliffe is the most searched man in the world for doing what he does pretty much every week on his podcast. Anyway, CNN disagrees with you because they banned Ryan from appearing on the network ever
Come on
again.
our show, Ryan. Come on. We'll have you on.
They said there is zero room for racism or bigotry at CNN. or on our air. I disagree. There's some room
So much room.
for racism.
Yes.
Well, there
and
was
bigotry.
room. They
If it's
filled
a-
it already. There's
yes.
so many correspondents.
Right.
Our spot is filled. We already have James Carville.
As long as
Come
it's
on
directed towards white people or conservatives, racism and bigotry is totally fine.
Yes.
The minute it goes outside of those bounds, that's a problem.
Yeah, even James Carville we've asked him to be on the show, was even talking about that. He said, I feel like the Democratic Party is ignoring by everything. Everything is 80% female. They feel like they've been left out in the cold. I'm not saying we have to have all male. I'm just saying everything from NPR down is all man bad, a woman good. Not all women are good. I've seen some bad women.
He has in his life.
So he's right about some things, and he's also insane. Here's the thing. If we're talking about this standard, there's no room for racism or bigotry. And bigotry extends to not just race. Right. It can be a form of prejudice across sex, orientation, religion. Well, then those who follow the tenets of the Islamic religion are in trouble, namely the founder, Muhammad. But here's Mehdi Hassan in a sermon saying that, and he's quoting scripture, saying that non-Muslims are animals and ignorant. Here you go.
Different from the rest of the non-Muslims, from the rest of those human beings who live their lives as animals, bending any rule to fulfill any desire. Once we do that, we are lost.
The kafirs, the disbelievers, the atheists who remain deaf and stubborn to the teachings of Islam, the rational message of the Quran.
All right, that's enough. We get the point.
No.
Can we play that first one again? Just real quick. The first one is the one that's most interesting. What did he say? He says, play.
Different from the rest of the non-Muslims, from the rest of those human beings. Who
Oh,
live their
no, he meant to
lives
say, he says
as
bending.
animals.
Sorry, he meant to say they live bending animals to fulfill their desires. He was reading Iranian penthouse letters.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. So it's
Ben
different.
Palace.
Yeah.
Yes. Pen Palace. Dear Pen Palace. Bah.
Say the camel, ride a mujahideen.
Goat house.
You remember that Big and Rich song?
Yeah.
Yes, Big and Sultan. The goat's the only bear because I'm looking so pretty. What are you talking about?
I don't understand.
I don't understand. All right, let's go to Whoopi's meltdown. I think we've bled that goat dry.
By the way, I really do want that guy to come on the show. I'm
Yeah.
not kidding. Ryan, come on the show. Please. Come and express your viewpoints here. No pagers will go off, I promise.
Well, they might go off.
It might.
They might go off.
Hold on,
It's free.
I got fun friends. They send me messages like 8008. It's a
there
fun
you
time.
go. But shouldn't we all want terrorist pagers to explode? Shouldn't that be kind of like, yeah, look, if you are a terrorist, I kind of do want your pager to explode?
Mhm.
Isn't that a reasonable position? Okay, fine. So look, if your pager goes off, then you're a terrorist.
Yep. I have no
Done.
problem with it. I have a problem with Whoopi Goldberg.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
A
real
the
name.
whole panel of the View, really.
She really, I mean, she outdid herself this time as far as cackling. The problem is everyone now it's in my head that everything's sexist, everything's racist. Okay. The lady
Don't let that affect
who goes in and asks for
Big Pharma hates when you do this, but they can't do a damn thing about it. These shoes help relieve back pain and knee pain, making you feel like you're walking on clouds. They're already been sold out multiple times on Amazon and Walmart and all those other big box stores because it's been a top recommendation from pain specialists. And now the company behind it is cutting out the middlemen after selling over 2 million units in the last 90 days, all without those big retailers who just jack up the price tag. It's called Grounded Footwear, and here's the kicker. They were originally designed by Dr. Feinberg, a decorated Army flight medic. This guy wanted to help retired veterans enjoy more pain-free movement. Then, almost by accident, he found a solution in an ancient Chinese medicine journal. Dr. Feinberg discovered that by applying pressure to specific acupoints on the feet, pain throughout the entire body could be alleviated. So he created a unique type of shoe that relieves all types of body pain, allowing veterans to walk longer distances without discomfort. But now it's finally available to the public. And trust me, it's flying off the shelves faster than you can imagine. They're using a modernized form of acupressure, which is an ancient healing technique that is now making a big comeback. By using unique insoles that target 12 large acupoints, providing pain relief, they're allowing you to walk comfortably all day, every day, which is something that's never been done before. Now these shoes have been featured on Fox News, ABC, CNN, you name it. But here's where things get interesting. All this buzz is putting immense pressure on the production facilities, and they can barely keep up with all the orders. That's because this is finally a good alternative to overpriced orthotics and painkillers. Imagine this: with each step, these shoes help to reduce pain in your feet, ankles, hips, and back. The wide toe box and soft materials improve blood flow and let your toes spread out naturally, so they're even bringing some relief for common foot issues like bunions, neuropathy, or plantar fasciitis. And they don't just look great, they're also extremely durable. With military-grade materials, they're waterproof, anti-slip, and designed for everyday usage, making them perfect for any activity, indoors or outdoors. So you can use them for walking, running, exercising, or simply wear them at home, which is why many buyers are already saying they won't go back to regular shoes. And now Grounded Footwear is giving everyone a way to grab these for half the price. Yes, you heard that right. You can get it at half price today because the creators want their invention to go viral, and it looks like they'll succeed, because thousands have already jumped on this promo. So just fill out your shipping info and they'll also send you a pair at 50% off. But remember, this is a limited time deal and stock runs out fast. Last time they did something like this, it sold out in under 3 hours. So why risk paying full price tomorrow when you can get it for 50% off today? Check it out ASAP. Click the button in this video to grab yours at half price.
For when she gets her cuffs custom made, asks for the magician, Whoopi Goldberg. She claimed that Trump would ban, and she really is she's just swinging for the fences, that Donald Trump would ban interracial marriages. You won't believe me, so believe the stupid.
We're tired of that. That's why people are saying right there, you heard the women say, listen, what we heard at that rally should be enough to shake folks awake, because he's talking about you, all of you, all of you. He's talking about you, it's us. He's not going to say, oh, you're with a white guy, I'm going to keep you from being deported. No, he's going to deport you and put the white guy with someone else. The man is out there.
Those eyes. No, hold on a second. I think what you meant to say is what you're saying, that would be out there. But here's the thing, Whoopi. The only place that idea exists is with you.
Yeah, it seems like an episode of Hollywood Squares, where you go, no, I'll take the square. She's lying.
Yes. You know what? Can I go to Bruce Valanche? He's gonna get rid. You think he's not? He's gonna say you're with a white? What? No, she's gonna get rid of you and then put the white man with not. What? They didn't even do that when they broke up interracial marriages. They didn't assign you to a white person. I mean, sure, it was wrong. There was a fire hose. You couldn't get a piece of pie at the diner where you wanted to be. There was a lot of societal pressure, but they didn't sit you down and force marry you to another white person.
You gotta go to the DMV, take a number.
Yes, exactly. I mean, is anyone genuinely, is anyone actually concerned, people who hate Donald Trump, that he's going to ban interracial marriage and assign you to a white person? Comment below.
Line up for your white man.
Yes, white boys, right over here. Tons of white boys.
Please find your corresponding white man.
Yes. And this is why they're so, look, you want to know why they're so out of touch, why people are not listening? And by the way, even black males who watch Club Shay Shay, it's this kind of stuff. People go, look, I don't like him, but I'm going to be honest. I have 0% concern that he's going to reassign me a wife.
That's so stupid. What about albinos? What happens?
Oh, that's a fair point.
What happens with Hispanics who look white?
Yeah, I don't know. You mean people who are here illegally might be deported? Well, here's the thing. We're not there yet. So let's start with the 20%, whatever it is, 20-something% of illegal aliens who are in our federal prisons, right? Hey, can we all agree on this? There should not be 1%. There should not be 1% of our prisons housing, paying for, feeding, clothing illegal aliens who've committed violent crimes. So here's the question, right? We can all agree on that. Why can't we deport them immediately? The conversation isn't about interracial marriage. It's not even about anchor babies. It's not even about people who've overstayed visas. We can't deport violent felons in our prison. Why? If anyone has a good answer, we will have you on the air. Trick question. There isn't one. But here's the thing.
You can't break up the conjugal visits.
No, you cannot. So I do those sometimes.
Oh.
I don't even know the people. I just go there to put a smile on their faces.
Oh, wow.
Now, it's apparently okay, though, as far as being against interracial relationships. That is a problem. That's not Donald Trump's policy.
Right.
But it is a problem if black people want to date whites.
If you want to save the black family, if you want to
You gotta
save
dress
the black
like
family,
pool tile.
you have to protect it. And in order to protect it, you have to be against interracial marriage.
Black men, you got to stop it. You got to stop dating the white women. You got to stop marrying the white women.
Oops.
But not white women. If you go back far enough, your family probably owned slaves. That's no.
Be lonely at farmersonly.com.
City folks just don't get it.
It's like the childhood conditioning of that all attractive men are white.
I'm going to make sure they understand you will not perpetuate the snow bunny crisis.
You really have to go out of your way to find a non-black to date. So it's just kind of like, you weird, like something wrong with you.
No, hold on a second. And by the way, this is someone whose mind can be changed. She obviously has a fundamental misunderstanding. You don't have to go out of your way. You just have to face the vast majority of people in this country to find a white person. It's not like a needle in a haystack situation. It's most of them.
Where you can find them at work.
Yes.
Or on the bus.
Or serial killing. That's on us.
I mean, that's our bad.
It's not a good thing.
No.
We're good at it. You got to give us that credit. But it's not a good thing. Yeah. Have you? I mean, I've never seen more. But you know who else was against it? Who believed that black men should be executed? Who went with a white woman? Muhammad Ali.
What?
Till he changed. When he changed and he supported Ronald Reagan and campaigned for Orrin Hatch, we did an entire documentary on it. Then he said he realized he was wrong. When he was with Malcolm X, when he was a part of the Nation of Islam, he believed that you should face execution for interracial marriage. He said, "Hey, nothing wrong. Want to be with your own kind. You stay with your kind. I'll stay with my kind." And people act like he's a civil rights hero. Well, I just don't. This is when people talk about the double standard. Not, oh, black people can be racist too. No. Black people as a whole are more racist when it comes to interracial dating. Particularly black women, I will say. I haven't seen the same come from black men.
Because they're looking to do it a little bit more, maybe. I don't know.
Well, look at the women there. In that one, I'm not saying it's indicative of all black women, but I'm saying if I were a black guy, I'd be like, I'm going to take my chances with the nice white picket fence.
The proportion of interracial dating men typically, I think, will do it more in that case, and from black men going to other races. And that.
No, I'm agreeing with you.
Yeah.
And I can take a guess as to why.
Well, I wasn't going down the why trail.
I mean, well, you think it works like, you better not be with a white bitch. Well, okay.
You're not the boss of me.
Yeah.
Reason number 500, I'm not with you.
Yeah. Could you please get your 7-inch nails out of my eye?
How do you even type or live with those things?
I don't know. I mean, it's a great love story when they meet on Spirit. So during this commercial break,
he was fighting, I was fighting.
It seemed distasteful, but advertisers are going to advertise capitalism. They aired this commercial between the Whoopi segment.
Losing a loved one to deportation can be hard. So hard. The hardest part is finding someone to replace them with. You feel like you're falling from a tall building, a beautiful building, Trump Tower, and you're falling, and you need some cushions to break your fall. Look no further than Whoopi's Cushions. That's right. We'll distract your heartache with a headache and marry you to Whoopi because she's very lonely and, quite frankly, gross. So gross. But she asked me to do this, and I said, of course, Whoopi, anything for Magician Predator. Just kidding. Nobody would ever agree to marry you. Actually, 3 guys did marry you. They all said you were a disgusting pig with a gross vagina. A dry, plump majora, they say. A lot of people say that. I would never say that about your vagina. Available to citizens only.
Well, the Comic Sans softens the blow.
It doesn't.
It's ridiculous because it deserves ridiculous. That statement deserves ridiculous. Like the idea, first of all, did it any interracial marriage? Okay, God. Oh, what? Maybe we misheard her. She meant, immigrants. Immigrant interracial. Well, doesn't a married immigrant have like protection to stay? It's all ridiculous.
It's the one where it's kind of surprising to me that the left now, all of a sudden they're pro-free trade, and they're anti-tariff and they believe in a global economy and like, what happened to you? You were capitalist competition, right? You shouldn't put tariff. So they want international trade. For some reason though, American women want to lock out the entire rest of the world as dating prospects for American men, namely because American men are looking elsewhere to a higher degree than ever before, case in point, because of people like Whoopi and the entire cavalcade of witches that is The View. That's exactly why. But hold on a second. What happened to competition? What's the problem with that? Now they're trying to fearmonger and say, oh, you'll have your woman deported, but they're also against passport bros, right? Everything is about them. And speaking of someone who thinks everything is about them, Kamala Harris was on set with. Do I have to say Club Shay Shay? Do I have to say?
Amazon hates this, but there's nothing they can do to stop it. There's a new electric lighter out there, and it's got the firepower of a military-grade flamethrower. It's already been banned from Home Depot, Amazon, and Walmart for being too powerful. But the company behind it, they're not playing ball with the big retailers, and they've sold over 3 million units in just the past 30 days. That's right, they're cutting out the middleman and slashing the price. This lighter called Fireblaze is unlike anything you've ever seen. It's been featured in all major newspapers like NBC News, Fox News, and even CNN. That's because it doesn't use butane or gas. Instead, it runs off Tesla coil technology, producing an 1800-degree plasma flame, powerful enough to burn through metal in seconds. And get this, it's fully electric, windproof, waterproof, and can start a fire anywhere, no matter the conditions. Fireblaze was originally designed for military use because the Army needed a lighter that would work in extreme weather, rain, snow, freezing cold, you name it. But after years of classified use on the battlefield, the patent recently expired, and now civilians can get their hands on it. And here's the wild part. Some people are saying it could be banned again soon. Why? Because the U.S. Product Safety Committee thinks it's just too powerful for everyday folks to own. So while it's still on the market, people are scrambling to grab one before any restrictions kick in. This thing is built with military-grade materials, so it's going to last you a lifetime. Perfect for camping, hiking, hunting, or even just lighting the grill in your backyard. No more struggling with weak lighters that die on you when the wind picks up or the rain starts pouring. It's eco-friendly too. No toxic gases, no harmful chemicals. And you can recharge it with a simple USB cable. One charge lasts for up to 300 uses, and it's ready to go again in less than 2 hours. Here's the deal. Fireblaze refuses to be sold through any of the big retailers. By cutting out those middlemen, they're able to offer this game-changing lighter at half price. That's right, 50% off if you order today. But you've got to move fast. Last time they sold out in under 4 hours. So why risk paying full price tomorrow when you can get it at 50% off today? Check it out ASAP. Click the button in this video to grab yours at half price.
Say Club Shay Shay.
You've already said it a lot.
All right.
I think it's actually kind of cool now.
Club Shay Shay.
Not.
Because I want this show to sound really dumb. Shannon Sharp sat down with Kamala Harris, and she was trying to gain some blackmail votes. Of course, if you look at the comment section, it did not go well. But she predictably lied about Donald Trump and only did an hour.
Should he have the ability to sit behind the seal of the president of the United States when he says he wants to terminate the Constitution of the United States?
Sponsored by
You know
Call
what
of
that
Duty.
would mean? In the Constitution of the United States is your Fourth
the wide
Amendment
shut
right
at their
against
knees.
unreasonable search and seizure. Your Fifth Amendment right. Your Sixth Amendment right to an attorney.
Here we go.
Well, a lot of
Right.
rights going to be gone. The First Amendment.
But the First Amendment, the Second Amendment.
Yes.
Look, I'm in favor of the Second Amendment. I don't believe we should be taking anybody's guns away.
Okay. We'll get to a rapid fire fact check. But of course, you know, that's not true. She literally said she was going to take people's guns away. Let me ask you this. Shay Shay says the First Amendment, right? A lot of people are going to go away. Genuine question. Please comment below. What do you think the likelihood is of when Donald Trump becomes president, he silences or deplatforms Shay Shay? Shannon Sharp?
Shannon Sharp.
What do you think the likelihood is of Donald Trump becoming president and silencing and deplatforming Shannon Sharp? What do you think the likelihood is of a Harris administration, right, punitively silencing or punishing Joe Rogan? Oh, wait, that's right. They did it. They created an entire department to do it. And they have the gall to sit there and talk about the First Amendment. And by the way, trick question, no one is concerned about Donald Trump doing that.
No, of course not. And by the way, I didn't notice this until just now. He said, you know, the First Amendment, a lot of rights will be gone. Second Amendment, she goes, I'm not going to take away the second. She skipped right over the first. She skipped right over the things she knows she has already started doing, that she cannot come out and say, I won't make adjustments to this, and went straight to the lie on the second. I'm like, can we stay with the first, please?
Right.
Can I get an answer on the first? It's kind of an important one.
It's just so, first order of business, silencing the Shay.
The left literally complains about Twitter being free speech.
Yes, exactly.
Yes. He would go on Shannon's show just to have fun and roast him if he thought it was worth it. He wouldn't silence him.
Right. And you know, the Department of Misinformation. You had Nina Jankowicz, remember that? And then Jen Psaki saying, of course, Spotify needs to be more responsible. They removed, was it 80-something episodes of the Joe Rogan Experience on Spotify, including episodes with friends of this show, both Nick DiPaolo and Brian Callen.
Yeah.
So we already have the example. Here's the thing: when they keep saying it's going to be World War III, it's going to be a dictatorship, it doesn't work. Why? Because we've lived it. You've been saying it for 8 years. Even look, guys, and we're going to go through this at election. I'm telling you, I really do feel. I'm praying for a wave coming, but I am seeing an enthusiasm that I have not seen in even the last 2 elections from people who weren't even involved. I think that the fuse was lit with COVID and a lot of people were awakened, but they weren't able to wake up that quickly in time for the election. If you were to accept the premise, okay, the lies of the economy is better under Biden, unemployment is better, inflation is better, right? Our foreign policy is better. Just accept all of their talking points. Let's assume that. Okay, let's assume that it's all true. You still aren't going to get Americans to believe that Donald Trump is Hitler, because even looking back, if they accepted all those premises, they would go, yeah, no, it really was. It wasn't. He wasn't rounding people up and arresting them. I distinctly remember the opposite happening in cities being burned down, spurred on by Democrats, Kamala Harris, word for word. You're not going to convince people because they've lived it. And so you shoot yourselves in the foot. So by all means, please keep doing it. And we've lived yours. And we've seen the silencing. And it's not just you doing it. We've seen Mark Zuckerberg apologize for capitulating. We've seen the Twitter files from Elon Musk. He felt so compelled to do it because of the bias that he saw in the media malpractice, and now you vilify him and sue him with your weaponizing of the justice system. Let's look at this really quickly, by the way. Here's why the left has a greater vested interest in silencing voices of dissent. Once upon a time, ABC, NBC, CBS, CNN. Okay, they had control over everything. You can add MSNBC, CNBC, Fox News, slightly more conservative. Okay, they had a stranglehold on it. Now it's the opposite. When it's a playing field of ideas, and you're not dealing with an algorithm, you're not dealing with one of the 5 multimedia conglomerates who dump their advertising into YouTube and Google so they can silence voices of dissent. When it was an open platform, guess what? Right-leaning people win. Freedom-oriented people win. Let's compare. Trump on Rogan, 37 million views. And by the way, that's while it was throttled. If you search Joe Rogan, Donald Trump, it doesn't come up. They uploaded it to X this morning because it was so bad. 1.8 million likes to 40,000 dislikes. Kamala Harris, 880,000 views. Likes, 38,000 to dislikes, 110,000. Wow. Of course she would want to silence voices of dissent because it's embarrassing. When the people speak, you are embarrassed, and rightfully so. They have to control, they used to control everything. Right? They used to control every single media hit. They used to control whether you got the Hunter Biden laptop story. That's just what you saw. People didn't even realize it with Walter Cronkite, Brian Williams. You thought that Larry King was my God, an actual journalist. Kamala Harris tried to control it with Rogan. She tried to say, I'll do your show, but only if you come out to me, and we'll only do 1 hour. Look, you've had all this time to do Joe Rogan. You know what his show is? I did it. His show it was 5 hours. I've never had to. I had to pee so badly when I went to the bathroom afterwards. I couldn't start peeing because I think it pinched my valve.
She tried to censor a Rogan interview before she even got the opportunity to do it.
Yes.
Also, Joe Rogan can't be high everywhere you are, Kamala Harris. That's not legal.
He doesn't want to get thrown in jail by you.
Yeah. Yes.
It's just an elaborate sting operation.
Yes. That's what it is. And so of course, we know that they silence voices. They tried to do it. She's tried to do it now, and they have a vested interest because independent voices do better than the voices that can be controlled. And of course, Kamala kept lying about Donald Trump on everything from racism to Project 2025, and Mr. Shay allowed it to go.
I don't believe we should be taking anybody's guns away.
Yes, you do.
He wants to terminate the Constitution of the United States.
He does not.
Denied rent to Black families who took out that full-page ad in the New York Times calling for the execution of those children.
Wrong.
Who birtherism accusations against the first Black president. Not to mention please ask folks to Google Project 2025.
Yeah.
He would get rid of the $35 a month cap on insulin. We know how many of our seniors had.
Oh, okay. I get why you only want to do an hour, because it would take far longer just to fact check your bullshit. But look, let me show you. It can actually be done really quickly. It's time for a rapid fire fact check.
Fact check.
Okay, everything you just heard right there. Kamala Harris has a very long.
Stinger. We're just gonna gloss over.
Yes, I got a rapid fire.
Sorry,
I got a rapid fire.
Sorry.
Okay, Billy the Kid. All right, number one. Okay, Kamala has a very long record of being against the Second Amendment, and she actually did say that, yes, your guns would be taken away. We've shown you that video clip multiple times. I'm not doing it right now because it's a record fact check. Number two, records show that the Trump Organization never discriminated on race, never forbid black people from renting. Okay, number three, Donald Trump's ad never called for the death penalty of the Central Park Five. That is well known. It's not in dispute. Number four, birtherism was originally picked up by Hillary supporters, and then, yes, Donald Trump echoed it, but it came from Hillary first. Number five, Donald Trump disavowed any relationship to Project 2025, repeatedly has condemned it, said that it's kind of wacky, that the people associated with it are wacky, and he has nothing to do with creating it. And number six, Donald Trump is the originator of the $35 cap on insulin that you are trying to take credit for. This has been the Rapid Fire Fact Check.
Fact check.
And now,
Line bullet.
I'm a real boy.
Not anymore.
Welcome to public schools.
Is this in the lunchroom? I got no strings to hold me. Why the black trench coat?
Oh.
Mr. Marbles plays Doom. All right. And now, remember Doom was going to make you a school shooter back in the day?
Yeah.
They said Tipper Gore.
Yeah.
Another
And now
Democrat.
Kamala's doing an interview sponsored by Call of Duty.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love Call of Duty Special Ops, but I'm not making sex tapes.
Nope, it's Black Ops.
And by the way, he has nothing to be
What is
ashamed
that?
of with that. It was just audio. My point, I'm not going to give him crap for that. I'm going to give him crap for that crappy interview.
Give him crap for the cardio. He was winded.
Come on.
He could have
he's in
been
way better
embellishing.
shape.
He wants to make
to hit the treadmill.
No.
That's what he said.
If it's the right lady, it's a stress test. So let's get to. I just have them incline that treadmill, and I keep going. So they have them. How do I get out of this? This is fun.
You don't.
This is fun. There are, of course, many accents from Kamala Harris is a hack in the sense that she doesn't realize she has to sort of smooth it over. She just goes right into a voice that isn't hers and doesn't realize that everyone's going, what happened? What are you doing? That's not how you talk here.
So part of what we have to help people understand is don't think you're in Donald Trump's club. You're not.
Hello to all my divine nine brothers and sisters. And my sorors. You better thank a union member for sick leave. You better thank a union member for paid leave. You better thank a union member for vacation time. You may not be a union member, but you better thank unions for that 5-day work week.
1 minute. You're just
Thank unions for sick leave. Thank unions for paid family leave. Thank unions for your vacation time.
Have empathy, man.
For the suffering of other people. Have sense of purpose. Oh, it's good to see so many friends. I love you back. With us in government, we campaign with the plan. Uppercase T, uppercase P, the plan. And then the environment is such that we're expected to defend the plan. Weeping may endure for a night, but joy cometh in the morning. The path may seem hard, the work may seem heavy, but joy cometh in the morning, and church morning is on its way.
Look, she's obviously struggling with her campaign.
Yeah.
And we're watching her self-destruct before our eyes. Look, we've all had a meltdown. Everyone has. Everyone here has. I've had a meltdown. Everyone here has had a meltdown at some point in time, I believe. And
I've had a meltdown.
I didn't see you there. I was wondering about the smell.
I had a house, and I had a wife. I had the respect of my community. Suddenly, it's all taken away. My spending caught up with my mortgage rates. I couldn't afford basic supplies. my stress eater, and I knew I hit rock bottom when I found myself blowing another homeless guy for half a box of sugar cubes.
You could have gone with American Financing. They could have helped you out with the mortgage. Get out.
Can I take this?
Take what?
Get that.
The gun?
No.
No. What are you going to use it for?
Scrap?
All right. Okay, that's fine. You can take it.
Sad.
They took the stand too?
Well, I guess it's all metal.
Look. AmericanFinancing.net/Crider. It's a great company, American Financing. There are no upfront fees. You can close in 10 days. You can save $800 a month on average. Call today. And I needed that. 800-974-6500. And you can go to AmericanFinancing.net/Crider. You know more about the financial stuff than I do.
Yeah,
It's
so you
pretty
have
good.
to say this weird number, NMLS 182334. Not was it National Mourn Logan?
We have to say that?
Yeah, NMLS 182334.
Why do we have to say that?
NMLS 182334.
But what about it? Why are we saying that?
Because it's a number, and the government says so.
Oh, we have to say that number?
I already did several times.
Can you say
NMLS 182334.
Go f- yourself, government. Okay.
Hey, and he's gone. Can we talk about how bad he smelled?
Yes.
Oh my god,
That was really bad.
It was so bad.
You got to up security here.
Yes, we do.
By the way, you saved significantly more than that. I said that earlier, but like legit, I walked through the process significantly more.
Yeah, I know.
These guys are very good.
I know. I really could have used them, Gerald.
No, I'm saying
I got Mike Tyson.
You didn't yet.
You think? Got to sell the tigers.
At first, I didn't know which tiger I was going to cut. I had several tigers. I thought, do I sell one whole tiger or do I sell 2 half tigers?
He would ask a question like that.
But then I realized they die. It's time for our Poly Market check-in.
Sorry, you noodle. One sec.
Sorry, no, there's some news.
Yeah,
we'll get
it's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah.
All right.
Wow.
So 1 week
Whoa,
until the
holy
election.
Satan. Crap.
And it's a third. Am I seeing that right? A 30,
A 30. Wow.
33%?
Yeah.
33.1.
Now, again, this is a lot of crypto people betting, but you can look at all the other betting markets out there too, and you can see it tracks pretty damn well. And a lot of people are betting on this election, and we're about to get into a segment here with some new data, some new early voting numbers that would
leave that up. Here's the problem. They're going to be saying Trump is Satan now, and this is signs of it. 666.
Oh,
I
geez.
think we're screwed.
Oh, geez.
Somebody bet him up or
didn't even
down really
notice
quickly. Get him off that 6.
Well, you know what?
Bet him up or down?
I'm
No,
hoping,
just up.
I'm hoping people are reasonable and understand that the Antichrist wouldn't want us to kill less babies.
Yeah.
You know what? That's true. He's
So,
a
you know-
bad Antichrist.
Yeah.
He's a really
he would
bad.
be very bad at his job as the Antichrist.
He's also a bad dictator. So
yeah, he's not a very good dictator.
He's failed at a lot of things.
Yeah. Well, no,
Yeah,
as
he
a
wants to let
dictator,
people keep their guns.
I know.
It's like rule number 1: don't let the people keep their guns. Dude.
I know. He doesn't follow rule number
He's a
1
terrible
for a
leader.
dictator or rule number 1 for Antichrist. Kill babies. That's like number 1 rule
It's
for
gotta be-
Antichrist. It's got to be top. It's got to be top 3.
Top five.
This has been the Poly Market check-in.
That was Noodle's personal chat he's got going
Oh,
on.
very, very fun.
No, so really, hold on. So what I almost went to on accident was JD Vance potentially will sit with Joe Rogan for an interview tomorrow on his podcast, expected to drop later this week. Be taped at surprise his studio in Austin,
Oh, wow.
where you can get high.
What is
Also, where it's his studio and it's
Yes.
his show,
Yeah.
Yes.
and he wants to record it at his like.
Has he
why
ever
would-
done it remote lately? Like
I don't
since
know,
he's-
maybe
He's
but,
never
I
gone,
mean,
he's never done remote
No.
as far as I know.
I don't think
It's just
so.
ridiculous to demand something of a show that didn't even want you in the first place.
Yeah.
Like he doesn't need it.
Right. Hey, so, by the way, he tweeted out, he's been or posted on X. He's been very kind about it, saying she didn't refuse. I'm not going to trouble. I think the best way to do it is in the studio. I understand why she's doing that. I understand her handlers want to control the environment.
She sat down with Shay Shay. Where do you think he is?
Yeah, but she sat down with him for 1 hour.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, but she went to him.
Right.
That's my point. She's gone to other places. Why aren't you willing to get on a plane, come to Texas?
Well, look,
Well, the white man is the biggest danger to it.
who among us can resist the gravitational pull that is the charm of Mr. Shea?
Of Western Wisconsin trying to rally votes? Like,
I
you don't
can't.
think going on Joe Rogan would have a bigger impact? The only reason you don't cancel your entire day is that you know it would be a train wreck.
And don't you love how people are saying, oh, she's scared Donald Trump. He's not doing press. It's like, hold on a second. He did the North American black journalists conference.
Months
You didn't
before
show
she
up. He did that months ago. He did 2 debates on unfriendly networks.
Yes.
And he did 3 hours on Joe Rogan at his studio. You did 1 hour, very likely edited with Shay. I don't believe it was live.
Did she go on Fox News for a town hall? No, he did go on CNN with Caitlin Collins for
That's
a
right.
town hall, though. Like, he has gone into the Lion's Den over.
She
and
did an
over
interview
and
with Brett
over.
Baer, though, but she showed
Oh,
up
that's-
15 minutes late and only gave him 25 minutes.
Yeah, but
Filibustered every answer. So.
Yeah.
and cried about it afterwards.
So that might be the reason that we're seeing what we are seeing here as far as the early voting, as far as some numbers, as far the polling averages. So look, this is going to be my last pitch to you before election night. We have a documentary making of series for the next 3 days. Between now and then, I'll be on Alex Jones, Dan Bongino. Pierce Morgan, I believe other shows to follow, so you can follow me on X. We have a lot of pressure testing to do here. It is going to be, I mean, my guess is at least, even if it's an early night, 12 hours, I would imagine. So none of this happens without you. The election live stream of the century is entirely supported by you. Mug Club, $89 annually. You can go mugless for $9 a month. We are going to have the election integrity map. And I believe is it electionintegritymap.com that we have for you, where you can actually go and see the states, just like any other electoral map, but see the updates, see us call states, dispute states, as well as see the work of our investigative journalists on the ground, an army of thousands of volunteers. If anything happens out of the ordinary, if anything that is suspicious, like, I don't know, a pipe bursting, or I don't know, Bristol boards over a voting precinct, or I don't know, not being able to process votes for hours at a time in distinctly red areas like you saw in Arizona. If any of that happens, we will have boots on the ground right there at that moment in time. And you do not need to tune in to CNN or Fox News anymore to rely on them. You don't have to pick between entertaining and having the data. We have everything they have and more. And we're not going to call Arizona with 0.00045
allegedly
of the vote in. We're not going to do that. We are going to have cross streams, the biggest streams out there, guests, some surprise guests, by the way, drinking game rules. I mean, it's going to be the place to be. And it's been a multi-million-dollar undertaking. Only happens. And you know what? If you haven't joined, hey, tune in election night. You can line us up with everyone else, including the networks that are spending many, many tens of millions of dollars just in the host salaries for that evening, and then pick the place you want to watch. Tune in here, Rumble or YouTube, the election live stream of the century, Rumble on Rumble. It's like nothing we've ever done. So now let's get into where we are with this election. It is exactly 1 week. 1 week away. And the polls are as tight as they can be, but don't believe me. Believe Max Holloway.
We'll make it make sense. Look, how many ways can you say close, tight, even?
get after the fight.
Essentially even. And that is where this is. It's really as simple as that. Look, the national number here, that's effectively even. That is, as you said, as tight as it's been.
Thanks for breaking it down.
Battlegrounds, remember,
Yes.
this is everyone's vote counts.
Point to
and
the number.
Everyone's opinion counts in the nation, but there are 7 battleground states that will swing the electoral college. That decides the presidency. So you look across them as a composite.
He did it. Point to the
that
number.
is even. In fact, if you look at each
I
one
disagree.
of those states, our CBS estimates
Yeah.
has each of them effectively even.
I don't necessarily even know where he's getting those numbers. So let me give you a snapshot here. The RCP national average right now has Trump up by about 0.2%.
It's awesome.
That means the national popular vote. That is why if you are in New York, if you are in California, if you are in Florida, if you are in Texas, if you are in Oklahoma, if you're in a state where you say, well, my vote doesn't matter, guess what? That popular vote does, because the left loses that moral high ground of the mandate of the masses. We have an electoral college for a reason, but they always try and usurp that.
Yes, the only poll, by the way, that had Harris +1 in the last 8 or 9 polls on there was his network that he was on. That's where he got the number.
Right.
+1. That was it. Every other poll has Trump up.
Yes. Wait, which one? Which one did you just say?
CBS poll is the only poll that had Harris up +1, and that's what he was quoting. It's like Harris is +1. That's
okay.
Every other poll, pull the Polymar or pull the RCP average. Look at that. Oh, what's that Harris one up there? I didn't see the TPP. Come on, it's a small screen. All right, never
Okay,
mind.
that still just came
Fine.
out. And by the well,
moot point.
I was trying to save you, Gerald.
Boo.
Gerald's having an argument with himself.
all
up
right,
there.
guys, everyone,
Focus.
damn it, the fight's out there. So, Nate Silver's aggregate has Kamala up by 0.9%. That is not good. The poll in general are extremely close, but the swing states and where we've seen early voting And where we here have some exclusive data to present to you is where things get interesting. Let's get to poll watching. I forgot about that.
Every time.
And Gerald is rightfully horrified.
Where do I sign up?
I'm a stripper.
So look at, here's what I want you to see too, is because numbers don't exist in a vacuum. Okay, before we get to the states, let's look at the RCP polling from the last 3 election cycles. Bring that up. Okay, do you see this? Can you guys zoom in a little bit? No one can see that. What is this? Can someone give me the Trump? Trump is up in pretty much every single RCP average as far as swing states. Did that have the swing states in there?
I can barely see it.
Guys, send us another one so we can do it while we do this show. What do you want? Crap?
Here, we got,
like the legend
we
of a
got
treasure
this
map.
What's this?
It's state and national polling averages and how they've changed over time. So
What?
change from last week up top.
No.
like,
Give me 2016, 2020, and now the numbers. One thing we didn't review and run through because we were pouring through the data that we have to get to the state, but that one's on us. All right. The point is, Donald Trump was down in all of those swing states with the RCP averages in 2016 and in 2020, both to Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden, and he's up in all of them. So even if he's only up by 0.2%, by 1.5%, depending on the state, everywhere from North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, the margin is he's up by right now 0.2% to under 2%, well within the margin of error.
Yeah.
But he was outside of the margin of error in both of the last national elections, in all of these swing states, and he outperformed those polls. People are saying this election is not like other elections. That's true. But that does matter. You do have to understand that at the worst, he performs right on track with his polls. He usually outperforms it by anywhere from 2 to 4 points. Okay, so let's look at this. Over the last month, every single swing state has trended Republican too. So not only did it switch, it's been consistently trending. And the momentum is so heavily in Donald Trump's favor that Kamala's campaign is begging women to, this is a real thing, lie to their husbands and vote for her.
Your turn, honey.
In the one place in America where women still have a right to choose.
Wait,
you can
pause.
you-
Are we supposed to believe that if she walks in and says, how'd you vote? She's Kamala Harris. He's going to beat the shit out of her?
I think
I mean,
Is that the implication? How'd you vote, sweetie? You like the freezer in the basement?
by the way, that guy's that's supposed to be the crazy guy that has an American flag and an eagle on his head. It's like, that's pro-American. Yes.
Yeah. Oh, you mean the kind of neighbor I do want?
Yes, exactly. No, I need a BLM hat.
It almost looks like a veteran hat, you know?
Yes. It's the one place where the woman has the right to choose. Really? Let me ask you. What kind of car did they drive to their voting location in? Were they driving a classic Corvette or a Camaro, or were they driving a minivan or an SUV that was a reasonable compromise? What are you guys eating for dinner? Are you eating something that might be bad for his cholesterol because he looks like he likes cheese? Or are you going to be eating a nice salad spread or a charcuterie? Really? Hey, I noticed you're wearing jewelry. Like, it's the only place a woman gets to choose. The left actually believes this.
Yeah, you remember that old Burger King slogan, have it your way or your husband's way
Yes,
only?
exactly.
I think he picked her wardrobe.
Yes. Hold the pickles, hold the lettuce, swollen eyes, don't upset us when you have it your way. Let's watch the ad.
In the one place in America where women still have a right to choose.
He's not looking.
You can vote any way you want. And no one will ever know.
Hey, mind your business.
Did you make the right choice?
Sure did, honey. Remember, what happens in the booth stays in the booth. Vote Harris Walls. Vote Common Good is responsible for the contents of this ad.
What happens in the booth stays in the booth. The title of Diddy's latest album, actually.
Oh, what?
Yes, your boy Diddy.
He'd still be going to jail. He did it everywhere.
Vote because the opponent has a vagina.
Everything is divisive from the left.
Yeah.
Everything is. They want to divide husband from wife. They want to divide male from female. They want to divide Hispanic from white, white from black, right? Poor from rich. It's all identity politics. They're hoping that woman goes home with her husband and they have an argument. That's what this ad is for. It is designed to create an argument. in the household. Screw you. Now,
Domestic violence is on the rise.
it's on the rise. Yes,
Yeah,
and I'm sure,
you.
and I'm sure many of them take place in the car outside the voting booth.
Yeah.
Can't believe you didn't vote like I told you.
It's insane, dude.
Never happens.
Okay. I don't know if you know. The good thing is women can vote in this country. Not the same in a lot of Muslim countries there, where they actually do beat the shit out of you.
Wow, that's why.
That's if you learn to drive stick. Now, Donald Trump, to be clear, has many paths to victory in this election. We'll go through it on election night, but most likely is, if he wins Arizona, Georgia, North Carolina, he can win any Rust Belt state. Okay?
Yeah.
Any Rust Belt state. That includes Wisconsin, Michigan, or Pennsylvania. And I believe, depending on how you massage some of those numbers, if he wins Pennsylvania, it's enough. Now, another potential path, right, is if people say Nevada is inconsequential. If he wins Nevada, for example, Arizona, Nevada, and there's an upset state, something like a Virginia or a Minnesota, right? New Hampshire wouldn't quite be enough, but it could make the path much more difficult for Kamala because she would actually have to get all of the Rust Belt states. Really, it comes down to this. He needs one. She needs all of the Rust Belt states to win, assuming there isn't some other major upset, which very well could happen. Okay, he has far more paths than she does. But if that blue wall is a thing, as the left has tried to discuss, in other words, if these are not swing states, but 2016 was an anomaly, well, that would be tough. Doesn't mean it's impossible, but it would be tough. Let's look at where all of these states currently sit. Okay, so I'll give you what you have publicly available and then some bellwethers that we want to look for. Okay, so Arizona, the RCP average has Trump up 1.5 points. Now, in 2020, it was a tie, even though Biden was up 4 points in the final polling.
Right, at this time in 2020, a week out.
Yes, at this time in 2020. Had him at same thing at this time in 2016. They had, I believe Arizona had Trump up 4.1, if I'm not mistaken, right?
So in 2016, Clinton was up 1.5. The final ended up being Trump +4.
Right.
So they were way off.
Right. I'm sorry. I'm getting confused. Okay, let me make this really, really clear for you. All right. The RCP average right now, today, this moment in time, Trump is up 1.5. Okay. 2020 ended up being a statistical tie. Biden won by 10-something thousand votes, but the final polling had him up 4 points. Okay. In 2016, the final polling had Hillary up 1.5 and Trump won by 4 points. Now, keep in mind, he has outperformed polling from this time by about 2.6% average in this state of Arizona, meaning Donald Trump has consistently outperformed the polling, and for the first time, he's ahead in the pre-election polling. Okay? Does that make sense?
Yep.
Donald Trump wins Arizona, his chances of winning the election go up to 73%. All right. Now, here's the trend that we're looking at. 1/3 of Arizona voters here have already cast their votes. In Arizona, this includes mail-in, which favors Democrats, and in-person early voting, which favors Republicans, not to the degree that mail-in voting has typically favored Democrats, but a little bit, and election day historically has favored Republicans. What people are seeing this year is they think that Republicans won't have a disadvantage, or probably have a slight advantage on election day voting. And they're actually coming out a little bit more for in-person early voting, not mail-in voting. So right now we have 1/3 of Arizona votes that are in mail-in and early in-person voting, and Democrats are worried.
Right now, nearly 1.5 million votes have been cast, and according to the numbers, 589,000 of them are Republican and 485,000 are Democratic. Still, percentage-wise, the Democratic turnout is a bit higher, but the Democrats in Arizona start at a big disadvantage.
At a big disadvantage.
That guy just have a stroke before he went to air.
Dear God, I hope not.
Yeah. That's 100,000 that's 100,000 vote lead right now.
Right.
For Republicans, which is great.
Early voting, look, it doesn't mean all that much because we don't know everything at this point. In a lot of states, for example, we're not going through Michigan because they don't have the same party affiliation. Also, independent votes, just so you know, they can lean left or right depending on the state. So, for example, in Arizona, independent votes tend to lean right historically. Most other states, they've tended to lean left, but the pre-election polling that we've seen, the pre-voting polling that we've seen shows that independents this time are leaning significantly more right than they have historically. So we don't want to speculate on that. Let's go to Georgia. All right. So the RCP average with Georgia has Trump up by 2.3 points. Okay. In 2020, at this moment in time, Biden was up by 0.4. Final vote, he ended up winning by 0.3.
That was actually the closest one.
It was the closest one where Donald Trump underperformed by 0.1%. That's the worst that we have seen in recent elections. Let's look at 2016. Trump was up by 2.5%, and he actually ended up winning by 5.7%. So let's keep in mind that he's right on track with polling in Georgia. He's outperformed it if you take 1 year and average it out by like 1.6%. But let's just call it he's performing about on par with the polls.
Right, yeah.
He's ahead by a significant number right now. Okay, within the margin of error. If he wins Georgia, his chance of winning the election goes to 76.2%. All right. Here's a trend that we want you to look for. And this comes from us here exclusively. We have access to a lot of voting data that other people don't. And we'll be providing this to you live, again, on election night, Tuesday, 6 p.m. Eastern. Early voting. You're seeing that white voters are outvoting black voters by 36%.
Wow.
That's up from a 32% gap in 2020.
And
that's pretty significant.
Yeah, that's pretty significant. That's also exclusive data, I believe, for us.
Yes, it is exclusive data that we are presenting. You can bring up that overlay really quickly.
They just sent it.
Yeah, we're looking at this and we're going through some data right now, voter rolls, seeing what information is out there. So that's a 4% increase as far as that gap.
Yeah.
Now, it does matter. It may matter less than people think.
Yeah.
Because obviously Georgia has a lot of black voters, and historically they have been Democrat. Obviously, when you're talking about Barack Obama, but then even with Joe Biden, Joe Biden performed better with black Americans than you're seeing, ironically, Kamala perform with black Americans, certainly black males. So if you shave off some of that black vote to Donald Trump, or they don't show up to vote because they don't like Kamala Harris, which is pretty much every single focus group that we've seen and every single poll that we've seen, then you change that gap with white voters outvoting black Georgians by now 36%. That's an increase of 4% in that gap. When you're talking about a state that is razor thin, that's the trend to look for.
Yeah. That's incredible. 4 points.
Let's go to North Carolina. This is the one that I know I have been most worried about. I don't know why. It's something that has just rubbed me the wrong way for the last few years. I know a lot of people moving from New York to North Carolina. I feel like the Democrats have made a very aggressive push. Still, if you think I'm crazy, all right, fine. I'm more concerned about North Carolina than Arizona, to be clear. The RCP average has Trump up by 0.8%. One thing you notice too with North Carolina is those polls do not oscillate a whole lot. They're very, very, very consistent this election time, which makes me think they're probably relatively close. Let's look at 2020. Biden, at this point, was up by 0.6%. The final vote was Donald Trump by 1.3%.
Yeah, good outperform there.
2016, Clinton polling up by 3 points. Final vote, Trump won by 3.6 points, which means that in North Carolina, Trump has outperformed the polling by 4.2% on average. 4.2% in the last elections. What I want you to do is take the outperformance of his polls, Donald Trump, cut them in half. Cut them in half. You're still outside of the margin of error for a Trump win in most of these swing states.
Especially because he's leading in all of these polls.
Right.
So he's gonna if he outperforms statistically, he's gonna go even higher. But again, only if people show up and vote.
Yes. So if he wins North Carolina, his chances of winning the election, then boom, they go to 80%. If we look at Michigan, we don't have any real voting data right now in Michigan because they don't have the same kind of metrics as far as party affiliation. But let's look at the RCP average. Donald Trump right now is up 0.2%. Okay. In 2020, Biden was up 8.2%.
Jeez.
The final vote was Biden by 2.8%.
That's so off. How can they be so wrong?
And in 2016, you remember, you were there.
No, we were.
In my den in Michigan. I had to eat my words. I said, Donald Trump will not win Michigan because the unions here and the state legislature will not allow for it to happen. It's a very, very corrupt state. I was wrong. I've never been so happy to be wrong, but I said he will absolutely not.
From legally blind to 20/20 vision overnight, the tiny mineral that's making eye doctors obsolete. Let this revolutionary compound melt under your tongue to reclaim perfect eyesight so you can say goodbye to your eye doctor for good. Did you know there is a natural way to dramatically improve eye health that only around 2% of the population even knows exists? Scientists from renowned universities have discovered that this mineral can travel to your eye tissues, which, when fully absorbed, help restore eyesight if you do it each morning. Wondering how this is possible? This solution contains micro-restorative compounds that travel through your bloodstream and into your eye tissues, reaching areas never before seen. Now, what's truly remarkable is it only takes a second to use, and then it goes to work lightning fast, So if you've been struggling with eye health issues, from minor irritations to severe vision loss, this breakthrough could be a game changer. I strongly recommend you take a minute and tap the link below to watch a short, 100% free video that explains how you can start using this method today. It has already proven successful for over 2,500 people, transforming their vision from severely impaired to crystal clear. It's possible it can work for you too, even if you've been fighting worsening vision for 5, 10, or even 20 years. Imagine no more struggling with blurry vision, no more eye strain, and best of all, no more costly visits to the eye doctor. Picture yourself tossing your glasses or contacts in the trash, never to need them again. The greedy giants of the eye care industry don't want you to find this video and learn about the fastest and most effective method for boosting vision on the planet. They're terrified of a world where their services become obsolete overnight. So tap that link below and watch the video before it's gone. Your journey from impaired vision to perfect eyesight could start today.
I thought he would win Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, perhaps before Michigan.
Yeah.
So 2016, Clinton was up by 7 points in the polling. Final vote?
That's a walk-off.
Final vote in 2016, Trump won by 0.3%. So in Michigan, keep in mind, Trump has outperformed his polling by 6.3% on average, if you're going to compare apples to apples. If he wins Michigan, his chances of winning the election go up 92%. Here is an interesting trend, though. Even though we don't have a lot of early voting data from Michigan, on Saturday, Donald Trump actually received the endorsement of Muslim leaders in Michigan. And considering how close it is, this might be enough to tip it.
We as Muslims stand with President Trump because he promises peace. He promises peace, not war. We are supporting Donald Trump.
I hope their pagers don't go off.
Because he promised to end war in the Middle East and Ukraine. I believe personally that God has saved his life for a reason, which is to save the lives of others.
And they don't even care that his son-in-law is a Jew. So he's received endorsements as well from Muslim mayors, Dearborn Heights, Hamtramck.
Isn't that the one where you said you could
hear the call to prayer?
Yeah.
I believe at one point it was the only city in the United States where you could hear the call to prayer across the city.
Minneapolis has now joined them.
This would have been unheard of, by the way.
Right.
To think
I know.
of Muslim Americans supporting the Republican Party.
I can't believe they're supporting a racist, misogynist, like xenophobic. I mean, just name all the things. That's incredible. And by the way, really quickly, just as a disclaimer, when we say exclusive, we're not saying that this data is only available to us. The analysis is available only to us because we're breaking these numbers down and putting it into a form you can understand.
Yes. And we'll have this all of election night because I know that it's really hard to kind of parse through. Yeah. So how does it compare to last time? That's what you need. That's what we're trying to give you. So
how many votes did Russia bring in?
Yeah, not they spent a few ads, spent a few dollars on Facebook ads.
There you go.
Wisconsin, the land of drunks and cheese. So the RCP average,
drunk and cheese.
49 of the 50 drunkest counties, it's not even close. It is a walk-off.
And it's not an insult. 44. They're proud of it. And
they don't have
people.
a problem with it.
They're very cool.
Like they just walk in and they just ignore their doctors.
I think the doctor's drunk,
dude.
Yeah. Yeah.
You said that over 14 drinks there is a heavy drinker. Those are more guidelines.
Yeah, don't worry.
Nobody follows that.
Just have an old.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
I got a box of Friends here in the fridge.
How dare you?
So the RCP average right now has Donald Trump up by 0.3%, well within the margin of error. But what happened the last elections? Biden, 2020, at this point was up by 6.7%. The final vote, Biden won by 0.6%. Okay. 2016, Clinton was up by 3%. When you looked at the polling before the vote. The final vote, Trump won by 1%, which means that Donald Trump has outperformed in the last 2 election cycles an average of 5%.
Wow.
And it matters because you're seeing it 2 election cycles with most of these states. Maybe one is 6-7 points and maybe one is 3-4 points, but it's still 2 election cycles. And for the first time in some of these swing states, he's actually up in the pre-vote polling. This is good. This is good news.
This is definitely good news. I just wonder how they get it so wrong in Michigan and Wisconsin. That's 6 and 5 point different. Those are giant swings from what the polling says.
Huge swings.
I think they poll, who they want to poll. They poll who they want the results from.
Yeah,
maybe Josh, you might have a point there. I mean, it's just these swing states, the states that matter the most. Wouldn't Wouldn't you want polling, like, for example, if you wanted Kamala Harris to win, wouldn't you want to actually skew it the other way to scare Democrats into
So
giving
I've
out
noticed
votes?
this, and this is just my personal experience. I've noticed that conservatives, Republicans, Trump voters are more concerned about people becoming complacent. So they're probably more likely to lie to a pollster and say, yeah, I'm voting for Kamala Harris because they want the neighbor to get off their ass. Whereas it seems like the Democrats are real front runners. They're really momentum based. They're really enthusiasm based as far as we're winning this thing. They think that's an advantage. Whereas I think that a lot of the Trump voters like that role of underdog.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to lie. I've known a few people who've lied to pollsters. It's not a federal crime. These are private companies calling to poll them, just to be clear. But they're like, yeah, I told them I was voting. You know what I told the pollster? I told him I was voting Harris.
It was you, wasn't it?
No, it was not.
I know a
But
guy.
don't tell my wife.
That's right. Don't tell my wife.
Because I'm not allowed to do what she does.
That's right. Otherwise, I'm going to give her a fresh one.
Aw.
So, Pennsylvania.
This is it.
Pennsylvania. The RCP average has Donald Trump up by 0.5%. In 2020, at this point in 2020, Biden was up by 4.3. Final vote in 2020, Biden won by 1.2. Okay? Again, this is assuming that you believe all of this.
Right.
2016, the pre-vote polling had Clinton up by 5 points, but Trump won by 1.2 points, which means that Donald Trump in the last two election cycles has outperformed the polling in Pennsylvania by 4.6% on average. If he wins Pennsylvania, his chances go up to 89%, assuming that we don't fill in the other swing states. And this brings us to some exclusive analysis of data that you have not seen anywhere else. And we feel quite confident in these being significant bellwethers to watch for on election night. And as we head into it, let's get into the exclusive Mug Club data. Oh, it felt like something went in my ear.
It did, yeah. It's the Transformers thing. I asked
Yes,
him
it did.
Like the Minority Report spider. All right.
It's like the Matrix, the thing that goes in his belly.
Yes, that's it. So these, I'm not saying that Donald Trump is going to win these states. What I'm saying is that some numbers here are actually really surprising metrics that can be applied. Okay, so let's look at Minnesota, right? Minnesota is very interesting because the RCP average has Kamala up by 4.3%. Okay, 4.3%. That seems very significant. Now, the last time that Minnesota was this close, Bush won the election, Electoral College, I believe it was 286 to 251. He won the popular vote by 3 million. So we're not saying that Donald Trump is going to win Minnesota. We're saying that Minnesota is a pretty strong indicator if it's that close, because it's a pretty good spread of demographics that are representative of the country. So that's the last time we saw anything this close.
I would love to win Minnesota just to stick it to walls even more.
I'm not saying it's out of reach. It's unlikely.
It's unlikely, but look at the last two elections. Look at the 16 election cycle specifically. Across all of the other three, the Rust Belts that we talked about, it was roughly a 5-point difference in what the polling was versus what happened.
Right.
That's within that margin.
It is within that margin. But still,
We'll see.
it being even this close, again, takes us back. You're talking quite a few elections, and Bush won the popular vote. New York. Now, I am not amongst the people. I would love for it to be. I don't believe that New York is a swing state. Okay. Yeah. But Kamala is up by 16.5 points in New York. Hey, that seems really bad. But this is something I want you to look for as a bellwether. And we've run through these numbers. The last time polling was this close in New York, it was 1988. And George H.W. Bush won by the Electoral College vote was 426 to 111. And he won the popular vote by 7 million, which back then is absolutely a landslide. That's the last time it was this close. So you think 16.5%, oh my gosh, that's huge. My point is, since H.W. Bush, it hasn't been this close. That's the last. Doesn't mean that he's going to win New York. Means that it's a very good indicator as to what the sentiment is across the country. You guys understand? Virginia, let's look at this. And this is one that a lot of people think is in play. It could be. If I were a betting man, I wouldn't bet on it.
Josh already did.
But it's absolutely possible. Kamala is up by 2 points in the latest poll.
That's close, man.
It is very close, but let's look at the trend. This is the best Republican polling in Virginia since 2004. Since 2004. Meaning she's up, but this is the closest number we've seen. 2004. The last time a Republican won Virginia but lost the election was 1996. So we want you to look at these. We want you to look at these numbers that you see in New York. Now, these numbers can change. Maybe when we see some of the voting data, maybe Kamala Harris wins by 29 points in New York, or maybe she doesn't. My point is this. In New York, it shouldn't even be close. Historically, if it's even getting remotely close, if you're not talking 20 points or more, guess what? That means nationally you have a problem, certainly with the popular vote. Talking about Minnesota, it being within really just a handful of points, anytime it's that close, it does not typically go well for Democrats. Same thing with Virginia. So you can look at other states. And this is also why I say, hey, listen, when people say I'm in a state that doesn't matter, yes, it does. In this election, it absolutely does. And the more we look through the data, the more I think, you know what? People didn't see it. Brilliant move by Donald Trump to campaign in places like New York and California, because he understands how important it is to put that argument to rest regarding the popular vote and the Electoral College. For God's sake, how long do we have to hear Al Gore bitch about winning the popular vote?
Oh, yeah, and Hillary Clinton as well.
And it gives the Democrats an excuse to tear the country apart and to demand that we tear apart our institutions like the Electoral College, while demanding that we also keep other ones like public education and whatever it is that they want to keep. So if you have any other questions or tell us what you would like to see most on election night, which numbers matter most to you? What we are doing on election night, again, one more time, with the election integrity map, electionintegritymap.com. You can go there and see everything that's going on as far as us analyzing, calling the states, as well as investigative journalism. We do have all of the data from Edison Research, the National Election Pool via Reuters, as well as third-party analysts who can analyze this data better than a lot of people on the legacy networks. On-the-ground reporters. Right, we have real-time data analysis we'll be providing to you. We have cross streams. We have major guests. We will have drinking game rules, and we will not stop this stream. Well, we can't do it, at least not early on.
Lord.
We will not stop this stream, the election live stream of the century, the Rumble on Rumble, until you know who the next president of the United States is going to be. And we may have some exciting major announcements to make on election night. Wasn't planned. Seems like it could just be providential. This has been exclusive Mug Club data. Moving on, yesterday, this is a fun story too. Walls, I guess, broke out another terrible football analogy.
It's idiotic.
Okay, let's see. This was just sent from Mission Control. Let's see if you can spot the mistake.
8 days to go. This election's already started. People are voting across the country. And so you know what it means. This is where I've got to do it. Huddling up a little bit here.
Donald Trump Jr. here with an urgent message about America's irreversible path towards financial ruin. Guys, the numbers don't lie. Our nation's debt is spiraling out of control. Consider this. Since January of 2021, the federal debt has increased by over $7 trillion. With each passing day, the damage from Washington's reckless spending becomes more permanent. We're mortgaging our children's futures. We're weakening the dollar's global standing and inching closer to a financial precipice that we cannot recover from. This is the American dream slipping away right before our eyes. So ask yourself, are your savings truly safe in a country racing towards financial disaster? This is why I believe in physical gold from my trusted friends at the Birch Gold Group. Gold can't be printed at will or manipulated by government policies. It's been a trusted store of values for thousands of years, outlasting empires and weathering every economic storm. And with Birch Gold, you can safeguard your IRA or 401k from economic uncertainty by diversifying into a physical gold IRA with zero taxes or penalties. To learn how easy it is to secure your future with gold, click the link below to get your free info kit from Birch Gold. There's no obligation, just straight facts about how you can diversify your retirement savings with gold. Birch Gold makes it simple to roll over your existing 401k or IRA into gold. They've helped tens of thousands of Americans, and they can help you too. Don't wait for our nation to reach the point of no return. Take action now to protect your family's financial future. Click the link or button below to get your free info kit and take the first step towards true financial security with Birch Gold Group, the only gold company I trust. Hey folks, Donald Trump Jr. here with urgent news. The world's central banks are making unprecedented moves, and it's time for all Americans to pay attention. In 2022 and 2023, they bought more gold than at any other time in history. And now, in 2024, the trend is accelerating. Why are central banks doing this, guys? Because even they have lost faith in the dollar. And in these uncertain times, gold is the ultimate safe haven. If you are worried about your dollar, I urge you to take similar action by diversifying your IRA or 401k into physical gold. This is where my trusted friends at the Birch Gold Group come in. By moving your retirement savings into a Birch Gold IRA, you can secure your financial future, just like the world's central banks are doing. Your nest egg will be stored in a tangible asset that has proven its ability to preserve savings through countless economic storms. To discover how it works, click the link or button below to get a free info kit on gold IRAs from the Birch Gold Group, the only gold company I trust. Birch Gold makes the process of rolling over your IRA or 401k into gold seamless and stress-free. And here's the best part. You won't lose any of your tax-advantaged status. Remember, this information is completely free. Educate yourself with no strings attached or with no obligation. So don't wait for the next crisis to strike. Protect your family's financial future now. Click the link or the button below and take action today to secure your peace of mind for tomorrow.
That's an interesting twist.
1775 Café, procedente de pristinas granjas bolivianas de gran altitud y tostado en el soleado estado de Florida. Lleno de sabor y sin woke agenda, por lo que no tendrás que preocuparte de que tus pesos vayan a pedos. No quiero que me woke, solo quiero despertar. Liberarte de la tiranía del mal café en bolsitas y adopte nuestra bolsa de 1 libra por el mismo precio. Porque el tamaño importa. Pregúntenle a mi burro, a cualquiera que haya asistido a su espectáculo con esa señora en Tijuana anoche.
Using the finest hand-picked beans and supporting freedom of speech and the First Amendment. 1775coffee.com/Crowder is the best money can buy. You use the promo code Crowder for 10% off.
To every citizen who's sick and tired of the parasitic political class in Washington that sucks our country of its blood and treasure.
Would you have done something differently than President Biden?
There is not a thing that comes to mind.
November 5th will be your Liberation Day. November 5th this year will be the most important day in the history of our country because we're not going to have a country anymore if we don't win.
Between now and election, it's a sprint. It's a sprint for the spirit of this country and your ability to choose what you watch, who you support, and the mere ability to speak. The left is constantly engaged in foul play, but their first choice would be to not have to cheat, right? To do it with lies by omission, by using media bias, by throttling searches, right? By flat out censoring searches, as we've seen from Google and YouTube, as we've seen with Facebook and Meta in the past. It's lie, 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 cheat.
We all know who Donald Trump is.
He will be a dictator on day one.
Dictatorship. Nazi imagery. Adolf Hitler.
Oh, Hitler.
as I was saying,
And that's why we are gearing up for the election live stream of the century. November 5th, we'll have the live electoral integrity map. No one will have the data that we have on that night to call, dispute states, and let you know everything that is going on across this country. If there is any foul play whatsoever, there's no reason to tune in anywhere else that night. The election live stream of the century.
November 5th this year will be the most important day in the history of our country. And we will make America great again.
The election live stream of the century, November 5th, 2024. Be there with us. Fight like hell. All right, I have to get to it quickly because we had a lot for today's show. Those of you who know, gearing up for the election, we actually have data analysts and access to some data that most people do not. So we're looking at we have an entire show on early voting in Donald Trump's base, but we're actually going to be doing that tomorrow, and it'll be here on Rumble and YouTube. Usually it's just Mug Club on Friday, but we think it's too important, and we couldn't fit it in today because I watched the entire Kamala Harris town hall last night, and so it turned into a concept, just the official Kamala Harris roast. So we'll talk about that. Another fake Trump story about him groping somebody that never happened. And in a shocking turn of events, someone named Mia Khalifa really hates America.
Shocker.
It's because the Iron Sheik wasn't available. So if at some point today, I guarantee you will see this on YouTube, head on over to Rumble. It's a live show, weekdays, 10 a.m. We do this without a net. Tell me, what was your favorite Kamala moment last night at the town hall in her doom loop of having to speak to help her polls, but realizing she can't speak? It was really, really bad. And we'll check in with Polymarket. Number 2, Captain Morgan, CEO.
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm good.
I just assumed your question was going to be how are you doing. I shouldn't assume.
Well, I'm tired because I had that update of Doom on my smart TV last night. So I'm like, you know what? I'm going to drive to the office because I know I can watch it there. And then my television in my office didn't work.
Did you never turn it on?
So I ended up watching it on my phone in my zero gravity chair, then fell asleep in that.
Oh boy.
And then went home after I woke up.
You had a rough night.
Yes. And then this morning.
Then the train.
Then the train this morning. I was 3 blocks away in the train. So, it's way worse. Well, hold on a second. Let me just. Nick DiPaolo is here. Funniest Man Alive Saturday, November 9 at the Bridgeview Center in Ottumwa, Iowa. NickDip.com. Going to be here election night or days. And you can watch him 5 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah.
How are you, sir?
I'm looking at some timeshare here in Plano.
Yes, very
I got a
nice.
feeling we're not going to know who wins this thing till fucking
Well,
June.
we won't, at least in Michigan and Arizona.
Already.
And Pennsylvania.
Can I ask you a question? Has that ever happened before where they said we're not going to know 12 days for at least 12?
A part of me thinks
don't
that
they
it's
usually just kind of just do it and go, we're not ready yet.
I think it might be a power flex, like when Hitler, used to have people go like, it's all lost. Don't even try to fight. I think they're saying like, yeah, we're going to steal it. We know you know that we're going to steal it. We know you know we know we're going to steal it. So we're going to let you know 10 days before we get the results. What are you going to do?
I have an idea. Fuck the election. Let's get out in the streets.
Okay.
Come on.
We don't want to James Carville
what,
this.
what did I say wrong there?
No,
What
he
a
said in the
fucking
streets.
faggy show this is
He
turning.
said into the streets. He wasn't James Carville saying, we got to get the street right now and have an armed insurrection and we're going to be in the back of a cop car. Something like that. Someone can let's
Sound
find
like
that clip
Obama.
from Mug Club.
Doing helium.
Chris Tucker version of
I'm
James
talking about an armed revolution, man. All right. So before we get to does everyone here agree
Yes,
that,
I do.
as a grown man, you can control your bowels? But if you are in a scenario where you are near a bathroom, like for example, you're getting close to your house,
Yes.
mentally prepare. So I had
You're like, all
my
right.
coffee in the car and I was only a couple of blocks from the office.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, good. And then the train stopped on the tracks and I sat there for 30 minutes
I don't even have to. It doesn't even have to be my house.
And I started bargaining with God. And
If I gotta go bad, I'll bust into a garage and fucking cover somebody's vet.
next to Biden's documents, those are classified. All right.
Oh, mama son.
So we have it's just really going to be a roast of Kamala Harris town. It's a lot of fun. But first,
don't go too hard on her. I kind of like her.
Oh, God. He's incorrigible.
They're gonna turn that into a GIF.
I hope she finds a lump in her armpit the size of 2 grapefruits.
Wow. Kind of hard to
Don't know if you know this. This woman hates America.
Yes.
Mia Khalifa.
Is that Khalifa's daughter?
Good morning to everybody who is not in the U.S. military. Good morning to everybody who is sitting at home and not on soil that doesn't belong to them, fighting a war for a country that doesn't care about them. I hope you go over there.
But enough about
and
Muhammad.
Get your little brain all scrambled up with PTSD and then come back here and see how much the United States cares about you, Pookie. See how much they care about you when you come back with, oh, I'm so sad. I piss my pants every time I see a falafel stand in Manhattan. Let's see how much the VA cares about you. Let's see what they tell you to do with your little broken brain from going over to fight a war that's not yours. They're going to tell you to try breathing exercises because the U.S. government does
It's not a
give
porn
a
director,
about
sweetheart.
You once you cannot die for them. Once you're done, once you're a shell.
Memory loss may have nothing to do with brain plaques like doctors thought. That's what Science magazine says. Here,
they don't care about you. What did I
Shut
say
up,
on Freeway that one time? Yeah, I think that's still
So hold on a second here. This is why this is so off-putting, and you may not be able to quite put your finger on it.
Pudding.
It's a combination of it's a combination of the really annoying Western white girl voice, like, oh yeah, really hard for you. You have to work for 10 hours a day in the mines. Oh, where they do that. But that combined with, and this is quite rare, a little bit of terrorism.
Yes.
Because you're not used to someone like you can never picture someone named Mia Khalifa and like, oh yeah, so what do you have to do? Your suicide vest? Like no talking because they beat them. So
you only use a dash of terrorism. You can't use too much.
So she's adopted the worst of both cultures and rolled it all up into one. And of course, this is and I say this without a hint of she's a professional whore. And by that I mean she has sex for money.
Yes, she does.
Well, I'm not going to hold that against her.
Well, no, I'll hold the terrorism against
Am
her.
I supposed to disagree with her message? Because some of it was kind of right, how we treat our veterans.
Some of it was kind of right. But when she's like, oh, and you get a PTSD with the falafel, it's like, well, I don't like you.
Let's just say she's not pro-veteran saying, hey, they're not going to take care of you, so don't do it. She's like, you're on foreign soil. You shouldn't be fighting wars. Just come home. Like,
well, then her message was terrible.
I
right
believe
for
in free
Kamala.
speech, but that pushes the limits for me.
But that's all I heard was that our veterans aren't treated very well.
Right. Yeah. That would be
I guess
valid.
I was staring to see if she had any tits. I couldn't find those either.
No, it's hard to stare past the Eugene Levy unibrow.
Yes, that thing was.
Oh my gosh.
I thought that was electrical tape.
Well, she did between takes. A gaffer walked up. I think that one's about done. Hey, by the way, speaking of freedom of speech, 1775 Coffee, we are powered by them. Not their fault that I almost soiled myself in the car this morning. 1775coffee.com/Crowder. Use the promo code Crowder for 10% off. It's all we use in this. It's great. It's a great company. I think, are they the official sponsor of Rumble?
I don't know, something in there.
I don't know, but it's great coffee. They fresh roast it, good company, and they're not one of those companies that take your money and then give it to Democrat candidates. So that's nice.
They don't like me either, I don't think. I'll ask them.
Before we get to the roast, another woman is, claiming something. Donald Trump sexually assaulted. Did you see this? Groped.
Yes.
This is the October surprise that isn't.
Oh, Jesus.
Late winter, early spring of '93.
Well, somebody fell off a cliff.
I was on a walk with
Called The
Jeffrey
Wall.
from his
Somebody was walking
brownstone
you.
on the Upper East Side down Fifth Avenue when Jeffrey looked at me and said, let's go stop by and see Trump. And so we went to Trump Tower and went up the elevator, and moments later, Trump was greeting us.
Ugly and boring.
He pulled me
Great combo.
into him
Absolutely.
and started groping me.
But
He
she
put his
fixes it
hands
with these supercuts,
all over
Farrah
my
Fawcett.
breasts.
Yeah, exactly. She goes in and asks for the Gene Simmons.
my waist, my butt.
Who's that? Is that her on the left?
That was
and
her.
froze.
Well, then Trump should have
And I
ate her
froze
ass.
because I was so
Whoops.
deeply
Excuse me, YouTube.
confused about what was continuing because the hands
Those
were
stills
moving all
weren't
over
there.
me.
No one would
Yet
watch
these
this.
two men were like smiling.
You know
at
what?
one
That is
another,
so true.
continuing on in their conversation.
How much you want to bet
Not long after that,
the video
a
thumbnail
postcard
includes one of the left
Mar-a-Lago
images?
It 100%
was
does.
couriered to my agent.
Look what happens to the
Oh my
woman.
gosh.
And
She was a piece of filet.
there was a personal message on the back
Back.
from Donald Trump.
Said I smelled feet.
I still have that postcard. And
Oh, you still have it?
It
Oh,
makes
where
me
is it?
sick to look at it.
Why-
That is
why
why,
then? You
I
have
am
it.
here tonight.
Aha.
I figured it was time to
Okay.
share this.
Mhm,
And I'm ready to win this election.
Ah.
That monster
And there
being
it
back in
is.
the White House is my absolute worst nightmare.
And now, and there it is. And now it's the broad, and now it's the boodle, and nothing is safe. Name that movie line. So let's walk through this. This
I'm
woman
out.
was raped three
Not raped,
decades
not
ago.
raped,
Sorry,
not
groped
raped,
3
groped.
decades ago. And
Groped by a dick.
only remembers this 31-year-old event less than 2 weeks before the election.
Yep.
And this is the woman with strong ties to Democrats, donated to the Obama 2008 campaign, worked for the environmental group that helped get Obama elected, called Clean Tech for Obama, and now says, we need to win this election. It almost seems like this would have come up before. And now there's also another one. They're saying there's a videotape of Donald Trump with groping a young girl at a fundraiser, but no video has been released. So,
Even with AI, they can't come up with shit.
right. So I think this is throw it in the don't care pile.
It's sort of a desperation pile.
Yeah.
I don't believe you. I'm sorry. 31 years later now, if he was a threat to democracy today, he probably was. I don't know, in 2016, also in 2020. Same thing with the general's comments the other day. He was a threat at the time. You didn't say anything there. Oh, by the way, you also didn't expose him and resign.
Right.
So, I mean, that would have been like the honorable thing to do. I'm going to take a stand against Hitler. Let's go.
You're not taking into account the disparity of power.
For a 4-star general?
I saw a guy blow her up online last night.
Oh.
He did the timeline.
Yeah.
Did you see that guy? She said 1990, whatever the hell.
3.
Yeah. And Epstein didn't even own his brownstone at that point.
Right.
The timeline was like, oh, like 3 years.
Yes.
And I love the fact that she starts up like, me and Jeffrey Epstein.
Yes.
Well, okay, now you're trying to pull the moral card?
Yeah.
You fucking with a child rapist?
Yeah. Well, no, what you're failing to take into account is what does strengthen her testimony here is that one of these allegations does forego the legitimate publications to have it published in a gossip tabloid right before the election.
No,
so
well,
that
yes.
makes me, yeah.
Yes, that really is a blow to her
I
credit.
present that as Exhibit A in Believe All Women. So
I think Tim had the best point. If those stills weren't there, nobody was watching.
think about it. It's in the last 2 days. Trump said Hitler. Trump said effing Mexican. That one kind of went away. Now Trump groped this person. No, wait, Trump groped this person. Just get the one silver lining here is it's now just white noise. People don't care. They're like, oh, okay, yeah, fine, whatever. So at least now we're getting a little bit past that, where it's just believe everything you hear.
Yeah.
You'll have a certain subset of the population who will, but I think, are you buying it? You can comment below. I think most people now are like, you know what? I believe a lot of women, but I've also known some women like that.
Yeah. By the way, they overreached with the effing Mexican thing, because when the sister comes out and says that didn't happen, when one of the witnesses in the room comes out, says that didn't happen.
I know.
It's like, oh, great. Another one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like the Trump Hitler thing would have been, by itself, but
Well,
then they do that. It's like, no, you've overreached again.
Is clean. Either he's got great lawyers or whatever.
Yeah.
You could argue he's the cleanest guy ever to sit in the White House.
Put it this way. When she's Epstein and Trump, if there was anything tying Donald Trump to Epstein,
yeah, we would have known.
We would have absolutely known. Instead, like, oh, yeah, it seems like he used to go to Mar-a-Lago. And yeah, there's a police report. There's Donald Trump kicking him out and banning him from Mar-a-Lago the second he found out that the guy was a little bit creepy. You ever had someone who was a friend who then was no longer, or an acquaintance, you're like, oh, I don't really like this guy on account of the fact that I know he locks up children in his basement. Whatever it is, whatever your situation may be. Point is, you no longer associate with that person.
Yeah.
The other people didn't, 26 or 28 flights to a private island. That is what some people would call a red flag. Let's move on here. Speaking of which, to Kamala Harris gave a town hall at CNN last night. It did not go well. And it's, well, we'll get to everything. But this is the theme. I just wanted to put this together in a montage. How many times, of course, the temperature was toned down?
The former chief of staff of Donald Trump, who has told us, Donald Trump said, why aren't my generals like those of Hitler's? Like Hitler, former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, has said he is a fascist to the core. The commander-in-chief is saying to his generals, in essence, why can't you be more like Hitler's generals? Anderson, come on.
Do you think Donald Trump is a fascist?
Yes, I do.
Today, you quoted General Kelly, who said that Trump repeatedly praised Hitler. But there are tens of millions of Americans right now who have heard all those things, and they don't buy it, or even if they do, they're still going to vote for Donald Trump.
So that's the theme of the night. Hitler, 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 fascist. So, hey, everybody, load up your guns and shoot at him, and then dial down the temperature a little bit. Please.
We're back there already.
Yep. Already. We've had 2 days after the second thing.
Rest of the night didn't go any better. So this brings us to the Kamala Harris roast.
I believe Donald Trump is a danger, like Hitler.
And there's not that much to like fact check because she repeated the exact same things again. So we'll just be incredibly childish and have fun with it. But we'll also fact check. She started warning us about the bleak future that we all face as Americans.
One has to think about, why would someone who served with him, who is not political, a 4-star Marine general, why is he telling the American people now? And frankly, I think of it as he's just putting out a 911 call to the American people. Understand what could happen if Donald Trump were back in the White House.
Oh my God. You don't mean record unemployment? Average annual salary increase of $4,400 per year? Becoming a net energy exporter of oil? Let's move on to the other losers and suckers myth.
Not to mention what we know and what they've told us about how he talks about the military, servicemen and women, referring to them as suckers and losers.
No, he was talking about your internship. Next clip.
With Liz Cheney, former Congress member who was a very high-ranking Republican. She has endorsed me. Her father, the former Vice President of the United States, Dick Cheney, is voting for me.
Hey, a war criminal. A presidential endorsement from Dick Cheney is like a Surgeon General endorsement from the Marlboro Man. I couldn't pick the Cheney family off a rooftop full of faggots.
Yummy.
Anything you guys want to?
I don't we talked about this the other day. I don't understand how a Dick Cheney endorsement is now a positive thing for a Democrat.
I know.
How in the world is that even possible?
She said she's dated Strom Thurmond too in high school. Dirty hoe bag. What a goo goblin liar.
Robert Byrd.
Yeah.
He came out and he supported me, half of me.
And I'm voting for KK Kamala.
Yes.
Oh, well.
And
I love how she tries to rope Anderson in, by the way.
Yes.
Anderson, right?
Yeah. A part of me thinks when you watch this entire thing, they don't want her to win because you'll see the questions from the crowd. They got tougher on her. Like they actually had questions from the crowd that she would have to answer. Of course she didn't. But here she goes on to talk about, after Hitler, danger, something about unity here.
I believe the American people deserve better. And they deserve a president who is focused on solutions, not sitting in the Oval Office plotting their revenge and retribution.
Stop! My erection is now a liability. I thought I knew what arousal was before today. But I did not. Retribution and revenge. I'm going to have scars on my knuckles from too much.
And it's not like he's saying I'm just going to go after people randomly. He's going to say I'm draining the swamp. Essentially, I'm going after people who shouldn't be in this position anymore. Weaponize the DOJ. Yeah. Why is that wrong to go after people who are breaking the law and weaponizing government against its citizens? That's not a bad thing.
She's like, because that's me. Already.
Biden's right. Biden would have been a better candidate.
Yes. Yes, he would.
Even fucking brain dead.
Yeah. Oh, he definitely would have been a better
Even
candidate.
brain dead.
Well, no, but that goes back to your point. So why is Anderson Cooper being harder on her? They weren't initially.
He doesn't like
women.
girls.
No,
Yes.
He doesn't like snatcherini.
He would definitely not be harder on her then. I'm just saying.
Wow.
She reminds me of the girl in high school who made him realize he hates himself.
Yes, but I think it's become like Joe Biden. It has become undeniable that she cannot answer these questions. And they absolutely are at a point where they're like, look, we ran this for you for a while. We did like a month and a half of coverage.
Yeah.
Now it's just like Joe Biden. It was undeniable that he was falling apart. It's undeniable she's an idiot.
Think about that. That's the two best choices.
Yes.
A fucking brain dead and this fucking empty.
Well, either way, it's brain dead.
Oh my God. What does that say about the left? You got no bench.
They really don't. They really
got
don't.
Nothing.
No,
you know why?
But he was a Jew and they couldn't appoint him.
They had one. They're like, look, I think you bring a lot of good qualities and could win me the most important swing state.
Yes.
Too many vowels in your last name.
Look, I'm a big fan of wholesale as much as anybody. But, I can't be seen with a Jew. I mean, I was dating this guy, Arafat's fucking nephew.
Oh my God!
All right, it gets worse. It gets worse because then they started taking questions from the people.
So my question is concerning groceries. Grocery prices have gone up quite a bit in the last 4 years. And some people blame former President Trump. Some people blame President Biden. Who would you say?
No one blames Trump.
Nobody. What a
and
fucking
what
lie.
would you do to bring prices down?
First,
for Americans?
look, product placement for lids. I thought the question would be, hey, do you want anything embroidered on the side? Yeah, can you put something emblem on here that lets everyone know that I'm a raging pussy? Yeah, just put a Kabbalah sticker on there.
Take care of it. The holographic one, please.
So she gave a very prefab answer on price gouging that we have seen exactly many times, and all of those times also did not answer the question.
Part of my background and how I come to it is probably a new approach grounded in a lot of my experiences as a former attorney general, where I took on price gouging. And part of my plan is to create a new approach that is the first time that we will have a national ban on price gouging. In the midst of an emergency, whether it be an extreme weather event or even the pandemic, we saw it, where those few companies, not the majority, not most, but those few companies that would take advantage of the desperation of people and jack up prices. Yeah, I'm going to go after them. Yes, I'm going to go after them. I'm taking on, for example, price gouging.
How do you feel about eye gouging?
Every time to continue on, for example, price gouging.
For those bad ones, they
Pretending
take
it's
advantage
coming
of
off the
people,
cuff.
especially during a pandemic or extreme weather, and they end up jacking up prices, and
To
there
jack
needs to
you
be
up.
accountability and consequence for that.
I'm taking on, for example, price gouging. I don't know. I think I saw it on sale for $14.95. She just immediately that's what's so unlikable. It's one thing for someone, we expect politicians when they're stumping, we expect them to have some points. That's the point. Your economic plan, you're going to repeat it. The part that rubs people the wrong way is when she's just dishonest in a way that doesn't really, I'm taking on, for example, how do you say deficit? Like, no, you know what, just go to it and then separate it from, your conversation between people. She's not capable of it.
I think this pisses people off, though.
Yes.
I think when she says, I'm going to go after price gouging, she's trying to turn the American people against big corporations. But what she's failing to understand is that basically this makes it to where for you to believe her, you would have to believe that companies discovered price gouging in January of 2021.
No, that's right.
And that is the first time in history price gouging has existed. It is your fault, and you're not taking responsibility. That's what they see.
Yes.
They see somebody going, no, it's not my fault.
Hey,
it's them.
I found a new way to close our company off from half of the market due to unaffordability.
It's stupid.
Let's charge $18 for an apple.
Yeah, exactly.
See how it goes.
Have you ever heard price gouging from? I've been following politics around 30 years now. Has that ever come up?
But like natural disasters, we'll say price gouging.
Well,
but
I'm
naturally,
talking fucking Kroger's and Publix.
Yeah, and that's what drove things up 20% was a few companies, not most, not a majority, but a few. Yes, a few drove up the entire market.
If Kamala Harris had her way, you would have mobs with torches and pitchforks at the Piggly Wiggly.
That's true.
Exactly.
Maybe that pig deserves it.
Donald Trump Jr. here with an urgent message about America's irreversible path towards financial ruin. Guys, the numbers don't lie. Our nation's debt is spiraling out of control. Consider this. Since January of 2021, the federal debt has increased by over $7 trillion. With each passing day, the damage from Washington's reckless spending becomes more permanent. We're mortgaging our children's futures. We're weakening the dollar's global standing and inching closer to a financial precipice that we cannot recover from. This is the American dream slipping away right before our eyes. So ask yourself, are your savings truly safe in a country racing towards financial disaster? This is why I believe in physical gold from my trusted friends at the Birch Gold Group. Gold can't be printed at will or manipulated by government policies. It's been a trusted store of values for thousands of years, outlasting empires and weathering every economic storm. And with Birch Gold, you can safeguard your IRA or 401k from economic uncertainty by diversifying into a physical gold IRA with zero taxes or penalties. To learn how easy it is to secure your future with gold, click the link below to get your free info kit from Birch Gold. There's no obligation, just straight facts about how you can diversify your retirement savings with gold. Birch Gold makes it simple to roll over your existing 401k or IRA into gold. They've helped tens of thousands of Americans, and they can help you too. Don't wait for our nation to reach the point of no return. Take action now to protect your family's financial future. Click the link or button below to get your free info kit and take the first step towards true financial security with Birch Gold Group, the only gold company I trust.
See the price of fucking ceramics at the yarn barn? It's fucking ridiculous.
Sorry.
What a dumb.
And then she goes on to something about, well, this is funny. There's a question about anti-Semitism, the lady who refused to pick a Jew who would have won her the election potentially, and thrilling response.
Like Hitler,
Oh, boy.
who has referred several times. We've heard the reports for years.
Quit picking on
Do you
Hitler.
believe Donald Trump is anti-Semitic?
I believe Donald Trump is a danger to the well-being
That's
and
not what I
security
asked
of
you,
America.
whore.
He has said that he's casting himself as a protector of Israel. Do you believe you would be more pro-Israel than Donald Trump?
I believe that Donald Trump is dangerous.
No, that would be your pap smear. She went on to answer. It's a violation of the Geneva Convention. It's a it's like mustard. Yeah, it's like mustard gas. It can't use it. It's like went on for like 3 minutes, and there was no actual mention of Israel.
I love it.
She just was. He's dangerous. He's. By the way, tone the temperature down. It's never okay for political violence. Hitler.
I know that is just.
Donald Trump has done more for Hitler than any president that I can remember in our lifetime. And if she says she would be more pro-Israel, would have.
What you just said has done more for Hitler.
Sorry, no, Israel done more for Israel.
You said Hitler.
Yeah, you said
You absolutely did Hitler. Hit that button.
Whoa.
Hit the Hitler bad button. We need the Hitler bad button right now to him. Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry.
You said Donald Trump is, but the truth is, you're right because
I know.
Hitler has never gotten more free publicity
I know.
than all the Donald
And
Trump.
people are actually going, I like Trump.
That's going to be clipped. Freak. Come on. He's done more for Israel than any president that I can remember
And
in our
Hitler.
lifetime. And she would absolutely have a fire break out in the Democrat Party if she says she's going to be more pro-Israel than Donald Trump.
That's
Well,
right.
she just said
She
that the
can't do
genocide. The guy saying genocide, and she said that's real. What that person in the crown is saying is real. Israel is guilty of genocide. Of course, the media is really careful with that because they know that the Jewish vote is a huge part of the Democrat coalition. and this is the first time where it's pretty fragile because they're not quite sure. When you hear your candidate say, that's right, Israel is guilty of genocide, ooh, that might tip you over to the other side. So that's why it has not been getting wall-to-wall coverage. Then, don't
get me started.
This one is fantastic. She's asked about a pastor, and she becomes a theologian, kind of.
One of the first phone calls you made after President Biden announced that he was dropping out was to your pastor. And I'm wondering, if it wasn't a confessional, if you could say what that conversation was like.
Well, my pastor, Reverend Dr. Amos C. Brown of Third Baptist Church.
You read that on the card.
That Sunday when the president called me, and I instinctively understood the gravity of the moment, the seriousness of the moment. I didn't predict or know exactly how that day would play out, and obviously now it's been 3 months since I've been at the top of the ticket, actually 3 months as of yesterday. But I just called him. I needed that spiritual kind of connection. I needed that advice. I needed prayer. And,
God.
And there's a part of the scripture that talks about Esther.
Williams.
And a time such as this, and that's what we talked about. And it was very comforting for me.
Riveting.
I'll take research I never completed for 500, Alex. Esther, times such as these, Old Testament or New?
Yeah.
The queen of the Sheba Inu.
No, not even.
Then Rebecca.
But Esther's a book.
Times as these.
And it's a woman.
It's a good book. I wrote the forward.
There's a it's a weird, it's such a, like you said, it's a weird way. She didn't do the read. Like there's a part of scripture that talks about Esther. No, there's a book that talks about Esther. And the book is called Esther.
It's the Esther
book of Esther.
It's the book of Esther.
Yes. It's the book of Esther's traveling pants.
It's not.
What?
Though.
I don't know.
And such a time as this was she saved the Jews. Which you couldn't even appoint to your ticket, lady. Literally saved the Jews from being annihilated. I don't know if you know the story.
I didn't know that.
Yes, that was the whole for such a time as this. Go before the king and save the Jews from being slaughtered throughout the world.
Who said that? So Esther said that?
No, Esther's. I can't remember. I can't remember the guy's name, but he said like, "You're there for such a time as this."
Yes.
He's like, "Yeah, but if I go before the king and he hasn't called me, he may kill me." And he's like, "You got to do it to save the Jews."
Yeah, well, it's sort of touch and go. The Jews right now.
She just grabbed the name out of the Bible, hoping everybody knew.
Esther.
You know what I mean?
You know why? Because she had to pick a female name.
Yeah,
she's like, what's the Esther from the Bible?
She looked down at a law firm card.
Yes. And
then
saw that she
Jacob.
never made partner. So then the question came up about praying, and she can't even answer that.
Do you pray every day?
I do pray every day. I do pray every day, sometimes twice a day.
Oh!
But in between washing turnip greens.
Prophet is among us.
I grew up
Twice a day.
So
fucking Muslims are laughing their balls off.
She answered that like a dentist asking how many times you floss.
23rd Avenue Church of God. And I was raised to believe in a loving God.
Okay. Hold on. Go back to that pause there because, sorry, we were all laughing at that right, twice a day. But then she has to stop herself because she said it like 19 times. If you want, you could tell she wanted to. I was raised in a middle class. She wants it, but she stops herself. She goes, I was raised in a.
Yep.
I grew up. So
yeah, you can hear it. Somebody shocked her.
23rd Avenue Church of God.
Somebody backstage gave her.
I was raised to believe in a loving God.
As opposed to mine, they used to beat kids about the head and face.
Well, the one you believe in, you're testing is patience. We all know what she actually wanted to say because we have receipts.
I was raised as a middle class kid. And I will never forget where I come from.
Yeah.
I will never forget where I come from.
Boy.
Look, I grew up in the middle class. I come from the middle class. I understand where I come from, and I'm never going to forget that. Well, I'll start with this. I grew up a middle class kid.
And you'll end with it.
Middle class. I'm never going to forget where I come from. Middle class kids. One, a daughter of Oakland, California.
Berkeley.
Put the middle class and
Oakland.
working families first. It's where I come from, and I will never forget where I come from. I come from
Where
the
I
middle
come
class, and I will
from,
never
I
forget where I
blow
come
some mayors and.
from. Never forget where I come from.
By the way,
born technically in Oakland, lived in Berkeley, and then Westmount, Montreal. It's like someone in Manhattan saying, I lived in Harlem. No, a penthouse on the Upper East Side. I get that the vicinity is nearby, but worlds apart. Nothing about her is even remotely genuine, and she had to stop herself because she realized she'd already said it too many times in this town hall. Please, the most important thing from last night's town hall, is do not become complacent. I know that you think this should be a walk-off. Get out and vote. I know you think that it shouldn't even be a challenge. It almost feels wrong with someone who's actually retarded, YouTube dumb. But you still have a part to play, a very significant role. Her response next to this is one of those, what is your biggest weakness questions, right? Her answer is an all-time classic.
What weaknesses do you bring to the table, and how do you plan to overcome them while you're in office?
That's a great question, Joe. Well, I am certainly not perfect. So let's start there.
Thanks for clearing that up.
The question was greatest weakness.
What is this, salad?
So I may not be quick to have the answer as soon as you ask it about a specific policy issue. Sometimes I'm going to want to research it. I'm going to want to study it. I'm kind of a nerd sometimes, so I confess. And some might call that a weakness, especially if you're, in an interview or just kind of, being asked a certain question and you're expected to have the right answer right away. But that's how I work.
Okay, so according to...
Hey folks, Donald Trump Jr. here with urgent news. The world's central banks are making...
The tally I have here, that now puts the world historical tally at 50 billion women to 0 who've ever answered that question honestly.
Seems
Nick.
So her worst quality is that she studies things.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Which is a good quality in everybody else. That's her worst.
My worst quality is I'm
a nerd.
I'm so... Could
That's
you imagine?
That's a compliment. Yeah, you're a real bookworm, you fucking retard.
She would be the water girl for the chess club.
Yes.
If she showed up, there would be an abject panic. No. We want to be a good chess club.
I love a president, by the way. Ma'am, we have about 30 seconds before a missile gets launched. Well, I'd like to do some research.
Right.
And I would like to look into that. I'm a nerd.
Yes.
Ma'am, we don't have time. Yes, but I do.
Here's the thing. It would be fine if you did a bunch of research and you came back and answered. But you do neither of those things. And her answer on like past mistakes and greatest weakness, it gets worse.
Is there something you can point to in your life, political life, or in your life in the last 4 years that you think is a mistake that you have learned from?
Black cock.
I mean, I've made many mistakes. And they range from, if you've ever parented a child, you make lots of mistakes.
We said the last 4 years.
In my role as vice president, I mean, I've probably worked very hard at making sure that I am well versed on issues, and I think that is very important. It's a mistake not to be well versed on an issue and feel compelled to answer a question.
Question on weakness. I'm sorry. Make that world tally history 50 billion and 1.
Yes.
What the fuck was
to
that?
0
That
who've
was the
answered it
worst.
honestly. That's one thing that people liked about, I don't know if you remember Barack Obama. I think he was on stage with, I believe it was like Hillary Clinton and John Edwards.
Smoke weed.
And they said, what's your greatest weakness? And he answered first. And he said, my desk is messy. I can be a pretty messy person. Then they go to Hillary Clinton. She's like, I work too hard. And they go to John Edwards. She's like, I care too much. And Barack Obama was like, can I do it again? I didn't realize that was the kind of answer we're supposed to give. And it made people like it.
Yes. Because it was a little bit honest, at least.
And I still didn't vote for that jerk.
No, of course not. But he could be funny.
Right.
He could be personable.
Yes.
Okay. If I was advising Kamala Harris, and I'm not, I'd be like, okay, mistakes. I don't know. How about helping bail out rioters who went on to commit violent crimes, being the last person in the room and the person in the room to repeatedly advise on the Afghanistan withdrawal? How about casting the tie-breaking vote on the Inflation Reduction Act, picking Tim Walz for VP? That's a doozy. Debating Tulsi Gabbard, that didn't go well. Failing the bar exam at least one time that we know of, and having 1,000 cases dismissed because you couldn't handle evidence properly.
No.
I guess that one's not the last 4 years. But that's just me, Mr. Petty.
I think Tim brought up the best point.
Yeah.
She basically said it's a mistake not to be well-versed in a topic.
I don't know what she said.
Yeah, she double talked on that.
Yes, a minute ago, she's like, I don't have the answer. I like to go research stuff. I'm like, wait, what?
Yeah. Yeah.
Hold on a second here.
My greatest, that's my greatest weakness is I read too much.
Mm-hmm.
I listen too much.
Uh-huh.
I care too much.
I'm too honest.
I'm too middle class.
In Oakland.
Can't shake it. Also, I don't know what happened. I don't know why she was being asked a question by Let Himself Go Doug Funny. But his next question was if Patty Mayonnaise likes him.
Oh, always know.
Here's another question, which, should really allow her to sink her teeth into about kind of the nuts and bolts, the specifics of her economic plan. Hopefully you understand why the entire show is a roast of this. Like, there was time for nothing else. And this is the whittled down version.
I would like to hear more nuts and bolts about your economic
She said
plans.
nuts?
Sure. Thank you, Pam.
Nuts and bolts are on your
first
neck.
of all, it is the case in the United States of America that billionaires on average pay less
Watch,
taxes
presses him.
as a percentage
Presses her. Yeah.
than teachers and firefighters and nurses.
I'm talking
And
about
that-
hard workers like pound the street, have some success.
You mean prostitutes?
No, I understand, but I want to just let's
Not
set
the really high.
Let's set the scene.
Look,
right?
she's getting upset.
So,
I'm
when
Answer
I
it quickly.
say
She's going to
that
float out of the town hall.
richest
I'm talking
among us
here.
Need to pay their fair share.
Okay.
I am referencing that, and I need to reference that because
Here, watch.
sadly, Donald Trump, when he was president, gave tax cuts to the richest, to billionaires and big
She goes back
corporations,
to it.
which
They got
added
nothing.
trillions of dollars to our deficit. So that sadly needs to be said in a way that should be obvious to your point, but is not given what he did.
Right. Hold on. The first thing is nothing you say is obvious. It's nonsensical. What is obvious is the United States deficit has increased by $473 billion. Wait for it. In the last 3 weeks.
Whoa.
Well, some would say a lot.
And even
Elon
this
Musk.
next one, this is why I say that I don't, you comment below. I don't think that CNN, I think at this point they want to get some distance between her and them because
They do, but they
Yeah.
see that. Look at the way that lady goes, no. I asked you about the economy.
Yeah.
I asked you about your economic plan. I didn't ask you about your tax plan. And you're, no. Don't talk about billionaires. I've heard you talk about billionaires. Please tell me what you're going to do for me.
shut up. Let me talk about billionaires.
Yes. And then she goes right back to it.
Yeah.
Yesterday she was bragging about that's why I'm going around the country listening to people.
Oh, yeah,
Then she
right.
had a town hall where you couldn't ask
Yeah,
questions.
I know. You know that she's not a nice person. You can tell when she mingles with people.
Just a little. That lady just pushed her a little,
Yeah.
and you could see the hate in the eyes.
Yeah, but hold on. I'm asking you though, are our taxes going to? The only thing going up is your cholesterol. Okay.
Okay.
You could see that in her eyes. She has never been pushed back on, and that's what DEI gives you. Seriously, women have never heard the fucking truth of themselves. Black people haven't heard the truth about themselves in 1,000 years, unless they watch my comedy. Honestly, this is I hope for the Trump thing that I love the fact that black people are coming around. This to me is the best byproduct.
Well, she's disconnected with so many black people. That's the thing. Like, she's not emblematic. She's not representative of the black experience.
No.
And people in the black community, when you look at when they answer these town halls, they're in the focus groups, not the talking heads. Let me just be there's a huge difference between the talking heads on CNN and the average black American somewhere around your neighborhood. They're very, very different. Van Jones shares very little in common with them. Congressman Clyburn shares very little in common with them. They do appreciate someone who's willing to listen. And here's the thing, a lot of black, in my experience, and you can comment, if they don't have inherent disdain for success if someone's a male. In other words, there's a reason he was, featured, Donald Trump, or mentioned in hundreds of hip hop tracks, because it was something to aspire to, and they actually appreciate that someone is authentically successful. In other words, you can be successful, really rich, and be authentic. And you can also be mediocre and inauthentic, as you see from Kamala Harris. So let's continue on this, where she's pressed just a little bit by Anderson Cooper on the $400,000 tax thing.
What you're saying is anyone under 400,000 won't have taxes raised, or are you saying that anyone above 400,000 will have a tax raise?
I'm saying that there is going to be a
yes.
parity around what the richest people pay in terms of their taxes.
What I'm saying, Anderson, is I've shit my pantsuit.
Wait. You want parity in percentages, but not numbers? Do you understand that rich people pay the vast majority of taxes in this country? I'm all for parity then, because it would mean a tax cut for rich people then.
I'm not joking. I'm not joking.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think she knows what parity means.
I don't think so either.
I really don't think
She's like, we want parity.
Neither does SNL.
Yeah.
I think she has a general idea of the concept, kind of. Anyway,
isn't it like literally the top 2 or 3% pay half the taxes?
They pay a ton of
It's
taxes.
like
What she's talking about is a lot of them have capital gains taxes, right? So they're not making income in the same way. It's just a lot of times they'll carry over losses.
Donald Trump Jr. here with an urgent message about America's irreversible path towards financial ruin. Guys, the numbers don't lie. Our nation's debt is spiraling out of control. Consider this. Since January of 2021, the federal debt has increased by over $7 trillion. With each passing day, the damage from Washington's reckless spending becomes more permanent. We're mortgaging our children's futures. We're weakening the dollar's global standing and inching closer to a financial precipice that we cannot recover from. This is the American dream slipping away right before our eyes. So ask yourself, are your savings truly safe in a country racing towards financial disaster? This is why I believe in physical gold from my trusted friends at the Birch Gold Group. Gold can't be printed at will or manipulated by government policies. It's been a trusted.
You could say the same thing about a lot of medium-sized businesses. That's just something that happens if you own and run a business. I mean, you'll have a year where you carry over losses because of timing, when the taxes take place, when the payments come in. I mean, for example, on YouTube, that's why you see so much clickbait in the last quarter of the year, because people start dumping all their ads in Q4, and some people make like 75% of their revenue. In the case of this show, we make zero. That's why we ask that you join Mug Club for $89 a year. Click that button. There is no election stream unless you join. You can at least go mugless for $9 a month. We get $0 from YouTube, but that's parity for you. Did I say that right? I didn't. So then Anderson asked Kamala Harris about packing the court, and she was like, "No, sorry, yes, Anderson did. I'm trying to keep track. Packing the court, and
I think this is an audience member.
Oh, it is? Okay. And she answered like, pretty much.
Would you be in favor of expanding the court to say 12?
That's a huge
so each
bitch.
justice has only one circuit court other than Chief Justice to assist
Hey,
in
Terrell
making
Owens is in the
judgments
background.
more balanced.
Rewind it just a second.
To
Rewind it just a second.
expanding the court to say 12. So each justice has only one circuit court other than Chief Justice to assist in making judgments more balanced.
Judgments?
Yeah.
Drew Carey wants his glasses back.
Stop it. She was born with a disability of being perpetually annoying.
Bullshit. She was just welding.
And having 2 black eyes.
Look at the Asian guy. Look
That's
at
Minion 6.
Black Jesus behind her. Then you get the Asian kid. It's beautiful.
It is. It's a wonderful. They got the demographics right. So sorry, finish it and then we'll.
Well, to your point, there is no question that the American people increasingly are losing confidence in the Supreme Court.
Because
And
you.
No,
in
they're
large
not.
part because of the behavior of certain members of that court and because of certain rulings, including the Dobbs decision and taking away a precedent that had been in place for 50 years, protecting a woman's right to make decisions about her own body. So I do believe that there should be some kind of reform of the court, and we can study what that actually looks like. But I do believe. But again, let's just, while you raise the point of the court, understand that, again, in 13 days, the American people will decide who is the next president of the United States.
There's her showing her Achilles heel again, doing too much research. She flew too close to the sun on the wings of too much knowledge. So basically, 12 justices, yes, and the 12 shall be known as the Kamala Apostles. She has, that's worse than I thought it was going to be.
Wow, that got bad fast.
Is that one black comedian chick who's on the CNN comedy show now? I don't know. All right.
You guys do some research in there and see who those people are.
Yeah,
I'll leave it to you.
No, go do some weakness, as
That's
it's known.
weakness. That's right. Nobody in her life has accused her of being too well read.
Yeah.
There's no.
That's the greatest weakness. And the problem is, if someone touches her pantsuit, she says, "I can feel my weakness leaving my body," and then she has to give you an answer.
Is that why she failed the bar exam? She studied too hard the first time.
She went to the bar and got confused.
What the hell is this fucking?
When she's holding that mic, you think she sees Willie Brown's dick every time she looks at
Like someone on an island who hasn't eaten in a while, and your friend turns into a hot dog.
Yes.
Guys, do you have a white mic, please?
She comes in with like the old, next time it's a white version of Tom Jones, that 70s stick mic.
Yeah.
This is my company.
Yeah. Match Game 75. Gene Rayburn stick mic.
So here she is answering when it seemed like Anderson was getting fed up a little bit. And actually, this is why I say it seems to me like CNN wants to put some distance between them and her. He went through a rapid fire of questioning her on her complete reversal of policies.
What he's referring to, and you point out too, when you were running for vice president in 2020, you were not talking about banning fracking, but
No, Anderson, I pledged that I would not ban fracking.
right, I know you said you would not ban fracking.
Correct.
You had said in the 2019 town hall, there's no question I'm in favor of banning fracking. In 2017, you talked about Medicare for all. You talked about 2019, you raised a hand in debate about if border crossings should be decriminalized. Are all of those issues, which those are not your positions now, are all those issues that you're saying through consensus and getting
This
stuff
isn't what
done,
we
you have
rehearsed,
evolved on?
Anderson.
Well,
Look at that
no,
face.
let's take, for example, the issue of
consensus.
Medicare. My point has always been.
But you didn't,
that
though. He didn't bring up
access to
He didn't bring up
healthcare should not
Medicare.
just
You
be
don't
a
cherry
privilege
pick
of those
it,
who
douche.
can afford it. It should be a right for all people.
I mean, you did raise your hand saying in a debate when asked if border crossings
That
should
was
be
your hand, wasn't it?
criminalized, but obviously that is not your
I
position.
never intended, nor will I ever allow America to have a border that is not secure.
And just finally on fracking, you said you're clear you would not ban it as president.
No, I would not ban it as
Right,
president.
I know you're clear on that.
That was the hardest that she's been.
You're right.
I
They are
think-
embarrassed by her.
I think Anderson Cooper had well, they weren't really, because he probably doesn't have any angel because he's gay, but two devils. And
That's wrong.
Who knows?
and one of them is going like, we have to get a Democrat elected, and the other one is saying, but we hate women. Winner. So
I bet you he fired off a resume to Fox News last night.
Like, somebody kill me. Do I have to do this?
he's sexting Shep Smith as we speak.
Yeah. Do you know anybody over there that you didn't blow?
You're not there anymore? Huh. Chris Wallace? Oh, you're here too.
We're all gonna
Ainsley,
die.
gross.
This is amazing. Seriously, this is amazing. We're witnessing something.
It gets worse.
All right.
Does.
This is the worst. So the biggest mistake of the night was when they left a live mic and camera on Kamala Harris as she began to mingle after the event with the crowd, attempting to act like a human.
Hi. Thank you for your question. Thank you for the time. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Please.
Do you mind turning around? We'll just do a photo with Kelly.
Thank you for that. And you know how I feel. This is the thing.
Watch this.
The Penn and Teller.
This is not a conversion, right? It's literally no one should be judged on any level, and the gut. It's just my place with government.
Now watch. This gets worse.
It is not about ever disputing or criticizing anyone's faith. Ever. Never. You know? Yeah.
We talk so much about the right of the woman in these situations, but there's another person.
Right.
And that other person sometimes is oftentimes as long as it's not the government involved.
And that's the point. It's just that the government shouldn't be doing that, you know. So, but I appreciate you asking your question and raising the point.
And you have a role as a moral leader too.
Yeah, that's right.
I'll send it to you.
Look right here. And then I'll send it to
Okay. Thank you all. Thanks for taking the time. Thanks for the question, Jackson. Thank you all. Okay, take care, everybody. Thank you.
It's just the way she says thank you.
Thank you.
Comes across as angry, but that's what you see. Look, that man there, and he was doing a focus group afterward. He's pro-life. He's saying, but he has a problem. I don't know how you're pro-life and you even consider voting for Kamala Harris.
Right, no.
But that's what you could see, whether you agree with him or not. He was saying, yeah, but there is another life. And she's learned how to pretend like she's listening without listening. That's right. And not the government. Well, hold on a second. That doesn't address his point. You should have either not gone to speak with him or addressed his point. The government does play a role in determining whether you can end someone else's life in every other scenario. But he goes, yeah. And you could see him trying to, this is probably a man of deep faith saying, and you do have a role as a moral leader. He's trying to say, hey, abortion all the way up until and including birth, potentially after birth, you can do something. Saying, that's right. Thank you. It was so uncomfortable. She's not able to do the interactions. So this was the entire, I don't know if there's anything else.
This push-to-drink bottle gives you more energy and better sleep. It also helps you fight disease and aging. Watch this.
I missed the entire town hall. And because this was a major event and there's only 12 days until the election, let's see what happened post-town hall with our Poly Market check-in. Oh, crap. It's worse.
Explain to me again why Poly Market is the go-to.
Well, it's not the go-to. It's
what makes it different than the?
Well, it's where a lot of people bet, and I know the left will say, "Hey, they'll say, well, a few people are moving around
Like
a bunch of
FanDuel,
millions of dollars."
you mean?
It's where people bet. People actually that's a reflection of how people are betting.
It's the largest betting market.
It's the largest
in the
betting
world
market
on this.
Now, some people say a lot of crypto people bet there, so it's biased. But every single betting market is double-digit spread for Donald Trump right now. As far as betting, you cannot. Maybe that's the widest one, 20-something points, depending the minute you go and check in. I don't think there's a single one that's less than 13 points last I checked, and the average is about 16 points.
It'll narrow some because it's money, right? You're looking at like, oh, okay, now the odds are even better for me, and I might make some more money off of this. So I think it'll narrow down. But it's to your point, Nick. It's you look at polling. You look at some of the data that we have that's coming out of like early voting and stuff like that we're going to be able to provide to people tomorrow.
Yes, tomorrow an exclusive, by the way. We have some exclusive data on early voting.
That's our team doing it and getting the data to you guys. This is what you basically, when you signed up for Mug Club, this is what you signed up for, this kind of stuff to be able to bring. And you put in the betting with that, and it's painting a picture.
Yes.
And the picture is like, hey, if we show up, we will absolutely win.
Yes, if you show up, and hey, in particular, if you are in a rural area, that's a lot of people don't realize they're very red, but they often haven't showed up to vote in the kinds of numbers that would be needed.
But they are now, I heard. Right?
They are now. And we have an entire segment on that tomorrow, entire show on it tomorrow that'll be available on Rumble and YouTube. Some really good news, but again, take it as, okay, you now have the ability to build momentum. The bike pedals have already been moved, but now you can get going really fast. Do not stop the bicycle at this point. So I know a lot of people think it's a psyop if you say, hey, there's a lot of good to take away from this. Well, no. You have to acknowledge the wins so that acknowledge, I should say, the momentum so that then you know where to best place your energy. In no scenario is that energy not placed into doing your part to not only vote, but to get other people in your area, to influence people to vote. And we'll talk about all of this tomorrow. But right now, because of the town hall, Did you have something else?
No. Good.
Because the town hall, of course, and seeing the Polymarket betting odds, where that's a rough one. We actually have here to discuss it.
Oh yeah.
People think it's not, but it is the real name.
Donald,
father of Kamala Harris.
Yeah.
Mr. Donald J. Harris. Mr. Donald J. Harris, thank you for being here. Your thoughts on how Kamala did last night?
Yeah, man, she did just as I expected. Made a lot of sound, but what she said was nothing. I hear she do the same thing with Willie Brown.
Hey, that's your daughter. Let's not go down that path again.
Well, luckily, they had that bad body boy Anderson Cooper on the show, but he want no part of that ranking meat.
What did you say? Did you say batty boy?
Batty boy.
What's
you
ranking?
might call it a gay man.
Well, no. Is that what you call them?
That's what we call them on the island.
Okay, and what's ranking meat?
Yeah, man, ranking meat. You know, the pony, the chocho, the coochie, the kitty, the rasta reef, the punash, the pom pom, the saltfish, the tuni, the punani.
I was serving that at Marley's fucking funeral.
Jesus.
The front.
Okay, this is going nowhere. Thank you for taking the time, Mr. All right, and we actually do have that clip, I believe, of James Carville here on the on Mug Club, which we're going to be talking.
Live from NPR News in Washington, I'm Corva Coleman. There are fewer than 3 weeks before the U.S. general election. Trump said he wants legal immigration. He was also pressed about the violent attack on Capitol Hill by Trump supporters
every morning,
on January 6th.
Get up, listen to these news briefings. So it goes NPR, Fox News, BBC News, Reuters, and then it kind of bleeds together the main networks. Maybe listen to some music, try and get my head in the right space. Some comedy if there's someone inspiring I'm looking for. Sometimes an audiobook. Warm up my vocal cords if I need to.
We are ready to put the victory plan on your table and accounting your support. Ukraine is ready for real diplomacy, but for it, we must be.
And then when I get to the office, I have 2 more briefings that I read. One is compiled from Brodigan, my longest-standing employee.
When you get to be our age, you wish you was doing like the 4 squats and like arm shoulder twists.
Odd cat, strange fellow, but a hell of a good cook. And as I do that, I kind of do that at the same time as going through the show map and also checking any trends for other news. Honestly, I don't know what the process is. Get up and work.
I'm literally just doing this to go 4, 3, 2, and by the end of it, the pain is gone. Like that completely alleviates the pain temporarily, like for like a good hour or 2.
When I got here, we were running everything with Steven's personal Gmail. It was literally run out of his garage. This whole studio here it's the same exact studio, just in his garage. So just a little perspective. Yeah, it was all just it was shoestring put together, and we had to turn it into a business.
So Steven and I got connected through a mutual friend. I was also kind of, one of the earlier videos that Steven did with the blue bed sheets. I was Aisha. I played his kind of, not Muhammad wife.
Muhammad had many wives. Not Muhammad. Shut up! You're not the boss of me.
And we just became kind of friends, and it grew and grew. And finally, becoming more of a fixture on the show was supposed to be just like a few-week thing. And that was, in January of 2017. So been here a little while.
Oh, I know.
The numbers are consistently going in the same direction.
Well, I've been doing comedy almost 10 years now, and I was up in the Seattle area, and just been doing comedy there for, I think it was like 8 years, 9 years before I met Steven. I'd known who he was, mostly from the Change My Mind. Then I worked with him, and was like, wow, this guy's hilarious. Let me check this out. And then I look back, and I find out that he's like one of the pioneers of comedy on YouTube.
I didn't realize how big Steven was before YouTube demonetized him. But to have a fan base like he does on a regular basis, I mean, I got my own little following, but that was when I was on Comedy Central a lot and had specials. And but nothing like this.
So I've been a fan of the show for years. I've been following Steven for a while, and I always wondered what it would be like. It always seemed like a fun place to work, and actually it really is. It's everything I thought it would be.
Well, I had done Steven's show years ago, and then I got a call from Steven or Darren or whatever, and they said, we want your show on the network, blah, blah. It's a real romantic story. I've seen the show, thought it was great, obviously. And I said, yeah, I'd love to do that. I like Breitbart's quote that Steven has hanging up that says something about I like defending my point and have fun doing it.
Does the tone in this office pair well with the seriousness of the work we do, the comedic tone? It absolutely does. All the work is serious. The way we joke about it and ridicule it, it just adds this layer to the message that we're trying to put out that I think is what makes the show unique and really the best show in this sphere.
I started on the show about 2 years ago. Started as a editor, shooting sketches, and I work on the Daily Show, running that, and I'm over pre-production and production.
A typical day at Louder with Crowder.
I get in at about 4:30, make the coffee.
Well, I come in pretty grumpy.
Morning, Tim.
Because I need a coffee.
What I do for the show ranges depending on the day. It could be writing some of the show content. It could be certain production elements. It could be doing interviews, on the ground stuff. It just kind of depends. We're a smaller company, and so everyone's kind of, I would say, very well versed across the board, and my position is no different. But I think probably the most integral part would be producing and kind of crafting the Daily Show.
By about 5:30, I'm looking at the show map and the stories that we're going to put in and write for Steven.
Coming in and writing some sketches with Johnny Boy and Steven.
I check, see what's going on. I try to see what the workload's looking like, what you guys see how stressed out you are. So I'll know kind of what I'm walking into. I know it's early for BTS.
So I had been with ESPN for just shy of a decade, and I'd been listening to the show on a regular basis. So put my feelers out, and I happened to see that there was a recruitment post on LinkedIn, and I went for it, and here I am. I'm wearing glasses that help them not burn out. 6 in the morning.
We do a quick talk over for 15-20 minutes about the topics, and then from about 6 to 8 we're to the grindstone. We're in a document laying out the levels to the story, certain statistics, undergirding research, communicating with Steven or Gerald on certain changes they might want.
And we have to start figuring out, okay, what can we keep in, what do we cut?
And yeah, we basically just go through, we try and start at the top of the map and work our way down so that obviously what hits first is first out the door.
I take a lot of pride in making sure that whatever we get out is actually useful for people. I think that's the biggest key takeaway from everything that we do. We do a lot of comedy, which is fantastic. I think that's kind of the backbone of what we do. But we give people information in a way that's useful.
We have a little less than an hour to finish up. Any jokes you want to add to the show and kind of get together in a little huddle and go over a few ideas?
I mean, I freaked out when I got here and I saw the production level.
Yeah, I think I have the strongest team I've had ever.
I couldn't believe the whole setup. I had seen the show and I couldn't believe the production quality. I was blown away when I got here.
The volume of work and the quality of work that we put out here is just insane. It's unmatched.
There's immense amounts of talent, very high performing. I always want to say athletes because it reminds me of playing sports where you really have to depend on people to do things in crunch time in a live situation. And again, like I mentioned, that's not something you find in other jobs.
Even Steven says, like, this place is the NFL of production. Like, this is where the best people come, and hopefully we get the best people, even if they don't seem like it, like they turn into the best people in production.
Yeah, Matt has helped make this an amazing team. You know, we can work together in a way I never really have with others before. I think it really makes for a superior product.
This is something that's different than what you're going to find out in the marketplace. It is truly a combination of late night and kind of politics almost stand-up comedy in some ways, and then professional wrestling to a degree with skits and kind of themes and all that stuff. It's this whole amalgamate.
Okay, let's go.
This doesn't feel like a day job to me half the time, because I'm a comedian and I get to go do comedy.
Good morning. Got a little BTS action.
A little BTS, little morning BTS.
Yes. Want to walk us through the process?
This is called a show.
It doesn't really feel like work. You walk in and everybody's kind of positive and optimistic about things. We're cracking jokes with each other. One number 47.
We all know who's boring, like. Come on.
HR Sam doing HR things.
It takes a very special mindset to work here. The level of difficulty and stress, if it's not making you stronger, it's going to kill you.
Lane the Brain might be the loudest person I've ever met.
Governments lie. Anthony Fauci put everyone on the planet at risk without their consent. It's beyond suspicious.
Research caused a pandemic, killed 20 million, and cost $25 trillion. Fauci would prefer a lie.
In my life.
If you could find me what the housing surplus or shortage in the 1960s.
There are times when he's very passionate about something that I'm not. And so sometimes those can be contentious back and forth, but I know where his heart is. I know what he's trying to accomplish, and I agree with that. And so it doesn't bother me at all. Lane stole my pen again. Neither one of these is my pen. Neither one of these. Again, every single time.
Nat, noodles in the flesh.
Jesse, what's up?
BTS. What are you doing?
Well, we're cutting some clips here, okay? And this is what it looks like. You have to actually put them into the computer. You have to format them correctly according to this. And spit them back out.
The clips are in the computer.
They're inside the computer.
Yeah, the crew's great, man. I'm amazed. Every day when I come in here and I ask for a Photoshop of something, and it comes out not what I wasn't picturing, but so much better.
Her yearbook message is also pretty cringy. We're not the only ones who think so.
Wait, he said this, bitch. It also said favorite activity, sex.
Probable destination, Kevin.
It's hilarious.
This guy's cool.
This guy is cool, dude.
She definitely went to Google and typed in gay font. Gotta add a little more blur possibly, but you'll see this online.
When we come in here to the studio to do run through, and that's when Steven will have a large number of his changes, which usually leads to, I want to call it a chaotic 30 to 45 minutes.
Run through. What time is it? It's run through time.
It's run through time.
Yeah, it is. Yes, sir.
Let's get ready to run through. Do it now. Come in, run through. Get in here. Do it. What are you doing? Get to the run through.
You gotta be silly.
At about 8 o'clock, we're doing the run through for the show, and between 8 and 9 a.m. is when the last minute comments come in.
And then prep the machine, pull in the assets you guys have built. Then we do run through, and that's kind of when you learn what the show's really about.
This is where we're really getting a synthesis with the production people.
This type of energy requires the rise.
Let's go.
Let's go.
We're expected to show that footage first and then show this guy.
When they were told to go home and then people came back to count, that is unrelated to the pipe.
The amount and the quality that we are able to put out consistently, it's absurd.
I would know it today.
It's another busy morning. We're going right up against run through, and we're still pulling plenty of stuff in the map. So
It can be an intense room in the mornings, but I like that. I think I thrive in that environment.
So it's very high stress, but it's super rewarding because you get to see the fruits of your labor in real time. And there's not many jobs that you can do that with.
a lot of times in run through, we're more or less prepped for the show, and then Steven, being the creative that he is, starts riffing off of a lot of the stories that he sees in the map, and he'll be like, hey, maybe we should have had a Photoshop here.
He's trying to plug this. Yeah, it's an HGTV
Well,
show.
that's enough. What's our record for assets added in run through? 21.
I believe 21 sounds about right.
That claim. But
We're not validating it to say.
It is an intense environment. But originally they were told they were stopping
Cuddler is getting revised.
How do you steal an election? We're allowed to talk about it on YouTube right now. We'll go through the 5 steps that can, and at least at some point have taken place. And Mug Club has an exclusive today, some undercover footage. Look, you're going to be mad. It'll be fun, but you'll be mad.
All right, everybody, 1 minute till countdown. How we doing out there?
Go.
By the time 10 after 9 is rolling around and the countdown clock is going, that's when we're getting still last minute changes. Sometimes even after the show started, we're getting changes in.
There's such an intensity to the room when we're prepping for a show, when we're going into a show, even during a show, that it just makes the room electric.
I like the pressure. I like the hustle and bustle. It's fun. It's exciting.
It's really nothing like I expected. More difficult, but more rewarding than I expected.
Run-throughs sometimes more fun than the show, but I mean that's when everyone is loosening up and getting all the stuff that you can't say on air out.
Oh, now what? Double Windsor, dude.
I hope you're still tying the eye when the morning show news media is intense. Comedy is intense because you're trying to capture something and do it. You're trying to do something great.
Hey, we're getting ready for election season.
When everyone ends, hopefully we have more than 20 minutes. And it's game time. Then we go and we have the show. All right. There's not another place like this. There really isn't.
Damn, I'm a Texan, helping to write skits and researching stories for Steven Crowder. That's kind of insane. I never imagined it, but I'm so glad it turned out that way.
I love this place. I love the work I get to do.
Live shows is my favorite part. Performing, slinging jokes, laughing. That's my favorite part.
It's been nothing but entertaining.
It's not just a job. What we do here is, I think, more important than the job. And I feel like I'm all in at this point.
For our audience, they choose to give us some of their income that they work their asses off for. So just the utmost gratitude for the Mug Club members.
Okay. And action.
My name is Crowder, Commander of Letterworth Crowder's leader.
So sketches, a lot more goes into them than it might seem.
It's way more involved than I thought it would be.
There's not another place in the industry where you could just change your role or say, hey, I want to try mixing the show today, or I want to run audio, or, you get to contribute, you get to be on cam.
It's like a horse stable.
Get on, Jesse? All right, that's a wrap.
I get it. She was talking about her vision quest. So that's what's been going on.
I don't know.
Okay. Oh, hey. That's speculation.
Listen, there are emails, but we haven't verified those yet.
I actually think that Kamala Harris is like, if you've ever had a friend on drugs who has a bunch of bad ideas and they think that they are great ideas, I actually think she really believes in her mind. She's like a Barack Obama. She's an inspiring speaker. And she thinks all this double speak, all this word salad, I've got them in the palm of my hand. And there's nothing that her handlers can tell her.
No.
As far as this isn't working the way you think. No, people, they're feeling it. No, they're not. Well, agree to disagree.
That's not how this works. By the way, when she loses the election, like a week or two later, everybody's going to be coming out. Oh, thank God I don't have to work for her anymore.
Yes.
All this fake support. People are like, I only did it for as long as I could. Okay, guys.
Well, what
Done.
people are going to say is, well, and Donald Trump could barely beat one of the weakest candidates in modern history. That's what they'll say.
Yeah.
No,
That's what they'll say. They'll just try and say, oh, he got lucky.
After
That
the media and big tech and Hollywood and every union in America that, supports Democrats, of course, propped her up. Yeah,
well,
sure.
I think she's doing very poorly. And yes, you can look at the polls, and you can't always trust polls. It's just sort of one of the facets that you take into account. But here's another one. If Kamala Harris was doing very well, I don't think she would be running ads, especially ones that, by the way, use the Lord's name in vain blatantly.
Yes.
In Detroit, a real ad.
They said we were dead.
Detroit waving the white flag, the city filing for bankruptcy.
That our best days were behind us. That living here is like
living in hell.
But you know what we said? We said, F that. We rebuilt ourselves. We looked out for each other, got our hands dirty, and put in the hard work. And this guy, he don't know anything about that. We are a city of winners, of up-and-comers, of builders, the Motor City. Bigger and better. Here, we believe in freedom. We don't bow down to nobody, and we never will. And so what Donald Trump doesn't understand, or care to learn, is that when he said,
our whole country will end up being like Detroit if she's your president,
that he should be so goddamn lucky.
I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message.
Yes. Speaking as a born Michigander and having lived there for quite a while, we should be so GD lucky to have the 4th highest murder rate in the United States. A 65% population decline since 1950. And homes that are being given away for $1 that still can't be sold. Someone budgeted, took your offer into account, and refused it.
It's because of the neighbors. I think that commercial was narrated by a real estate agent. I would be lucky if Dallas had $4 homes.
Well, let's actually, I'm sure Pops Crowder can send his in. His house sold for, was it $11,000, $7,000? A nice home in like a middle-class neighborhood. That's Detroit. And I don't care how many coffee shops and chili dog stands.
Watch this before drinking plant-based milks.
Oat milk latte.
Protein in oats acts almost exactly like gluten. And oats in this country, even organic oats, have glyphosate Roundup. It's pure sugar and pure lectin. Maybe you want it.
What about almond milk?
The skin of almonds has a really nasty lectin that will tear up your gut and hurt your health.
What about cashew milk?
Cashews are part of the poison ivy family. Coconut milk has medium chain triglycerides, which are actually really beneficial fats, particularly for weight loss.
So coconut milk can be a healthy choice, but there's actually one other drink that actually blows it out of the water.
A lot of people are surprised that most of our weight loss or gain is actually controlled by the bugs that live in our gut. And we now know from both animal studies and human studies that there are lean bacteria and there are obesogenic bacteria. One of the tricks is to give lean bacteria what they want to eat.
Avocados are really one of the best foods that you can eat. They're almost pure fat and fiber, and it's fiber that your gut buddies love. Tomatoes. Now, remember, tomatoes are not a vegetable. They are a fruit. And the scary thing about tomatoes is that the peel and the seeds have lectins. In fact, fairly nasty lectins. So if you have issues with joint pain, arthritis, this is not your friend. People know that there's something wrong. They're eating healthier than ever, and yet they're sicker than ever.
And do you think it's stoppable through diet?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
It all comes down to this key aspect of your biology. And most doctors have no idea about it. Instead of following the blanket advice doctors give to everybody, you need to figure out which gut type you are and start from there. That's when you can start to notice some big changes in your health. If you feel sluggish, bloated, or gassy after eating, if you've struggled with consistent weight gain, or if you feel completely drained of energy even first thing in the morning, there's a very good chance you'll fall into one of the 3 major gut types. Finding out your gut type is the first step to getting your bloating, weight gain,
or low energy under control. And I've included a link to a simple quiz you can take to learn yours. It's only a few easy questions. It'll take you less than a minute to finish, and at the end, you'll receive custom tailored information about your gut type. This information is completely free. You don't even have to enter your email to unlock it. The best part is you can take what you learn and put it to use today. So go ahead and click on the link below to take the gut type quiz and discover health tips that work for you.
Stands hipsters want to tell you have opened up and it's coming back. If you want to see the poster boy for Democrat policies, go to the city that was the wealthiest city in the world, certainly the country, in the 1950s, that has had a Democrat mayor since 1962 today, without exception, and you get Detroit. And of course, they have the national Pure Michigan ads for tourism. And every now and then, they let the mask slip and the facade comes off.
When it's time to get away from the stresses of your work and responsibilities, you can always find solace in the welcome arms of your friend Detroit, where the last thing anybody finds is a job, and the furthest thing from anyone's mind is responsibility. A city where its citizens greet you with a warm hello and toothless meth grins. A place where the sunrise is as eager to spend its morning with you as the crackheads who line its streets. Where the unemployment is so high that its proud citizens can enjoy enough time to slow down as they contribute to the country's worst murder rate. A place where 7 out of 10 of those murders go completely unsolved. And if the gangs don't get you, the roaming packs of wild dogs will. It's a city that's eating itself alive and been entirely run by Democrats and unions since 1961, where a Republican scapegoat is just as elusive as any end in sight. A crystal ball for the future of the country in a city that's as likely to change as its students are that graduate high school. It's why even as the city declares bankruptcy, you can always count on it to be waiting for you with one hand out and the other ready to shoot you in the spleen. A place where your unlikelihood of finding a job is eclipsed only by your chance of getting out alive. A place that's pure Detroit.
The Cider House Rules song doesn't seem appropriate. I mean,
it was
like
good.
You princes of Wales,
England,
kings of New England.
I can't remember the princes part.
All right, doesn't matter. As an upper, it's Columbus Day today. Isn't that fun? Indigenous Peoples Day. Hit me with something, Billy.
Yay! That was not the soundboard. That was Billy.
Yay!
Oh, look at that. It's a holiday.
And in the theme of deconstructing any type of national pride or identity because America bad, according to Kamala Harris, Columbus Day, all of that patriotism, the whole new world, it needs to change because we are racist or something.
Oh, boy.
So I'm wondering, would you support efforts on a federal level to change Columbus Day to Indigenous Peoples Day? And why does that matter so much?
Sure. Yeah. And why it matters is, to your very point, we have to remember history. And this question, I think, really is connected to the last question about our morals and our compass.
Our compass.
Maybe and our goals.
A globe.
And our aspirations. We have to remember our history.
I was raised by middle class.
Uncomfortable, to your point about truths, though it may make us.
It's like every answer, she's just giving some words to prolong her answer.
Yes,
She's like, give me some time to think about the I still don't have one.
I think it's important because it's a question.
But first you have to understand
about Columbus. She said, and Columbus is a historical figure. He existed, just as we exist now. We didn't exist back then, nor does Columbus today.
And
shut up.
I am not Columbus.
So let's go through some of these myths that are the premises, by the way, for when you change Columbus Day to Indigenous Peoples Day. I don't know if you know this. Spoiler, I'm not a fan of calling it Indigenous Peoples Day. I don't even like calling it Indigenous People. So you know what? Let's debunk the most common myths here in 5 minutes or less. Toolman, start the clock. All right, here we go. Myth number one, that Columbus committed mass genocide, right? You'll hear that everywhere. That's why we need to change it to Indigenous Peoples Day. We'll make all of the references available at loudearthcutter.com. Here's the truth. Diseases killed natives. They were mostly killed by infectious diseases. The settlers didn't even know they had brought with them, okay? A big part of that was they came from animals, domesticated animals that had not been domesticated by the Native Americans. A big one of those would be horses. So this whole Native American horse culture that you've seen, them with bow and arrow on horseback, no, the only time they would have been using the horse, they would have been carrying a lever action Winchester, because that's about the time that they were finally able to ride them, as opposed to chasing them all off a cliff, rendering them almost extinct. That's what happened. The idea that we had taken them out, or Columbus did specifically with genocide. Also, I don't know if you know this, germ theory was not discovered until the 1860s.
That's after
so
Columbus.
that doesn't really make a whole lot of sense.
By a bit.
Here's another myth as to why we need to change it to Indigenous Peoples Day. Because Columbus was awful, he was barbaric, and clearly there is no argument of the fact that Columbus was a rapist.
Columbus had no problem with his men raping and killing them. There are horrific accounts of Columbus selling Native American women and young girls, along with brutal stories of his men killing and torturing Native people and even babies for fun.
Okay, some of that I can't necessarily verify, even babies for fun. Like, I don't know if they had a smile on their face.
Yeah. Yeah. They were upset about it. They were kind of hating, like, oh, I got to go back to work today, killing these natives.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Oh, a baby.
But I tell you what, exactly. If you do what you enjoy, you never work a day in your life.
I guess.
So here's the truth. I'm sure people did bad things across the board back then, but these specific claims that you see of rape and the brutality, it come from a political enemy, right? Fernando de Bobadilla. You may not know Fernando's name.
Bobadilla. It sounds Italian.
And a lot of people just take it at face value. I don't know if you know this. Now, there probably were some examples of women and children being killed. But what happened is they probably saw the Native Americans treating each other so poorly, raping, pillaging, scalping, cannibalizing. And then they turn into animals themselves, and you only look at one side of the equation. Here's another truth that you may not know. Columbus, very flawed. I'm not saying that he's Jesus Christ, but he did order his own men to stay away, specifically from Native American women. Contrast that with many Native tribes who specifically took women as basically rape poles as part of the spoils of war. This is from Columbus's journal. He said, I have given the men orders not to take anything from them against their will. So they have paid them for everything. I cannot believe that any man has ever met a people so good-hearted and generous, so gentle, that they did their utmost to give us everything they had. Columbus also, by the way, made his men observe the 3 monastic vows of poverty, chastity, and obedience, which I don't know if they all did. Let's be honest. Let's be honest. Like, he's like, hey, do that. And they're like, oh, yeah, okay, sure, we'll be chaste. But the point is, you can't just look at one side of the equation and think that it was a whole peaceful Native American culture. And these animals just came in with the rape and diseases, engaged in biological warfare before germ theory even became a thing. Here's a third myth, kind of piggybacking off that the Native Americans were peaceful until Columbus showed up. Okay, you'll hear this. This is why we need to turn it into Indigenous Peoples Day. Truth. War was all over this country between tribes. You will still find territory that is in dispute depending on the tribe who claims they were the last tribe to be there, which means there was a tribe before them to this day. For proof, just look at the Black Hills. That's a perfect example right now. They all hold hands saying, we are the world. But the fact is their forefathers killed each other's forefathers in record numbers. And crazy enough, there are more Kiowa than ever in recorded history today on
genocide.
Earth. Yeah, if that's a genocide, you screwed up. You didn't end the Holocaust with 6 million more Jews than when you started. So not very good at the genociding is my point, even if there were acts of cruelty. Columbus arrived, there were 2 tribes who were dominant. There were the Caribs, there were the Arawaks, okay? Caribs were vicious cannibals. The Arawaks were passive, friendly. I don't know if you know this. Typically, if you have a passive friendly tribe, they live in constant fear of the vicious cannibals.
Because of the eating.
And so...
What a time for that one.
And so the Arawaks were terrified of the Caribs. Here's another truth. The Indians...
The Bible mentions one fruit from the Garden of Eden that can help men reclaim the tone and muscle.
By the way, when you talk about respecting the earth and Mother Nature, they hunted multiple species into extinction, almost the buffalo. And they did not, by the way, use each part of the animal, as you have been told. They would literally hunt. They would scare an entire herd of buffalo off a cliff, and they didn't have refrigeration. They could keep one. to give you some more proof here. Again, doesn't mean that Columbus was perfect, doesn't mean that settlers were perfect, but this idea that white, bad, new settlers, bad, Native Americans, all good, it couldn't be further from the truth. It's the same reason that you would not want to live on any Native American reservation today, unless you want to live in every episode of Cops. If you go to the Spanish conquistadors, I've talked about this a few times, and I know you're going to say this, there's no way this is true. I didn't believe it when I first started reading up on this back as a teenager. You think of the conquistadors, right? You think of what happened with the Aztecs, right? The Mayans, the Incas, depending where you go. How many conquistadors do you think came here? Cortez. You would think, right? There were tens of thousands of Indians there, hundreds of thousands. There were 800 conquistadors. 800 who took over. Do you realize that that doesn't happen unless there are so many natives here who have been enslaved, raped, and tortured that they will take their chances with anyone else, including people with red beards and funny hats? That's what they did.
Yeah, even though they were laughing the whole time at those hats.
Yes, they were.
They were willing to fight.
Yes. So,
oh my gosh.
I still say Columbus Day. You can comment below. I don't know how you celebrate it, but there's one more reason that those on the left may hate Columbus. This is what I think is the real reason.
Yeah.
He was a Jew.
What?
That's
Yes,
right.
he was Jewish, at least partially Jewish. And looking back, it's kind of surprising. How did we miss that? You would think, hey.
Why is the head so small?
It's been the whitewashing of Columbus. You're just as much to blame.
All right, 6.5 minutes.
We went into overtime. It's okay.
I apologize.
Pull that so small.
Columbus.
It's like the character from Beetlejuice.
Yes, bring up Columbus.
Now, come on.
I would be terrified of this guy too. Showing up with your long fingers and your tiny head.
She's a monster.
For people on audio. Oh, no.
Switch to video for people on audio.
Wait, was that one of the Brooks brothers?
Kanye West thing. I knew it.
Whole country founded on it.
Josh is turning red. Excuse me, sorry guys. This is a holiday. Yes. Have some respect.
Small-headed holiday.
How do you celebrate Columbus Day? Firewater and boom boom sticks. So do the natives.
Well, I mean, it's only 8 a.m. But 9 a.m.
Our law's not theirs.
They make me live this way. All right, sure.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, white guy came in and forced you to buy a Tesla. All right.
Tesla. Jeez.
Let's.
So tired of it.
It's a Kia Spark, whatever their electric car. I have no idea.
It's a Soul.
It's a Rivian.
They play it as you drive off the showroom floor.
So really quick, we need to give you a bit of a recap here. I don't exactly know what to make of this other than the media is very quick to jump on a story regardless of the facts or information. Sunday, the California police stopped what initially appeared to have been a third assassination attempt on Donald Trump. And the reason that people believe that is because you had members of law enforcement and the media say that that is what happened.
The way it worked yesterday is only people that were allowed with inside the perimeter, the outside perimeter in a vehicle was if you lived there or if you had documentation that said you were going to this rally in the form of,
on Reno
of an
911.
email with VIP credentials or press credentials. We have his name as Vem, V-E-M, Miller, M-I-L-L-E-R. During that investigation, the deputy eventually found multiple passports with multiple names, multiple driver's license with different names. The vehicle was unregistered, and the license plate was what we in law enforcement would recognize as one that is homemade and indicative of a group of individuals that claim to be sovereign citizens. During the investigation, obviously those identification documents were found in addition to a loaded handgun and a shotgun.
Okay. Jeez. So, by the way, I don't know if you know this. Couldn't care less if there's a loaded handgun or shotgun. They always just throw that in there like a loaded gun. Well, okay, what are you going to throw it at a perp? Of course you should have a loaded.
But
They had another weapon.
passports, ID, unregistered vehicle. You can check all the references. Okay, that appears to be true. The guy's name is Vem Miller. But according to the Riverside County Sheriff, this was put out. He said, "We probably stopped another assassination attempt." So that's where this all started. It was like, oh my gosh, there was an assassination attempt because that cop said we stopped an assassination attempt. What doesn't make sense is that the would-be assassin was let out on a $5,000 bail.
That's pretty low. I feel like.
So again, this started to come unraveled as a condition of his bail. Also, this is kind of odd. He's only allowed to wear one outfit in public. Let's see if we can find him here. Yep. Okay. Well, looking back, we should have. Let's go to the next slide. We have another. That's not even easier. Trying to find him.
Yeah, it looks
a little nearer.
I think I found
that
him.
place.
And then the final one.
Where is he?
That's a bad idea.
I know he's one of them.
Someone should have caught it.
I don't find him.
Bad idea.
So here's some kind of weird details, and we don't have all the information here, so you can send it in or comment below. It doesn't seem like this guy is a would-be assassin.
No.
We actually found a clip on Rumble this morning, or an hour and 15-minute video from Vem Miller himself. He vehemently denies that he had any intent to kill Trump. Seems like he's actually been a pretty consistent pro-Trump advocate. He told the Southern California News Group, "These accusations are complete bullshit. I'm an artist. I'm the last person that would cause any violence or any harm to anybody." He said that he did have a special entry pass. He never fired the guns that he had. And then he actually released a video explaining quite a bit of it. But here he is. Here's what we know. They caught him, $5,000 bail. All right. Then he released a video and he provided some corroborating evidence that he is a self-declared Trump supporter and actually a conservative.
I'm a Trump caucus captain. I've collected votes for Donald Trump, and I'm also a Trump team leader. I would say in the last 4 years, I've been to a countless number of Trump rallies and Trump events. I have been, and this is again verifiable, pretty much this far away from the former president to a point that I could touch him. I've talked to Don Jr., I've talked to Eric Trump. I know a lot of people within the Trump family and the extended family. And I have been integrally involved. And if I was to guesstimate, and this is again verifiable, I'm sure the Trump campaign has records of all the guest passes they've issued me, the special passes they've issued me. I mean, we're talking about potentially, I don't know, 20 something more. I don't even remember.
Okay, and here's a video from Vem Miller at the RNC. Again, this is one of those issues where the media pulled the trigger too early, and we'll get to the sheriff in a minute. It seems like he may be a guy looking to make some headlines, but here is Vem Miller at the RNC.
So one thing I don't get is that everything at this convention, at the Republican National Convention, is cashless. This whole place is cashless. So I don't know. See, that's a Republican National Convention behind me. Wonderful people, wonderful time. Just not happy that it's all cashless.
Because now they can track you, man.
Yeah,
the sodas you purchase.
Some people may think that he's maybe a little bit nutty. Sovereign Citizens. It's a group that's. I wouldn't say it's necessarily a violent militia group. They're people who believe that they're basically.
Yeah,
some certain laws don't apply because they're unconstitutional. You know. He also, this man, Vem Miller, he's the founder of an anti-mainstream media outlet. It's called America Happens. He founded it in 2008. We don't necessarily need to go to the clip. There have been documentaries.
Consider how much we all use our cell phones and other electronic gadgets every second of the day. It's not crazy to think that the invisible waves of energy passing through us could potentially pose a threat to our health.
When you think about the amount of electrosmog all around you every day, EMF that's being generated from 5G and from 3G and routers, that usually is a square wave. It's a digital wave. And those waves are not generated in the human body. And when you expose the body to those waves, it's disruptive to the body.
That's where Aries Tech steps in, a frontrunner in EMF protection. Their cutting-edge protection devices are designed to combat the often overlooked challenge of the silent but potentially significant threat to our community's health and well-being.
If you're interested in trying this out for yourself, visit ariestech.com. Don't go anywhere.
Documentaries that he's created on the deep state. on the problem with the swamp. Democrats, it seems like he's been pretty consistently pro-Trump. It seems like this is a misunderstanding, but where does that misunderstanding take place? I think there's kind of one of two things that could be happening here. The sheriff wants to get his name out there, and I'll get to that in a second, where he seems to be one of these guys who jumps the gun quite a bit and inserts himself into any political issue. And it seems like maybe the media would like to use this to try and say, look, this is the radicalizing of Trump supporters, where we can't even identify the difference between his Trump supporters and his own supporters and crazy people. I don't know, but the problem is there's a lot of misinformation out there on social right now, on X. It's really hard to parse through what's true, so we'll make all these references available. This is interesting to me. The same sheriff in 2020, Chad Bianco, he made a huge scene, and of course, cameras were rolling when he was kneeling with Black Lives Matter.
Vote for me this November.
Lick those boots.
So I don't like him.
This is stupid, right? Nothing really happened. They pull the guy over. Their guns in his car. The Secret Service says that this wasn't likely an assassination attempt. They're not even worried that the president's life was in any danger. And that used to mean something. And I know now that maybe doesn't mean as much as we thought it did in the past.
Right.
But then the FBI is not even investigating it as an attempted assassination or anything involving that. He got out on $5,000 bail. And he's a right-wing conservative guy that maybe goes a little too far right sometimes, potentially. This isn't an assassination attempt. This is
seems
like the
like
AOC of assassination attempts. I was 6 buildings away kind of thing.
It seems like this all stems from the sheriff saying, like, yeah, we probably stopped another assassination attempt.
Yes, that's it.
It pretty much comes from one guy who seems like he was really quick to want to be the hero who helped stop the assassination attempt.
Yeah,
That's
you're
really-
probably not going to find a guy with a bigger penis than mine.
That's right.
So might as well just stick with me, honey.
That's why it hurts when I kneel, because I kneel on it.
That's what it sounds like. That's the energy, you know?
Anyway, I don't know if there's that much more to touch on with that. It's just it's everywhere right now, and so many people have conspiracy theories, and I don't even know that this warrants any kind of. It's just a guy who probably had some weird stuff in his car.
Yeah. He doesn't like to be tracked, so maybe he has multiple IDs because he doesn't want the government to track him.
Right.
That one's a little weird, man. The passports and licenses, that one's like
I'm not concerned.
I am.
Why? That guy gets caught everywhere. Are you kidding me?
Because it was difficult for me to get mine. Well, it wasn't. It wasn't, but you know, it should be.
You think that guy's getting through customs with a fake passport? Come on. They're flagging him immediately.
He's not going anywhere.
No, he's not going anywhere.
Yeah.
All right.
You can get by
And he's
TSA.
certainly not paying cash everywhere.
Speaking of not going anywhere, that's pretty much anyone who decides to sit down with JD Vance.
Yeah. They keep making this mistake.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
have
get him.
When I see JD Vance go up against someone who's clearly biased, the left, you know, in these interviews, it reminds me of that scene in Life Aquatic with Steve Zissou where Jeff Goldblum, I think it's Jeff Goldblum, disciplines the other guy's dog with a rolled up newspaper. That's basically what JD Vance is doing with these interviewers. Remember they were saying that Walz had a higher favorability than JD Vance. Remember they were saying, oh, this VP debate could be really important. And then they said, it doesn't really matter at all.
Really.
I do think it had an impact. I do think that the VP debate had an impact, and that's a big reason that Donald Trump is gaining momentum. I think that Kamala Harris is very unlikable, and I think JD Walz was really brought in just because they thought he was folksy and likable.
Tim Walz.
What did I say? JD Walz?
JD Walz.
Oh, son of a bitch. Admonish me. That's bad. I really think that I think that Tim Walz was brought in to try and counterbalance the intense dislikability of Kamala Harris. He doesn't really have many accomplishments, so that's why they brought him in. JD Vance was brought in because obviously, you know, Hillbilly Elegy was very popular, but I think he was brought in to shore up the base with Donald Trump.
Yeah.
And because he is a surgeon with interviews. He is able to handle interviews from opposing viewpoints, and that shouldn't really happen in what we're supposed to see as unbiased media. Have you seen, by the way, Kamala Harris, the gaslighting network saying, and Donald Trump won't do a second debate. He won't sit down with 60 Minutes. Why is he hiding and riding out the clock? I'm like, oh, okay, we see exactly what
After
you're doing.
he asked for 3 debates, and by the way, the next thing they're pivoting to is release your medical records. He's like, I've really stocked your stuff, and I'm doing 2-hour stand-up rallies. What do you want from me?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, let's see Biden's medical record. What are you talking about?
Yeah, now
Medical
finally
records.
she's concerned about the fitness
Finally
of a
they're
person being a president of the United States.
Let's see how you trimmed that turkey neck, lady.
What I see is I see desperation.
Yes.
And I see desperation from Walls. Maybe you guys could bring up, there was a Walls interview this weekend, actually, where he really was flailing quite a bit as a good contrast to JD Vance. And I ask you, look, setting this up, have you been impressed with this guy? And do you understand that we are really not that far away from, if something were to happen, God forbid, with President Trump, a JD Vance presidency? How would you feel about that? A lot of people haven't really discussed that at this point. So, were you
I'm
looking
good
to
with
see-
it. I just gave you a thumbs up.
All right. So before we get to JD Vance, let's set this up because they have been pulling no punches. The Trump campaign released a scathing new attack ad highlighting the southern border crisis.
Open borders, deadly consequences.
Border crisis. Record high crossings are putting a strain on cities across America. It is a full-blown invasion.
Armed Venezuelan gang members storming an apartment complex in Aurora, Colorado.
When people talk about migrant crime, this is what they're talking about. Biden and Harris had created a program to bring them in under humanitarian parole.
I am in favor of saying that we're not going to treat people who are undocumented across the border as criminals.
More than 13,000 illegal immigrants convicted of murder have been released into the United States.
Abolish ICE.
Yeah, we need to probably think about starting from scratch.
Manuel Hernandez was booked by Colleyville police just 2 days earlier and released the day before the robbery.
That's pretty tough.
He's winning on that issue by quite a bit.
That's a bit like the Scrooged Christmas Carol promo.
Yeah.
Like, show me Scrooged. They're already voting Mr. Trump. They're already voting for you, Mr. Trump. That's not enough. They have to be so scared to miss it. So a lot of the interviews centered around immigration, around illegal immigration. They tried to press JD Vance. They tried to bring up some facts that aren't facts. So let's go through these here. One was with, I believe, the New York Times, and one was with ABC. Let's go New York Times first. Lulu Garcia Navarro, not to be confused with Navarro, former Republican on The View, tried to press Vance on, and this is weird. I don't know why they think this is a winning argument when they're trying to obviously help Kamala Harris, saying that, well, you actually need illegal immigrants because we need them to do good paying American jobs.
The reason that there is a housing crisis is that not enough houses have been built.
And that we have 25 million people who shouldn't be here.
Well, I mean, this is the thing. I mean,
I think it's both.
I know you do. I don't think that many people who look into this agree with you, but about a third of the construction workforce in this country is Hispanic. Of those, a large portion are undocumented. So how do you propose to build all the housing necessary that we need in this country by removing all the people who are working in construction?
Well, I think it's a fair question because we know that back in the 1960s when we had very low levels of illegal immigration, Americans didn't buy houses, didn't build houses. But of course they did.
Gotcha,
bitch. I'm being sarcastic, of course, and sort of saying, with the assumption that because a large number of home builders now are using undocumented labor, that's the only way to build homes. I think, again,
The country is much bigger.
a fundamental
The need is much bigger.
So let me give you the truth here. Okay, let's go to then and now. In 1969, undocumented migrants, they made up about 0.3% of the population. We had a housing surplus. Wow. Okay, that was a big deal back then. Now, we actually have had record inflation. Homes are about 2.5 times more expensive than they were in the 1960s. And undocumented, let's just say illegal aliens, make up 5% of the population.
It's a huge difference. 0.3% versus 5%.
And now we have a housing shortage of 4.5 million units. So the point that he's making, she's like, people don't agree if they look into it. Well, hold on a second. We had fewer illegal aliens back then, and we had homes that were more affordable and more homes that were built, so we had a surplus. Now we have a shortage, and we have about 20 times the rate of illegal aliens, and people can't afford them.
And the houses in the 60s are still standing.
Yes.
Some of them are. Not in Detroit.
Not in Detroit.
I don't get that argument that you say that 25 million people are here that shouldn't be here, and that's not a contributor.
Right.
Well, it's not you take 25 million people and you get rid of them, there won't be more homes.
Right.
Is that what she's saying?
Yes. Yeah. I was about to say, she's like, we can't build all the homes we need. I'm like, well, guess what? When you get rid of 25 million people that don't need to be here, frees up some housing.
Yes, it does.
It makes me feel like I'm missing something.
Yes.
Yeah. No, you're not.
It was a guess.
You're not missing
simple
anything.
supply and demand.
Yeah, it seems like it would be very simple.
She was like, 1/3 of the people are immigrants that work in construction, and a large portion. Give me a number.
Yeah,
A
how
large
many of
portion
these
are
people?
undocumented workers that are specifically building houses?
But don't you
We've already established that you don't think black people could do this,
Right.
or Asian people, or white people could do this job. We've already established that, Ms. Navarro. You think only Hispanic people can do construction.
Yeah.
Now, how many of them are illegal?
Well, and here's another point. I've watched this Overton window shift, right, where they used to say these people are only doing jobs that Americans don't want to do. They're cleaning. Remember, what was her name? Osborne, the daughter. They're cleaning your toilets. They're picking lettuce. And now it's like, oh yes, that's right. You mean one of the most common occupations since the beginning of time, and certainly in the United States of America, construction, contracting work. No native-born citizens want to do that. We've now moved well beyond manual labor, minimum wage jobs, and we're talking about highly skilled jobs: carpentry, electricians, plumbing. Yeah, this doesn't make sense anymore. They used to make the argument they're only taking the jobs Americans won't do. She now just made the argument they're needed to do the kinds of jobs that Americans actually really want to do and are good paying jobs, but we need them so that we can pay them less.
The same jobs that she would have be unionized. Right. In every state, so that no illegals could have. That's where it gets confusing. You start advocating for two different things.
I don't think there's a single white guy in this office who hasn't worked construction at some point or another.
Yeah, I was gonna say I've worked construction. It was union work, so it's a little different than regular home construction in Texas or Arizona, whatever. But union work in Seattle, dude, there was no illegals on the job, not a single one. You couldn't even get in the job site.
Mine wasn't union work, but I did some with Johnny Boy in the summer, and I did some here too as well, and it was good paying. It was great. It was summer work.
Yep.
And the guys I worked with were all older white gentlemen who, by the way, made a good living. So have you guys noticed that shift?
It's in the Amish community, though, so let's be honest.
That's true. Well, everything was wood. By the way, we built one hell of a rotary phone. I don't know why we're allowed rotary phones and not smartphones, but we are allowed rotary phones.
Oh, they're made out of wood.
Yes.
So you gotta watch that rock, though. You might lose a.
But if it's your neighbor, you can hear him clear as a bell. Here's the next exchange here is Navarro, by the way, of course, an unbiased journalist. Again, talking about immigration, unemployment, and trying to push back on JD Vance. He gives them no wiggle room.
You absolutely could re-engage folks into the American labor market. This is, I think,
To work in construction?
Of course you could.
Pause.
Pause.
You could get what? You could get Americans to work construction? Tell me you're out of touch with America without telling me you're out of touch with America. Really? Wait, hold on. You mean to tell me that there are middle-class working Americans who are willing to work construction and make a decent living? Yeah, not everyone goes to Princeton, sweetheart.
That's so funny.
She expects the only way people get into construction is standing outside of Home Depots.
Yes, exactly.
That's different. That's day laborers.
That lady lives in a multi-million-dollar home and thinks that it's just really cheap and easy to do it, build it.
Yeah, I know. I remember that you said they're not taking any jobs that you don't want. She can't believe that plenty of Americans would like to work good-paying construction jobs. Okay, let's continue with the clip.
There's 4.1%. Most
the
people
unemployment rate, Lulu, this is important.
But most people who don't work can't work in the regular economy. They're in the military, they're parents, they're sick, they're old.
Military.
What?
They might not want to work in construction.
The unemployment rate does not count labor force participation dropouts. And again, this is one of the really deranged things that I think illegal immigration does to our society is it gets us in a mindset of saying we can only build houses with illegal immigrants when we have 7 million, just men, not even women, just men who have completely dropped out of the labor force. People say, well, Americans won't do those jobs. Americans won't do those jobs for below the table wages. They won't do those jobs for non-living wages. I want them to go searching in their own country for their own citizens. Sometimes people who may be struggling with addiction or trauma, get them re-engaged in American society. We cannot have an entire American business community that is giving up on American workers and then importing millions of illegal laborers. That is what we have thanks to Kamala Harris's border policies. I think it's one of the biggest drivers of inequality.
So to be clear, you think Americans work construction. I'm sure the media have a field day with that. Here's the truth. Okay, we fact checked all of this. I really have no suggestions for JD Vance.
Yeah,
Let's look at the male labor force participation rates. 1969 was 80%, meaning 80% of able-bodied males were participating in the workforce. Today, that's 68.1%. 68.1%. So again, if what they were saying was true, we expect to see maybe the opposite trend or at least remain stable. We're not.
That's a question. Labor force participation trends. What is that? A specific type of job, or is that just
it means people who are actually involved in the workforce. So in other words, if you are unemployed for a certain amount of time, and then you say, you know what, I'm just not looking for a job anymore, you give up on life, they don't count you as unemployed.
Yeah.
Okay.
So so if you have a 3% unemployment rate, let's say, with an 80% labor force participation rate, that's very different than a 3% unemployment rate when you only have a 68% labor force. But in other words, there are far more people out of a job. They're just not counted as unemployed.
Yeah.
Was I missing something too when she said military?
Yeah.
Are military personnel not? Are they counted as unemployed?
They shouldn't be
because they're quite employed.
No, they're not.
Okay.
Yeah.
They're not. I don't know what she's saying.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's a valid question. She makes no sense.
She does make no sense.
And of course, this, by the way, follows the announcement. Some people think there might have been, a little bit of promo going on. Vance's all-American woman construction company with the results you see for yourself. He's trying to plug this. Yeah, it's an HGTV show.
I don't.
Bar up there.
Well, I think she should start with a shirt.
Here's another truth. The reason why is it's definitely cheaper to hire illegal immigrants than to pay Americans. So 2.1 million construction workers right now that we know of are paid under the table. You can go back to a video that I taped, I believe, in 2017, 2018, where I did the Home Depot thing.
Yeah.
And I stole the jobs of illegal aliens because people would say they're working for pennies. They were all working back then for $30 an hour. They were doing a product. The guy would drive up, say 6 hours, $200. And I'd say, you know what, I said, hey, you know what, I'll do it for 20 an hour. I'll do it for 15 an hour. This idea that these people, meaning illegal aliens, are being abused, exploited, and working jobs that Americans don't want to do it's just not true. And so, yes, it needs to be a multi-pronged approach. We need to go after not only the employers who employ these people illegally as a way to cut corners, but we also need to change our policy. This is really simple. This election, when people say, well, what is it that you would do? If I'm Donald Trump, if I'm J.D. Vance, say, okay, going to reduce the corporate tax rates so that people can employ more Americans. We're going to shut down the border and make sure that we stop these illegal crossings. We're going to deport some people, and we're going to open up our own energy, all of our own reserves so we can be a net energy exporter like we were under the Trump administration. Those three policies, we start those day one. That makes a huge difference. Just go with that. Let's go with another exchange here between ABC's Martha Raddatz, who's trying to fact check.
This one's the best.
Vance on the Venezuelan gangs. You've seen those, right? The roving migrant gangs. Just watch the clip.
People are terrified by what has happened with some of these Venezuelan gangs.
Senator Vance, I'm going to stop you because I know exactly what happened. I'm going to stop you. The incidents were limited to a handful of apartment complexes, and the mayor said our dedicated police officers have acted on those concerns. A handful of problems.
Only, Martha, do you hear yourself? Only a handful of apartment complexes in America were taken over by Venezuelan gangs, and Donald Trump.
Why is everyone in the U.S. going crazy over this portable heater? With inflation at an all-time high.
Trump is the problem and not Kamala Harris's open border. You seem to be more focused with nitpicking everything that Donald Trump has said rather than acknowledging that apartment complexes in the United States of America are being taken over by violent gangs.
Get him off the air. Get him off the air.
Executive orders that undid Donald Trump's successful border policies. We knew this stuff would happen. They bragged about opening the border, and now we have the consequences, and we're living with it. We can do so much better. But frankly, we're not going to do better, Martha, unless Donald Trump calls this stuff out. I'm glad that he did.
That was so wonderful to just drink in. She was waiting for her moment. She knew that this was going to come up and it was going to be a line that he said, so I'm going to stop you. I'm going to stop you right there. Goes to her notes and gets obliterated because, yes, everybody's like, you think a handful's okay?
Well, he just showed right there that she does think it's okay.
Yes.
She thinks that people who live in apartment complexes don't deserve the same rights as everybody else. And that, a couple of apartment complexes are taken. No big deal. Those are low-income Americans. Nobody cares about them.
Exactly.
I'm on ABC with dumb hair.
Yeah, exactly. I'm still not convinced that wasn't a ghost interview.
It might have been.
But the immigration issue, I don't think there's an issue that highlights more clearly that the Democratic Party and the media, entertainment, industrial establishment, that they don't care about you. But we just saw it play out in real time where it's, well, actually, these people are just taking jobs that Americans don't want to do, or we need them so that we can build homes. In other words, they're saying, it doesn't matter that Americans could use the work.
Right.
These people matter just as much. I'm going to say something here that'll offend some people. In the context of the United States, okay, illegal immigrants don't matter as much. I'm not saying as human beings in the eyes of God. I'm saying as far as the rights and, by the way, privileges and priority being given to, if you're going to give it to a group of people, native-born Americans or people who are here legally, I'm going to say illegal aliens do not matter as much in this country as legal citizens. Deport them. Done. Hold on a second. It's only a handful of apartment complexes? Okay. If it's one apartment, not complex, one apartment, it's too much. Because that's someone who is being victimized.
Yeah.
By a predator who has no business being here in the first place. Do you put yourself in this situation? And we've talked about this quite a bit when we've done the Change My Minds. Imagine if you have any children or you have a wife or husband, okay? Your most loved relative is raped or murdered. Okay, it's terrible. It's awful. Now imagine how much harder of a pill that would be to swallow if you find out they were murdered by someone who had no business being here, who had a criminal record and was cleared to come in anyway. Usually you're just mad at the world, right? Awful, tragic acts happen sometimes. It doesn't make it any less awful. But you're not mad at the world at that point. You have someone to be mad with. And that's the people who enacted that policy. And it's the media who tried to sell it as a virtue. So here's the truth. Venezuelan gangs have actually taken over multiple apartment complexes, not just in places like Colorado, but places like Texas as well. And the law firm that brought that issue to the Colorado police, by the way, is a Democratic organization, or at least overwhelmingly supports Democrats to the tune of 96.5% of their donations have gone to Democrats. So it shouldn't be a political issue, and it shouldn't be an issue that you dismiss. There are people, American citizens, who live in those apartments, and they live in hell. And it's so difficult for them to live with because they know that it is one of the few areas where government can actually do something. Let's be honest. The government can't fix everything. The government can't stop natural disasters. And even if FEMA was running like clockwork, they wouldn't be able to save everybody or help everybody. The government can't actually give you enough money so that they can save your business if you're going into bankruptcy, right? The government can't really change your day-to-day life all that much. But the government should have a military. The government should be able to protect the citizens of this country. And the government does have the ability to make sure that criminals are not coming here in the first place. It's one of the most basic functions of government. That's a really tough pill to swallow. And the media says it's just a handful. Well, it's not. It's not just a handful. It's millions of people who are affected by it every single year. And right now, they've actually taken over entire apartment complexes. Think of what that symbolizes. That means it's not just someone coming over the border in the middle of the night with a coyote. That means they've all migrated to one area. They've congregated and put together a plan, and no one has stopped them. That should happen, in my opinion, 0 times in a civilized country. So let's wrap this up. Right under the Kamala Biden administration, we've had record inflation, had a huge housing shortage. We've had men dropping out of the labor force at unbelievable rates. We've had illegal immigration, of course, at all-time highs. We've had 18 million at least when you just include the crossings, those getaways, the visa overstays, the fly-ins, right? Just that CBP One app that we talked about. And all of this, and the media says, it's not that big a deal. Why would you vote for Donald Trump? Mean tweets. Look at what has happened in this country in the last 3.5 years. I can't remember, and genuinely, if you can comment below, any time period in my life, 37, where we have seen the direct catastrophic results from government policy play out in one term. Then again, it's very, very rare that you have people who sign 90-something legislative actions, I believe it's 80-something executive orders, to undo all of the policies of the last guy and make it worse year over year over a year. I don't remember that we've ever had that in my lifetime. I'm sure someone could give me some example that may be comparable. I think this is why Donald Trump may win in a landslide. There are enough Americans out there going, yeah, we feel the impact of this right now. 18 million in only 3 years. Yep, we see it. And I think that's why for the first time you have a majority of Americans who actually support some kind of a deportation program. And that maybe is why the National Border Patrol Council, who, by the way, Kamala Harris said endorsed her, in case you've forgotten.
Even the Border Patrol endorsed it. It was endorsed by the Border Patrol Union. The Border Patrol endorsed it.
Which is probably why the border agents actually endorsed the bill.
Oh, wait, sorry. Did I? No, they endorsed her? No, sorry. This is what they actually did.
If we allow Border Czar Harris to win this election, every city, every community in this great country is going to go to hell. On behalf of the 16,000 men and women represented by the National Border Patrol Council, we strongly support and endorse Donald J. Trump for President of the United States.
Well, it's almost like they said the opposite.
That's weird.
Of what she said. And you've heard me say this. The strategy is lie, 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 cheat. Lie, 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 cheat. That's exactly what we see right here. Kamala, where is it on the media right now that the National Border Patrol Council has endorsed Donald Trump? Wouldn't you think that the media, considering those are the people she's embarrassed, she has lied to, saying they've endorsed me, and I believe it was their pinned tweet for a while saying, no, we didn't.
Yeah.
But they hadn't officially endorsed Donald Trump. She told you something that was the opposite of the truth. A lie, we used to call it back in the day.
We used to call it.
She repeated it. The media didn't fact check it. She repeated it, I believe, on Oprah as well. She repeated it at least 3, 4, 5 times. Okay? And now the Border Patrol Council comes out and says, no, we actually endorsed Donald Trump. So lie, 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 lie. What happens now? They don't cover it. The next step is cheat. Do you understand that? They don't fear you catching them in their lies. They just make up another lie. And once the lies stop working, once they're not having enough of an impact, they cheat. We saw it with the Hunter Biden laptop. We saw it with the mass mail-in voting changes, for example, in Pennsylvania last election. I don't know what we're going to see this go around. But we're getting to the end of that runway here with the lie, 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 lie. Coming up is the cheat. Please look out for it. And that's why we are gearing up for on election night. Hey, the best case scenario is we need to do nothing and Donald Trump walks off with a landslide. But we expect that it could go back and forth for a while. The election live stream of the century. We do need your support here. We will have not only a live electoral integrity map where you can actually see the states that are called, also states in dispute, but we're going to have live journalists, investigative journalists, boots on the ground in every major city of every major swing state. That night, you can click on that map and see any tomfoolery that's taking place, and you can also help report incidents that we will then vet and get up on that map. We are going to have the resources and the foundation here that no one else will, including, by the way, CNN, ABC, CBS, or Fox News. And it's been a multi-million-dollar undertaking. We want to live out the election day with you. We did it last time. We're banned from YouTube after that took place. And then we were banned by midterms, but we want to be here with you. There's no reason to go anywhere else outside of Rumble and tune in with us. LouderWithCrowder.com/MugClub. You can click that button below. Go Mugless between now and election to help us make it happen. If you don't want to sign up for the year, every little bit counts. We are not funded by a foreign caliphate. Now, just as a palate cleanse, let's contrast J.D. Vance with the blundering of Mr. Walz.
I want to go back to something you said on Tuesday. You said, I think all of us know the Electoral College needs to go. But the campaign came out later that night, and they said that's not their stance.
Yeah. Well, it's not the campaign's position. And the point I'm trying to make is that there's folks that feel every vote must...
Did you know there's a revolutionary pair of shoes that's disrupting the pain relief industry right now? Because they're not
Governments lie.
Anthony Fauci put everyone on the planet at risk without their consent.
It's beyond suspicious.
Research caused a pandemic, killed 20 million, and cost $25 trillion. Fauci would prefer a lie.
In the same poll. Like that kind of stuff roughly happened in, I think it was Michigan, one of them. And I was like, I don't understand this. I don't think you guys have fixed these polling issues here, but I don't know. We will see. In swing states where obviously this is where all of the focus and attention is going to be right now, mostly in places like Pennsylvania, specifically Michigan, Wisconsin, those places. The average for all the swing states is Trump +1. He's leading in all 7. Look at that.
Wow.
The beautiful red wall there. The closest one, ooh, pull it back up. Wisconsin, that would be beautiful. I really want him to win Wisconsin.
Yeah, that's the only plausible one. I mean, Michigan's higher, but I mean,
Yeah.
no, there's going to be some.
If he wins, like, gun to your head, Stephen always says that. And I understand the reference here, not Russian roulette, but like.
So we're in the final stretch. It's coming down to this after years of waiting to take back our government and make America great again. This is it. Whatever you can give. Kamala is a disaster. She won't do what's right. She's not going to do what's right. She hasn't got the ability to do it. It's not going to happen. So whatever you can give, this is it. If you have the money, do it. And if you don't have the money, don't even think about doing it. Live your life and enjoy it. You'll have plenty of time to contribute to campaigns. But if you do have,
Like actual loaded. Gun to your head. Do you think he
it
wins
is loaded in
Michigan
Russian
and
roulette.
Wisconsin and Pennsylvania? Do you think he takes all 3?
I think if he takes Michigan or Wisconsin, he takes all 3. I think he can take Pennsylvania without winning the other 2.
I agree. Yeah. But the way it's looking right now, man, momentum is really heading his direction and nothing they do seems to really.
Well, the other trends in these states are looking really good too. Up in the upper Midwest with the Senate and congressional races.
Yeah.
The Senate candidate in Wisconsin has made a huge comeback over the last month. Ohio's looking like it's going to go towards the Republicans.
Yeah.
All of the election predictors, not all of them, but for the first time, the larger ones, I believe, like 538, have the House, the Senate, and the presidency all leaning Republican. So that would be fantastic
phenomenal.
because then we could actually get something done.
How's Carrie Lake doing in Arizona?
She is closer now.
Good. She's been
So-
struggling to keep up with Donald Trump's numbers in Arizona.
Yeah.
So that
I know
sucks
we're talking about
because
swing
we really,
states.
yeah.
I know we're talking about swing states, but I happen to know that the betting odds for Trump overturning a blue state are quite good.
What? What do you mean?
Yeah, I put down a couple $100
on which state?
On it doesn't matter. It's like it's not a parlay.
It's overall.
There's like
Okay.
13 or 14 states.
Like a solid blue state.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm
you mean
hoping that
flipping one from 2020?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, not flipping one from 2020. Flipping a solid
Historically.
one. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So yeah, I'm hoping like New Mexico or Colorado.
What does that pay
or
you?
New Hampshire. Like a couple hundred. It's like 6 to 1 odds.
You only got
Something
6
like
to
that,
1?
5.5. That's pretty good.
to flip California?
Not California. I'm talking.
Well,
about
it's got to be one of them.
Josh puts a tie on, starts doing math.
I know he does.
betting,
Yeah. Oh,
like,
come on. No, leave the tie on. Make sure it's
any one state. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, you want to know exactly? It's a $500 bet, and it comes out to like I think it's like $3,500.
Oh, okay. Well, that's not bad.
So yeah,
well, we'll be rooting for you. You need to make sure you let us know what states are on that list because, like, I would be like, if you have like 10 states to choose from, and then like a historically blue state that's not on your list flips, you're going to be really pissed off. It's going to want to one of those kind of things. I don't want that to happen to you. But speaking of betting odds, with Polymarket, the average is is it just with Polymarket, or is this across all of the kind of the odds? What do we have here for the betting odds? Is this the RCP betting odds?
Yeah, so this would be the average of all the different.
Oh, okay. Golly. Yeah.
Wow.
The average across all of these is 20. Yeah, plus 20 for Trump.
Correct.
1 month ago, the average was plus 6 for Kamala.
Yes.
Wow.
Jeez Louise. What a flip.
That's another one. That's another white one.
Oh,
Jeez
geez
Louise.
Louise. Yeah.
There we go. We're getting
What?
catchphrases.
Tarnation?
Yeah.
Holy smokes.
Yeah, baby. That's also another one. See, they just naturally happen.
So people are going to try to fact check this they've done it on X. One of Steven's posts about Polymarket Community noted, they're like, this isn't an actual indicative of the polling. It's just where people are placing their money.
No, and
Yeah,
I know.
We know that. But
and that's how we, by the way, let me just clear something up really quickly. We cited Polymarket long before they became a sponsor. They just became a sponsor. We weren't even talking to them about being a sponsor. Like the first person that brought that to my mind was actually Shaney at the RNC. He was like, hey, have you done anything with Polymarket? Because he does. And I was like, no, I haven't yet, but we cite them all the time because we do, their poll, and it's kind of an interesting thing to see where people are actually putting their money on these elections. That just happened. So by the way, we haven't been citing them this whole time. They haven't been a sponsor this whole time for any reason. Like, it just never happened, and we liked citing them because it was an interesting thing to do.
it's an interesting metric.
Now it's like, well, yeah, no, that partnership actually works out. So these guys, they had the balls to come on and sponsor and be a big part of the election live stream, which we will talk a whole lot about coming up. But anyway, just so you know, just to clear up any misconceptions out there, what you need to do, though, is look at this and see Trump rising and Kamala falling. That's what you need to see. Donald Trump is getting better and better and better, more disciplined,
yes,
doing more rallies, going to more ball games, going to be among the people, not doing as many of those things where he's going to have to go and do a combative interview where they're going to try to catch him in saying something and his mind is going to go from one thing to another thing and then back, and they're going to go, see, he's losing it.
He baited Kamala into that Fox News interview, and that might be the most brilliant thing he's ever done.
Well, yeah, and it blew up in her face, in my opinion. It did not show that she was strong and that Brett Baier was, overly pressing. Like, they took I mean, just listen, don't take my word for it. Just go back and look at what J.D. Vance did with Dana Bash and with Kristen Welker, and look at what Donald Trump did. I don't think he's done Kristen Welker. I think Dana Bash did interview Donald Trump, or some combative interviews that he sat down with. CNN Town Hall with Caitlin Collins, where he pulled out the receipts from the tweet from January 6th. Remember that? Right. Like, look at all of those interviews, and then look at Brett Baier and Kamala Harris, and tell me this person cannot take criticism, cannot be fact-checked, which every single person on the left was saying, it is your responsibility, media, during a debate to fact-check and prop up Kamala Harris. I added the prop up part because they won't say that part out loud, but that's exactly what they wanted to have happen. And Brett Baier just said, but you've been president for 3.5 years. I don't know what you're talking about. This is your position. Have you changed? That's it. That's how he interrupted.
No, you're right. He definitely did bait her into that. And he baited a few people. You might say he's a master baiter.
I would say that.
No, he's that's a different level.
I just think that whoever's running his campaign really, really has a good handle on things, because if you look at how the campaigns have kind of crossed through the timeline of this election cycle, at the beginning, Trump's doing all the combative interviews. He's going out with hostile outlets like CNN and whoever, and J.D. Vance is doing the same thing. And at that time, Kamal's like, well, I'm out there with the people. I don't need to do this.
Not doing a single interview at that time.
But the entire time, that gives the ammunition to Trump's campaign to say, she's scared to go out there. She's scared to go out there. And she enters what's called this doom loop thing that Stephen has cited and people like David Sachs on All In have cited, where all of a sudden she becomes to this point, she's like, well, maybe I should do an interview to get people to, get rid of this narrative that I'm scared. So Trump pushes that. She's scared. Force her into one. She blows it. And now they're like, well, why is Trump not doing it? Well, Trump's in a position now where he doesn't need to do it.
No.
He forced her hand, and he's run a brilliant campaign to this point. And if the Republicans get out in force and you actually turn up to vote, if Christians and gun owners and sports fans show up to vote, we should win this thing. But, don't rest on your laurels.
No, absolutely. You got a couple of weeks left, and we need everybody to go out there. And we also need you to sign up for Mug Club Army, because we want to make sure that you're out in the communities on Election Day. Enroll at mugclubarmy.com. Make sure you go and do it right now. This is not a list where you're going to get a bunch of spam or any offers like for none of that stuff. This is just us making sure that we have people that we can mobilize in all of the key swing states and regions of the country where we need people on the ground to go out and be the eyes and ears of Mug Club. So go to mugclubarmy.com right now. If you see something, make sure you send your tips to lwctips@protonmail.com. Just a quick note on that, guys. Some of you send stuff to me on direct message. You send stuff to Steven. Don't do that. Send it to lwctips@protonmail.com, because it's possible we could miss it otherwise. We've got pros looking at the Proton Mail account, and they'll make sure that they get that. So make sure that you sign up if you have not for Mug Club Army, because we want to make sure that this campaign is different. This election season, it ends up being different. We don't look back with the kind of regret that we had last time, and a lot of misinformation that was out there. And I say that term in the appropriate sense. There was a lot of people on the right, and maybe that was a ploy from Democrats basically to pose as right wingers and say stuff that was completely untrue so that they could point at it and say, see, it's untrue. So all of it has to therefore be untrue. All of these legitimate grievances people had. Bristol boards did go up. Water mains did break, according to officials in Atlanta, I believe, is where it broke.
They did say
they said it. They said
broke.
Right? Those things happened. But all of that got lumped in with, 62 cases got thrown out. You lost 62 times, right? They didn't tell you that we won, 24 of 32 that were actually heard on the merits. So let's make sure that doesn't happen this year. And hopefully it doesn't matter. Hopefully it's a moot point. Donald Trump walks off, and then these guys can cry all they want, just like in 2016.
Yeah, vote like you're 10 points behind.
Absolutely. So we think Kamala Harris is, she's trying to make this list. Right. And this is a tough list to crack. Look, if you want to be the best, you have to beat the best. If you want to be the champ, you got to beat the champ. Right. Okay, here we go. Campaign ending moments that Kamala Harris has thrown out there. We'll see what we'll look back and see. But what we do have is a top 5 that's going to be. Be hard to crack. Campaign ending blunders. Number 5, Howard Dean scream in 2004. After a wonderful night, this man hit his peak after placing 3rd in Iowa caucuses. The world is your oyster. What are you going to do from here, Howard?
We're going to South Carolina and Oklahoma and Arizona and North Dakota and New Mexico. We're going to California and Texas and New York. And we're going to South Dakota and Oregon and Washington and Michigan. And then we're going to Washington, D.C. to take back the White House.
Oh, and dead.
How is that real? That can't be real.
He was like, I did it. We're going to go here and we're going to. It's like my 5-year-old who doesn't understand how to process happy feelings sometimes, and he gets so excited that he just runs around. That was what Howard Dean did, and immediately his campaign failed. Okay, number. That's better.
I was a freshman in high school that year. No one knew who he was, but everyone in high school was quoting him. Yeah.
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 Poor guy. Wasn't he a douchebag though? Didn't he cheat on his wife? Like there was a whole story, right?
That's his sound when he climaxes.
He sounds like that turtle.
No, I don't know.
No, I don't.
Yeah, you do.
No, I'm fine saying in this guy. I'm Brett Baer. I don't know what you're talking about.
Franklin, Teenage Mutant. What are we talking about?
I don't know. Want to talk about Franklin Climax.
All right, so let's go to an actual example from history that many people would have forgotten by this point. From 1884. No video on this one. James G. Blaine versus Grover Cleveland. Blaine's surrogate, Samuel Burchard, insulted Catholics at a campaign reception in New York, saying, Republicans do not want to be associated with rum, Romanism, and rebellion. You did that in New York? I know the Al Smith dinner probably wasn't around then, but there's a lot of Catholics in New York. A lot of Irish Catholics in New York, by the way, like 250,000 at the time.
Yeah.
Blaine lost New York by 1,100 votes, and that cost him the entire election. And by the way, speaking of the Al Smith dinner, you guys know that Kamala Harris no-showed it and sent in a really terrible. Did she send that video in to be played at the Al Smith dinner?
Yeah, it was with her and Molly Shannon.
Yeah, Molly Shannon doing the arm pit thing.
Yeah, Superstar.
Yeah.
Mary Catherine
Yeah.
Gallagher.
No, I
It
know.
was pretty trash.
It was terrible.
I feel bad for Molly, kind of.
I don't.
Well,
She saw the ride and
put
she
it all
bought a
out there and
ticket.
it failed.
Well, I feel bad for her in that way, but how did she think it was going to go with Kamala Harris?
I don't know. She was sniffing her pits. I don't know if she had her right wits about her.
Either way, that was number 4. I think Kamala Harris can beat that, but insulting the entire Catholic population of the United States in an election, probably not the best move. Just saying. Number 3, Jeb Bush. And I hadn't actually seen this, but I remember low energy Jeb. And I also remember, wasn't he? So it was little Marco. It was low energy Jeb and what?
Small
Lion
hands,
Ted
Marco.
Cruz.
Lion Ted Cruz, whose father killed JFK.
That's hilarious.
How do you plan for that? You have no
How do
idea.
you make up with
He's
somebody
going to talk
who said
about
that?
foreign policy. He's going to talk about economics, and what he does is throw out "your dad killed JFK," and you're like, "What?"
Yeah, that's all I would be able
It's
to think
hilarious.
about
Yeah.
on stage
After
if
that,
was
oh,
me.
and then he said, I think Jeb Bush. He was like, "You're so far off, you're going to fall off the stage next time." Because he was so far on the left because his polls were doing bad. But before all of that, he gave Donald Trump a low 5, and it cemented his nickname.
Ever ready. It's very high energy, Donald.
What would you want your Secret Service code name to be? Give me some
Watch.
Humble. That's a good one.
That's a good one. I just lost.
Yeah.
Gosh. Secret Service code names. Yeah. Donald Trump's is humble. That's hilarious, by the way. See, he's a comedian. Like this guy, he's so funny. I mean, unless, of course, you're a Democrat and then you hate him because he's picking on you. All right. So this one actually I saw live, and I'm not necessarily a huge Rick Perry fan necessarily. I think I said that twice just then. Whoops. I just feel bad. You know, like if somebody messes up singing the national anthem, I have to turn the channel. Like I can't watch the train wreck happen, you know, like, or if somebody has like a super embarrassing moment, like I just can't watch it because
volume up.
No, man.
Get a popcorn.
You hit pause. Honey,
Hey, look, you got to see this.
I can't do it. And this was one of those moments. So I don't remember if, this has been a while, obviously 2011 for Rick Perry back when he was a thing. And he forgot. He had 3 branches of the federal government that he was going to eliminate. 3 departments. Sorry, not branches. In the federal, he's going to eliminate all 3, and he couldn't remember them. No, but he was going to eliminate departments within the federal government, and he forgot which ones.
It's 3 agencies of government when I get there that are gone: commerce, education, and the what's the third
Just
one?
say IRS.
You need 5. Oh, 5. Okay, so commerce, education, and the
EPA?
EPA. There you go.
But you can't name the third one?
The third agency of government,
Yeah.
I would do away with the education,
All he's got to do is say IRS. That's it.
commerce, and let's see. I can't.
Oh my.
Oh my.
Is that Herman Cain?
Yes.
Oh my.
999. My plan. Listen. When your opponents try to help you with your own answer, so that you don't like, that's how bad they must feel.
Yeah.
Somebody's like, EPA, and he's like, yeah, that sounds right. EPA. Let's get rid of that. And then they come back to him, and he almost can't remember the branches of government. Look, I get it. Like there are moments where you're thinking, and you just, for the life of you, cannot remember what you're trying to say. Like there's this third thing, and you do that thing. But when your opponents try to help you, and then they come back to you, and it was like he read the question back to give his brain time to think of the third one, and still couldn't do it. It's like, no, I just can't think of that last one.
That's too classy for them to help too. If that was me on stage with them, I would have acted like a kid at a spelling bee.
Yeah.
Where
like,
the
what is it,
Chinese
bro?
kid is finally getting it wrong, and be like, finally, I get a chance at this.
That's right. Autumn has an N at the end. Dadgummit. Got me again. 6th grade. I'll never forget.
He pulled a Herschel Walker.
He did.
Abandoned his
Poor guy.
son?
Yeah.
Oh, well, more of the crazy part. All right, so number 1, and this one's going to be tough to beat.
Yeah.
Again, if you want to be the champ, you got to beat the champ. Robert Kennedy, 1968. After winning the primary, Senator Robert Kennedy was shot and killed by Sirhan Sirhan, drastically hampering his chances at victory.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've kept the air on because we've heard an alarming report that Robert Kennedy was shot.
Oh my.
If you think that was a bit rough, it was. But he had no chance of winning after that night. But actually, I shouldn't say that. If you adjust the race and you look after the assassination, RFK's poly-market odds are actually still better than Kamala Harris's.
True.
Nice rest.
Oh no.
History repeats.
Are we going to hell now?
I mean,
I don't know. You wrote it, bro. Me.
It's a team. Listen, Blood Brothers, it's a team effort, okay?
Mr. RFK Jr., I did not support this joke.
Well, that was one of those jokes that the comedy team didn't write, and Gerald delivered it, so I'm safe.
Yeah.
Wait, that's like puts
It's
it on
not a
me?
joke, though. It's true. That was a campaign-ending
right.
moment.
That
You're
was the number one
Yeah.
campaign ending moment.
If Lincoln would have been campaigning at the time, he
That
could
would
have
have been
also
number one,
competed for
or
number one.
very close to it.
Yeah.
You
Let's
never
not
know.
give the Democrats any ideas.
I think they have plenty of ideas.
Yeah, they're way ahead
They've
of
tried
us.
like 17 times already.
Is there a moment we missed that maybe should have made this list that you guys can think of? Let us know in chat. Also, forgive us.
Campaign ending moments was it when Bernie Sanders won the primary?
Bernie's lucky that he didn't get Clinton when he was primarying.
Yeah, it's his version.
Clinton.
Of it. Yeah, he agreed to step down.
Listen, he's like, okay, look, well, let's just make a show of this and I'll step out of the way because I kind of want to live. You know, I like my socialist utopia brain. That's Bernie Sanders for you. All right. So I don't know how to move on from that particular segment.
I think we just rip the Band-Aid off.
We just move on. Okay, let's absolutely do this. Since I'm the only one and some of the people up here wearing this, I just keep the camera on me right now. Go to Louder with Crowder. I'm sorry, go to crowdershop.com and support Louder with Crowder in style. And also, look, I love the Fight Like Hell shirts. If you don't want to have hell on a shirt, there's Trump shirts out there a lot. There's Trump versus everyone. Make sure you go and get a shirt. I'm not saying this just because I want you to buy merch, but if you end up buying it from somewhere, it's fine. I really want you to support us if you want to, but if all else fails, just make sure that you're showing other people out there, especially in these next 2 weeks, that you stand for Donald Trump. It doesn't matter if you think he's the perfect candidate or not. He is light years ahead of Kamala Harris. If you're a conservative, make sure you're doing something to show other people, because every single time, and I know you guys are just like this. I know everybody in this studio thinks the same way that I do on this. When you see a Trump flag from somebody on a house, on a yard sign, shirt, hat, it makes you feel better. It makes you feel like, oh, those are people that understand and think the same kind of way that I do. We may not agree completely on who Donald Trump is. Like, I'm pissed off at him for screwing up the football league that he did back in the 80s, early 90s, whenever it was. But he's a phenomenal president. And I'm voting for him. And I want everybody to know that too. So make sure that you go get something, put it in your house, put a yard sign up, wear a shirt, wear a hat, do whatever you can to support Donald Trump and show your support. And look, maybe it'll start a conversation and you can flip a vote. That'd be fantastic. Make sure that you do that. Crowdershop.com. Do it now or your game. All right. Finally, we're almost done here. I've gone a little longer than normal. But there's a lot of athletes that are endorsing Donald Trump. And this week, he had a rally in Latrobe, Pennsylvania, kind of going back to your point about him basically living in the state of Pennsylvania right now. And he got endorsement from Pittsburgh Steelers legends Antonio Brown and Le'Veon Bell, who also helped. They didn't just go there and say, yeah, I'm voting for this guy. Woohoo. They actually helped register voters.
Former NFL stars Antonio Brown. Oh, he was a good player. He was a good player. And Le'Veon Bell, really good players. And Mike Wallace, come on up, fellas. Come on up. Good to see you.
Are you going to tease it? Or
Let's vote for Trump, baby. Make some noise for the president.
Everything good? Everything's good. These guys could play.
Let's go, Trump. You already know. Vote Trump. Let's go.
He loves it.
I know they were vote early. It was action, but like they were trying to get people signed up to vote. This wasn't just throwing out the Trump Vance terrible towels, even though they were, which was awesome and fantastic. We're going to talk a little bit more about that. And that brings us to Gerald Knows Sports.
Wide open. He scores!
When things go sideways, will you be prepared? Are you still interested in a solar powered generator? Because pay special attention, because I'm going to do something that until recently we've never done. I'm going to offer this solar generator with 2 times the power, and if you want, you can even make it expandable. And I'm even giving away a free solar panel and an easy optional payment plan in case you're ready to prepare now but need to break up the financial commitment. That is something I can do today while we have these units in stock. It does come with one of these foldable solar panels to make sure that you can charge it even after the power goes out during a storm, like the one that we just had this morning. So you can put your solar panels outside and bring your Patriot powered generator inside, which, by the way, makes no noise, no fumes, and you can use it inside. And there's more free stuff on the webpage, but you have to click the link right now to see it. Now, I don't have time to show you all here what those things are, but I will give you a hint, though, that some of them are our most popular products, and we don't normally give those away for free. But when you grab one of these guys, you will be in the in crowd, and you will get some of those items for free. Now, you don't have to risk a single thing. We are going to send you all of this and all the free stuff with free shipping. And you're going to be able to try it not just for a day or a week or a month, but for an entire year, protected by our 100% satisfaction guarantee for a full 365 days. So you basically can't lose with this offer. But here's the thing, to get this device and to keep all the free stuff that you're going to get with it, you absolutely must click the link right now. Because after today, I can't guarantee that this entire offer, as you've heard it, is going to be online much longer. When we first launched the original Patriot powered generator, it sold out in 48 hours. It wasn't available for months after that. And customers asked to be on a waiting list for this product and to be alerted every time we brought back a little bit, as much as we could. The waiting list kept selling out again and again. And before we could show it to new customers, that went on for a year or more. Now, this Patriot powered generator, 2000X, is more powerful than the old one was. And it has some more free stuff than it came with back then. And the payment plan couldn't be easier. Now, with everything going on in the news this week, I wouldn't be surprised if we had trouble restocking these after they sell out. So get ready with your finger to click, because this video is going away in only a few seconds, and you have to click the link right now to see everything that's included in this offer with the Patriot Power Generator 2000X. And I'm serious, while supplies last. So click the link right now.
Get ready for Now That's What I Call Trump. In this compilation, your favorite president makes these hits his own.
Don't go chasing GDP. The median income is a better metric.
And who can forget the Pete Buttigieg song?
Splish splash, they were taking a bath, and it was a couple of eggs.
Voted on by the attendees at the weekly White House talent show, this collection is sure to make you want to get up and dance.
Nikki, don't lose my number. Might replace Pet with someone else. I might. Haven't decided. Support the police because they work really, really hard. News. It's all fake news. B-I-G-C. That's how you spell Hillary. B-I-G-C. Synonym for Hillary. Welcome to the hole called California. there's a homeless face. Poop all over the place. Lots of poop.
Now that's what I call Trump.
Now that's what I call Trump. Available in CD and cassette. Call 1-800-MAGA-2020 for details.
Join Mug Club today for $89 annually, or try it mugless for $9 a month. You can sign up at louderwithcredit.com/Mug Club for the entire catalog, including Nick DiPaolo, Mr. Guns and Gear, and of course, Alex Jones, along with 100% more of this show.
That's the only part. The whole thing about it like this, if you understood it, let's say Georgia. You gotta pay a lot of people to get you the money.
Glad to be with you. It is, it's the sound of Monday. I'm sorry, but hopefully it's not too bad. Hey, this is, sorry, some of you may be sad. This is the first year in, gosh, almost a decade that we are not doing a Halloween spooktacular because, of course, we have the election live stream of the century next Tuesday, and we'll actually be pre-taping some of the sketches, some of the bits that go in there. We'll, stuff that we can't necessarily fully discuss. So that's next Tuesday. Gear up. It's time. And I did shave.
You did
shave.
It'll grow back.
Hint, you just saw the foreshadowing with now that's what I call Trump. So we have a lot to talk about today. Donald Trump's Nazi rally. Don't know if you know this. There was a rally. A lot of Nazis. A lot of Jewish Nazis, a lot of black Nazis, a lot of Jewish black Nazis.
Asians.
So they're black Hebrew Israelites. But I can't. It's weird. By the way, none of you can go to heaven because you're white. And also, we're going to go through this because a lot of people are concerned, since you're seeing momentum here, about an election being stolen. We're allowed to talk about that on YouTube now because they're probably
thankfully
preparing to claim that it was stolen and litigate it. Look, it's not just one thing. It's not just the voting machines. It's not just ballot harvesting. There are 5 different tiers of how an election can be stolen, of how a constitutional republic can be subverted. And we're going to go through that today. So hopefully you have some scope as to what it is. And it starts, by the way, it starts with the media and then gets to the ballots and mass mail-in voting. And then we also have Engelbrecht? Engelbrecht on today. We have some exclusive footage from her, the True the Vote of an organizer in Georgia, discussing the last tier of stealing an election.
Not her footage. She's just coming on to announce a bit of a partnership.
Okay.
With us.
Well, thanks for letting me know before the show.
Yeah, we did.
And that and a whole lot more. Let me ask you, what do you think is the most egregious as far as the election interference, stealing an election? Is it the media malpractice? Is it the changing of the laws? Is it the ballot harvesting? There are a lot of steps that are taken. All right, Captain Morgan, number 2 CEO, how are you?
I am doing well. Everybody in my family is sick right now except for me. So maybe I'm the super spreader.
Oh.
I don't know. How are you? You said your back was...
Yeah, it's still not. It was just a combination of things. So, my body's breaking down. I'm just staving off death. That's the best we can do at this point in time. At least until Tuesday. Then it doesn't really make a difference.
Thursday-ish.
When you hear this, I'm 11 Saturday and Friday. I don't know why I did it in reverse. November 15th and 16th at JP's Comedy Club in Gilbert, Arizona. Mr. Josh Firestein, how are you?
I'm good. Good. Quit drinking yesterday.
Really?
Yeah. I don't drink that much, but so it's not like a...
What was the catalyst? Did something happen yesterday?
No,
where you're like,
no.
no, I'm not doing this anymore.
No, I was just like, no, I don't want to do this.
Okay.
Just woke up late and I was like, man,
good for you.
I'm not doing this anymore. Once a week, just getting drunk once a week. It's just, what am I doing?
But once a week doesn't sound like that.
I turned 35 in a couple months, and I'm like, I don't know. Maybe I should just cool it, slow down.
Yeah. Because he lives life in the fast. That's what I think. That's what I think.
Get drunk once a week, and
I think slow down, man. You're burning the candle at both ends. You ever hear the cautionary tale of one Mr. Dean, first name James?
Oh boy.
All right.
Yeah, that's me.
AOC and Tim Walz really want to relate to all the youngins today.
So bad.
So, skateboarding is out, but they did play some video games together.
lots of folks everywhere I go when I'm on the road, people are constantly asking me if I'm ready to stream again.
No, they don't.
And I constantly want to.
Show me video.
Kind of the old school
Her
guy in
OnlyFans?
this, for somebody. I started out, I was of the age where Pong was coming online. Like
Yay.
I'm, I'm first generation gamer.
The Senate has their own things. They have kind of their norms and their customs, but in order,
Maybe some of those norms. I'm just going to say I don't know where you stand,
Yeah.
but I'm guessing you and I are probably the same on the filibuster. But
oh
you know,
yeah, we got to get rid of that thing.
if you're going to draw
Riveting.
up a playbook in football, you're going to use it. Those guys drew up a playbook, and it's Project 2025.
And they
Ah,
put
there we
millions
go.
of dollars into
Millions.
Project 2025. You don't spend millions of dollars without planning.
0-0,
to use
riveting
it.
Oh
game.
God, no! And it's all these people around him. And
At the
JD
end of the
Vance
first
said,
quarter.
"I don't know anything about it." He wrote the
Representing New
foreword
York
of
with
the book of the
Buffalo.
architect.
He wrote the forward of the book of the architect of Project 2025. Not Project 2025, the book,
No,
by the way.
no, but the
he wrote the
other-
forward of a book of a guy who wrote,
Knew a guy.
along with many, many other writers, Project 2025. Therefore, Donald Trump is Mangala.
Mangala.
Why is AOC playing with the Buffalo Bills? Isn't she from the city? They have two teams for crying out loud.
Choose either
They
one.
have two.
They both suck right now.
Well,
so
that's
it's
why
fine.
she's
A lot of Puerto Ricans in Buffalo.
Oh,
yes, that's what
They
I
have a
heard.
real problem with the Sharks.
They love the waterfall.
Yeah, they love the lake effect snow all year round.
Send some jets to Buffalo.
No, no.
It was the first team she could find with New York. In
Is this a B?
in alphabetical order. It's the first one.
She's
There you
looking
go.
for Syracuse.
Okay.
Hey, if you're Generation Z, did this work for you? Comment below. See, this is what we're talking about. We're talking about authenticity. Donald Trump, they'd be like, "Hey, we think it would be really good if you Twitch." Like, don't play video games; it's a waste of time.
Exactly.
Look, most people who do that are serial masturbators, premature ejaculators who have no hope with a real lady. Wouldn't do it unless it's Doom.
No.
That's his Doom. He does love Doom and Minecraft.
Yes, he does love
Yes.
and Duke Nukem. I like shooting strippers. I just, it's, he is what he is. He's not out there
He is.
going, "Look, I'm playing video games." Tim Walz is like, "Oh yeah, I do this all the time." You guys remember Pong?
No, Tim, we don't.
How about Galaga? Snake?
Barely.
I was quite. I was quite the ticket with Frogger.
Meanwhile, the clock's ticking down to 0 for his fourth
Yeah.
delay of game penalty. Score 0-0.
He said Pong went online. No, it didn't.
Online.
It
Online.
didn't.
What? Get on my phone.
I must have my dates mixed up.
Get on my